Yo, 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 what's going on, folks? How you doing? Another edition of Boxing History every night, where we literally try to bring you the history of the sport every night. Keep that in mind for sure. Keep that in mind. Some people have already dropped by. My man Nick Hammer, show some love. Appreciate you, Nick. Gonna be checking out in the playback game. I feel you without a doubt, and I'm happy about that. Always showing love. Appreciate you there, Nick. My man Dan in there from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli 86 Boxing. Most definitely. Hoorah. Shout out to all the Marines out there. Everyone out there showing love. Shout out to my man Flat Boxing. Just dropped into this thing. Flat to the boxing. Holding it down. Appreciate you, Flat Boxing. Hey, young gunner right there into the history of the sport. And I appreciate it. Doing his thing without a doubt. Hey, tonight, I don't know if you follow other sports, but there's going to be this basketball player by the name of Victor Wembanyama. He's going to be debuting. He's some sort of wonder in the world of basketball, talking about the greatest prospect ever, all that type of stuff being thrown out. 7'3", 7'4", somewhere in there. They've been reporting at both those ranges, essentially. And he's going to be debuting, an absolute wonder in the sport. But guess what? We just so happen to be talking about another wonder here tonight, and it's a wonder in the sport of boxing, and it's none other than my man Barbados Joe Walcott. Not Jersey Joe Walcott, folks. When you hear Joe Walcott, you generally think Jersey Joe. Somehow that supplanted the Barbados Joe, maybe because he was in some of these historic heavyweight fights and they were filmed. And of course, we don't have any film of Barbados Joe, at least in action, though there is some film of him. But that being said, he is one of the greats without a doubt. So not Jersey, but we're talking Barbados Joe Walcott. Shout out to Rodolfo Rivera Jr. in the building as well. But, in order to talk Barbados Joe, I wanted to bring in someone else who I know is fond of the work that Barbados Joe was able to put in, actually. And that's none other than my man, Random Acoustic Thoughts. Now, first you need to go and follow this man because he puts out a ton of great historic content, and he goes in detail on some fighters to a further degree than what you'll see on average here on YouTube. So it is always a pleasure, without a doubt, to have my man Random Acoustic Thoughts in the building. He also does MMA, all of that stuff. Just the extraordinaire who can do it all, essentially. And it's a pleasure to have him here in the building here today. So salute to your Random Acoustic Thoughts, man. Appreciate you hopping on with me, buddy. What's going on with you?
Big up, Josh City. Thanks for having me, brother. How's my audio? I got a new phone, new phone today, and it doesn't have a plug-in headphones.
Okay.
It's one of those, and I didn't
Okay.
realize. So
Well, you
I'm on
sound brand
speakerphone. You let me
spanking
know.
new right now. You sound brand spanking new, so you're good on this end. Rodolfo, salute.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, thanks for having me on. Talk about this great fighter, one of the top handful of fighters in the entire early era. I think you could say like the remarkable competitors, especially when you factor in size. Little Georgie Dixon, Little Chocolate, and then the great
Yes,
Joe
sir.
Gans, Barbados Walcott. You could throw in Fitz, Speckle Bob in there, and then Ruby Rob, and you could also stick Sam Langford in there. But like, it's almost like the turn of the century brings a new era. But like Walcott was, like Joe Gans, Walcott was epic in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. This was a great fighter. Unfortunately, even though he was getting a little bit toward the end of his prime or getting past his prime by the time he had it. It was an accident. He shot himself in the hand in 1904, and that kind of took him out of whatever was left of his prime. But he was a great fighter as a lightweight. He even fought like Dick O'Brien, a middleweight, a notable Boston area middleweight in Boston, where he was based. This was one of the main scenes in the whole country at the time. Like, boxing wasn't legal in every state, but Barbados Joe, and he had a good manager. He had a powerful manager, I should say, Tom O'Rourke. He later split with him, but for a while, and he was like O'Rourke's protege. And he later had a rivalry with Larry Temple. I'm trying to remember Temple's nickname. Was it the Black Cyclone? I
I can't
forget.
remember Temple's nickname.
I think that might have been his. Might have been
What was
his.
his nickname? I gotta
I know these
find it.
fighters had several, but they had a rivalry, and that was O'Rourke's answer to his former protege, his former cash cow, Joe Walcott. So they had a series, and
Underrated fighter for sure, right there. Larry Temple in with a lot of top notch guys.
he had a really tough career. He had a lot of tough matchups. He was one of the guys who beat Sam Langford. He was, the year that he got the best of Sam Langford in one of their fights. I think that was '05. The great Joe Jeanette, the great career heavyweight, was the only other guy to get the best of Sam in that pretty epic 1905. So, and Langford also got him back, and they fought some draws. But yeah, Temple was a very offensive fighter,
Yeah.
polo punches and all kinds of tricks at the time. I'm still trying to research what exactly the loop punch is. It was associated to Dave Holly. I think it's something from the clinch. I think it's just like rabbit punches or punches to the side of the head from the clinch. Maybe you get
Yeah.
an overhook on one side or an underhook, and then probably an overhook on the other side, and then you just start winging them. But I've seen it associated now with Langford. So whatever technique that was, but Temple was he was a heavy duty guy in his own way, mixed success. But when it's relative to the strength of competition, that's really that makes a difference. You know what I mean? You can go. There are lots of guys who went undefeated their first or all but one of their first 20, 30, sometimes even 40 fights. But it depends who's in that mix. Just
Mhm.
like today, even if they take a little longer to get to that many fights, it all depends on not to judge how good someone is, but how proven good they are. So Temple
Well said.
proved he could get the better of Sam Langford when Sam Langford was considered a top pound for pound fighter in the whole sport. By 1905, Langford was a wonder
Oh yes. Yes,
already.
he was. Indeed, he was. And that speaks volumes. You heard it already that he fought Sam Langford. So that should tell you everything you need to know in some sense about Barbados Joe Walcott. Real quick. Shout out to my mom in there. Says, evening, son, you're doing well, doing it well. Appreciate your mother. Appreciate you. I'm trying out here. Real quick. Rodolfo Rivera Jr. Talks about new phone. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's hold on. Flag boxing talking about the guy that was drafted second in this year's draft. But yeah, craziness with basketball right now. 86 did a great show on Dick O'Brien. I have spoken of Dick O'Brien. I don't know if I did an individual show on him for sure, but he's one that is out there. Rodolfo says out of all the places he could have shot himself, it was the hands. I know, right? You're a boxer by trade, so the hand is kind of the worst place to actually shoot yourself. Rodolfo Flag Boxing says Rodolfo Joe Walcott beat George Gardner in 20 rounds as well. That speaks volumes right there. Speaks volumes. I want to rattle off a few names real quick. And I just want you all to get an understanding of the type of resume this guy had. Billy Smith, mysterious Billy Smith, that is, former world welterweight champion. George Kid Levine, Joe Chewinski, young Peter Jackson, Rube Ferns, and this is actually the person by which Walcott won the world welterweight title against Rube Ferns. Very, very good fighter. Doesn't get mentioned a ton, but he's
Very
legit.
underrated.
Very underrated right there. Philadelphia Jack O'Brien, former world light heavyweight champion. Dixie Kid, controversial welterweight champion, but we'll talk about that right there. Sam Langford, we all know Sam Langford. I know if you're attending this channel and you've been a regular, you know Sam Langford. Some of you may be new and you know Sam Langford. I would assume if you don't know, we have to tell you about him. The greatest lightweight ever, in my opinion, that is Joe Gans, former world lightweight champion. Honey Melody, former world welterweight champion, the man that dethroned Barbados Joe as champion, and even as Flat Boxing mentions there, George Gardner, the second ever world light heavyweight champion. I must say this that Barbados Joe Walcott, folks, 5'1". That's 5'1", 65-inch reach, weight anywhere in the neighborhood of 140 something pounds. You could probably get up in the 150 range, but this is not a huge guy. But that being said, he could take out anyone bigger because he was just that capable in the ring. And it shows you that size can matter in some instances, but when you have the technique, you have the skill, you have the power, you have the finesse and all of that stuff to be able to take advantage of and use what tools that you have, you can do some amazing things in the sport. And Barbados Joe Walcott, aka the Barbados Demon, aka the Barbados Wonder, is one of those individuals there, Random. And you did speak on Sam Langford. And if you know, we always speak on Sam Langford, regarded as the greatest fighter in the history of the sport. And this is someone that Barbados Joe Walcott competed with. So that tells you he was a competitor on top of everything that he was doing, just a competitor. And this is a fight that would be one that, man, if we could have video of a number of fights back in the day, this is one I want to see right there for sure.
Yeah, man, Walcott's career. I mean, I would again, like as I always recommend, like BoxRec is a fantastic site, but go check out Cyberboxing Zone. And Walcott fought some dudes. He fought some dudes, and he had already fought just an insane level of competition by the turn of the century. He'd already had a great career by the time 1900 rolled around, but he wasn't done. He kept going. And, he even fought after he shot himself in the hand. He was out for a couple of years, but he came back. I think his fights with Honey Melody might have happened in that time, because when Walcott was out, okay, so now there's a question about whether he'll come back. And so the welterweight title, so you had like a white welterweight title for a while, and I think Honey Melody fought some guys for that one. And you had other welterweight title claims. And then Walcott did come back 2 years later. But that's a long time in those days. 2 years is a long, long time. That might be taking 6 years off today or more. It's just because of the strength of schedule and the pace. The schedule. Walcott, man, he was, as a lightweight, he fought all the way up to middleweights, and as a welter, he fought heavyweights, and he challenged a lot more heavyweights than those that would take a fight with him. He was a pretty scary guy, and he knew how to block with the top of his head. He was a crouching fighter, one of the great crouching fighters, and so the bigger guys, even if they packed more of a punch, you don't want to send so much power into the top of Walcott's head. He's like 5'1.5" at his full height, 40-inch chest, unexpanded. I mean, he was a triangle. And Sam Langford, although they fought in 2004, Langford was still building up. Langford had fought at welterweight primarily in 2004, and lightweight the year before. He was still growing, but eventually Langford became a larger version of Walcott. Langford had an even bigger chest, 44 inches unexpanded, and then he grew up to 5'7.5", whereas Walcott peaked out at 5'1.5". But Langford, that fight with Walcott later on in the 20s and 24, he did a retrospective, I think it was like 35-part series for the Halifax Herald that was then syndicated. And he said Walcott, that was his most furious fight. That may be a fond reminiscence, but that's what he said. He said Danny Duane was the fastest guy he fought. That was the guy who gave him his only loss in his epic 1903, his debut season. And then Langford said he never hit anybody more, got hit more than the fight with Walcott. It was a draw, so he gave him that credit. A lot of guys, Jack Johnson, a lot of guys consider Walcott to be Walcott and Gans and Dixon, and then later Langford, but along with Jack Johnson as well, like the absolute cream of the crop. Incredible fighters. Walcott deserves all the praise that we can heap on him, and he didn't go out with money. He was like caretaker or like sweeping up at Madison Square Garden or something like that. Like he didn't go out with money. And then there's a video of interview with him at that time where he says, he wished he could get back in shape and make some of that money the kids were making at that point, because there was more money in it for more people. So he missed those. Same thing in mixed rules. A lot of the great heavyweights and light heavyweights of the 2000s, the golden age of those two divisions, and light heavy in MMA is approximately 205 pounds. The heavyweights above that, they didn't make a lot of money. They had some of the greatest battles of all time under the superior rule set in Japan, and didn't make that much money. The guys today, they figured out, and the same thing in boxing. So Walcott missed that window, but as far as the getting great shit done window, he was all up in there in a rich time. And you mentioned a bunch of guys. Did you? I know you didn't get finished. Bobby Dobbs, Tommy West, just name after name after name. You almost have to. Young Corbett fought him too in San Francisco. Just Dan Creedon, they had a series. Jack Bonner, just all these guys who are somebody, like you see them in the paper, they deserve special mention in the newspapers. When people weren't prominent, they didn't often get more than just the fact that it was happening. Certain guys got a lot of press, and Walcott was all up in there, in those ranks of the notable fighters, and just on and on and on. It's incredible how much he did.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty amazing. As a matter of fact, Random, you mentioning that, I'm looking at his resume. So yes, as typical, there is a video of Barbados Joe Walcott, or at least diving into some of his big fights on this channel, the 86 Boxing channel, and it goes into some of the more known names, etc. But that being said, it doesn't tell full detail, even with Random just rattling off some of those names. I mean, these are individuals that weren't included in the video, which shows you that he had a hell of a career. Tommy West, top flight contender from that time. You mentioned Dan Creedon. He fought Tommy Ryan in a 75 rounder for the world welterweight title. So that gives you an idea. Bobby Dobbs, a Philly fighter, someone we've mentioned, one of the best during that era, period. His name does not get the recognition it should, and it is deserved. He fought Dick Moore, another contender from that period, who was top flight. Jack Bonner. Jack Bonner, look at his resume. He's been in with a ton of individuals. Some of them you've heard of. Some of them will be some actual big names that you're familiar with.
Yep.
Young
Did you
Peter
mention George
Jackson,
Cole? He
George
had
Cole.
fights with the great George
Oh yeah,
Cole.
yeah, right. I'm looking at it right here. Yeah, George Cole. I mean, another one, sort of like Bobby Dobbs, one who was top flight, who doesn't quite get the recognition that he deserves because he wasn't a huge name, or he isn't a huge name as far as how history has progressed, but he is. I'm looking here. Frank Childs, former colored world heavyweight champion, the first man to regain that colored world heavyweight title. Frank Childs, you got that right, heavyweight. Barbados Joe Walcott actually fought for the world heavyweight title, or the colored world heavyweight title, in a losing effort. But that gives you an idea right there. Just looking through his resume in general, he fought Kid Carter. Kid Carter, look him up. The guy, his resume in itself, or at least his record, you might think twice seeing his record, but once you actually dive into who he fought, you'll get an understanding of how good Kid Carter was. Black Bill, I mean, crazy. Larry Temple was already mentioned. I'm just looking at some of the names here. Man, Honey
He also fought,
Melody,
he also
crazy.
fought Big Sandy Ferguson, the top New England heavyweight at that time. And
You know,
although
get the name big for no reason.
with the caveat that New England wasn't really the hot spot for heavyweight, but
Certainly.
that's who Big Sandy was, and he was pretty nimble for a large fella.
Jimmy Gardner as well, another one, top flight boxer right there. If you don't know Jimmy Gardner, check him out actually.
That's
So that
George's
gives you
brother, if
another.
I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Wasn't
yes,
it
that is
Jimmy,
the case.
Billy, and George? George was the largest of the three brothers.
So the Gardner brothers, there are some of the best boxing brothers. We've been talking about that a little bit, as a matter of fact, on the channel. Who are the best boxing duos from a brother standpoint? Jimmy Gardner, certainly. Jimmy Gardner, George Gardner, etc. They're certainly in that mix as well. That gives you an understanding, and to think about Barbados Walcott being able to defeat those guys, and of course, what you see on the screen here, what Flack Boxing mentioned, undersized welter, to do that to Joe Chowinski, knocked him down multiple times, broke his ribs, got the knockout, got the stoppage victory over Joe Chowinski, a guy who fought at heavyweight, a guy who knocked out Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson just so happens to be someone that Barbados Joe Walcott shared the ring with as well, though this was in an exhibition. But that gives you an idea. This is a fearless guy who would match up with pretty much anyone in the history of the sport. And if you think about the greatest welterweights of all time, he's got to be high on that list. As a matter of fact, I know, Random, you've done one of those lists along with Scrapbook Boxing and the Boxing Librarian at Hardline Boxing Talk, and it revealed a lot of things. But I know you had Joe Walcott high on that list, and for the
Yeah,
same reasons
he's
I would.
extremely high on my list
Yeah,
because as a welterweight, like as a guy who at times was around that 141 at the time, but even when he fought sometimes the higher weights and he didn't cut down or diet down. He was only like 148. He was a
yeah,
little dude, but if you're fighting guys with significant size on you and you're still in that bracket, we kind of have to interpret because welterweight was a small, it's almost like junior welter today. It's a slightly different framework. But in this day, you could be small and you could fight multiple weight outside your weight. You didn't even have to hit the minimum for that weight. Like I know we have Canelo's next fight, his opponent's jumping up a couple weight classes, but he's still going to weigh in
yeah.
at super middle, even if it's the lower part of the range, right? 161 and up. or 160.1 and up. But
Yeah.
how is it? Is it considered 160? Do you get a pound allowance in a non-title fight in boxing, like
Well,
MMA?
not quite like the UFC. It has to be agreed to by both parties or whatever. You'll have some guys who will accept, especially if you're what they term as the B side. Then yeah, you'll take it even if a guy is over, even if it's by more than that. But that pound allowance in the same capacity that it's done in the UFC or in MMA in general, yeah, it's not exactly like that.
I see. So in a non-title middleweight fight, unless there's a stipulation, you have to hit 160.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, yes. In MMA in a non-title fight, you get that extra pound in all of the weight classes. It's routine,
Okay.
guys take that close to that extra pound or as close as they dare go. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
interesting. But like for me, I think I had Walcott inside the top three, but I can't remember. I think my top three was Jack Britton, Joe Walcott, and Hank Armstrong. I
Okay.
think.
That makes
But
sense.
I think Walcott might have been three because Britton had an absolutely enormous resume strictly at welterweight,
Yeah.
including one of the all-time great rivalries with Ted Kid Lewis. So I
Yeah.
think I might have actually had Britton at number two, but I think all three of us, if I'm not mistaken, without trying to put words in anyone's mouth, I think me, Scrapbook, and BL all agreed that Hank Armstrong was the greatest.
Oh yeah, 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 without a doubt.
Because of
Yeah,
that furious run, in a rich era, and he did his best to fight just everybody at that weight for that title. Like it's just an incredible burst of activity. It's hard to top that,
yeah,
all
certainly.
things considered.
Certainly, I feel where you're coming from. Yeah, we've run into those situations over the course of years where you have a guy that they go on such a run that it's almost unquestioned. Like this is the best fighter in boxing right now, and that was the type of run that Hammer and Hank Armstrong was on during that period. So deservedly, he it should be in that top rank. He should be considered number one by many. Of course, some others will have the likes of Sugar Ray Robinson there, who was a top flight welterweight, started at lightweight actually, top
He
flight
was
lightweight.
absolutely incredible. I think I might have had him at four. I have to go
Okay.
back and look. It's on my channel. I have to. We've done so many countdowns now. I forget who I had
Yeah.
where because often it's very close because we're not comparing exact like resumes. We're comparing like with Walcott. It's not about title fights just at welterweight or even just his fights at welter. It's like when he was a lightweight, he was fighting welterweights. And
Yeah.
to me personally, he gets credit for that as he does when he was a welter fighting middleweights, heavyweights, light heavyweights, and great ones. Guys like Jack O'Brien, George Cole. These guys were dead serious guys with just a heap of experience. We like the great Roberto Duran. Like people, he had a lot of fights, right? And including a lot of high level fights. That's partly why people celebrate him so much. There are a lot of guys in this early era who had careers like that, just a ridiculous amount of experience across all different levels, including success at the highest level. So Walcott's one of those guys you gotta, the overall body of work is kind of stunning. And depending how you measure it, he should probably make a top 10 welter, but there's arguments for him to be one of the greatest. And you can
Oh
make an
yeah.
argument as the greatest
Yeah.
because of the weight disparity and, fighting like Frank Childs when he did, stuff like that. He didn't win,
Yeah.
but like just having that fight, knocking out, some serious guys in his career. Just an incredible puncher and an incredible technique. And just like, say, Marciano catered his style to having short arms, Walcott's style was predicated on adjusting because he was short. Even for a welter, he was a short guy. When he fought Joe Gans, who was the great lightweight and moved up, and I think they fought at 142, maybe in a non-title fight. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be a title fight, then last minute it was non-title. And that's the
Yeah.
last fight I think he had before he injured himself. Walcott injured himself, but Gans was taller than him. Even though,
Yeah.
and you see the
That's true.
face-off, and you can see that Walcott's a shorter guy, even against the lightweight king, who wasn't a particularly tall lightweight himself.
But
Langford,
yeah.
maybe average.
Hey.
Langford wasn't super tall himself when they fought. He
Yeah.
was the taller guy than Walcott. Incredible.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. And try this on for size. Joe Walcott, he was shorter than Jimmy Wild, a guy we know who fought under 100 pounds. Jimmy Wild was listed at 5'2" with a 66-inch reach. Joe Walcott, as I mentioned, Barbados Joe Walcott, that is, 65-inch reach, 5'1". So he was shorter than Jimmy Wild, had a shorter reach than Jimmy Wild. So just put that in perspective to think about the types of individuals that he was going up against and how he was able to be successful against those guys. Some people, they're just born for the sport. It's just kind of the way it is. They have that extra umph or whatever is needed to get them past both the physical and mental stage. And he's most certainly one of those guys. Real quick, shout out to my man Beagle 47 in the building, says late but in the mix. And of course, we appreciate you being here in the mix there, Beagle. As always, we got to get in a lot of great talking, a lot of great dialogue, all that stuff over the course of the last couple of lives and everything. So Beagle, as always, much appreciated you being in here. And Rodolfo Rivera Jr. mentions, oh yeah, Charlo has a huge frame, so him moving up to 168 isn't as bad as it may sound. He might look bigger in size than Canelo in the weigh-in. Yeah, you're right there. That it's very different than a guy who is 5'1" moving up. That's something you have to take into account when kind of weighing these different eras, things of that nature. Dan, my man Dan the man says Jimmy McLaren looks pretty formidable at welterweight. Yeah, he's one of the best welterweights for sure in the history of boxing. So yeah, he stacks up there as well. And I'd imagine he was high on some of those lists as well.
Absolutely. The great Jimmy McLaren, his resume, I think he had 69 fights. But when you look at how many of those were against Hall of Fame fighters at different weights, it's
insane.
And apparently he has, per the boxing librarian, shout out BL, Hardline Boxing Talk. So he beat I think it's the second most individual Hall of Famers behind the great Harry Greb of the teens and 20s. But so Jimmy McLaren, he fought, I think, 5 Hall of Fame trilogies, plus some other pairs of fights or lone fights against Hall of Famers. But just Hall of Fame trilogies, dude had 5 of them. That's immense.
Yeah, that is pretty insane just thinking about that. You're hearing it here, folks, straight from Random Acoustic Golf. Again, 86 Boxing. This is the boxing history every night. Of course, myself here along with Random Acoustic Thoughts. Give them a like, subscribe, follow Random Acoustic Thoughts. There's only one on here, and trust me when I tell you, you will really enjoy the content he covers on the channel. Shout out to Joseph Phoenix in the building. Joseph Phoenix says, good evening, 86. Early in Jack Johnson's career, he decided to gain traction in his pursuit as a professional boxer. Jack figured he could progress by attaching himself to a major boxer. And of course, that major boxing just so happened to be Barbados Joe Walcott. So Jack joined Walcott's camps, also that of Scaldy Bill Quinn and Sailor Tom Sharkey, a top-notch fighters right there. Walcott proved to be an excellent mentor for Jack Johnson. Yes, that is something I had read as well, as far as him spending some time with Barbados Joe Walcott. And interestingly enough, another person he spent some time with, and it's a video that I'm working on right now, hopefully will be released sometime very soon, but Denver Ed Martin, one of the heavyweights during that era, who was battle-hardened, top flight, and he was another person that actually worked with Jack Johnson during the early portion of Jack Johnson's career. So little nugget.
Yeah, very underrated fighter. And it was actually Denver Ed that, if I'm not mistaken, that Johnson won the colored heavyweight title from in 1903.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That is right. That is who he picked it up from. That is who he picked it up from. Rodolfo, your trip. No, not doubling it up. But Tommy Ryan at welterweight, yes, indeed. Dan, I know we spoke on him. Real quick, shout out to Poland Ball 69 holding it down. Appreciate you, Poland Ball, dropping in, showing some love.
Yo, he's right about that, Josh. Tommy Ryan and Barbados Walcott challenged Ryan. Ryan was using the color line at times to avoid that fight, but then he was also talking smack in the press about how he'd meet anybody and he wasn't this. And I've seen some writers literally laughing at Tommy Ryan just for the blatant dodge of the Barbados Wonder. But Tommy Ryan was a great fighter, but some fighters are more selective than others, and he was one of the more selective. I'll put it that way. There were less selective greats of that time, like Philadelphia Jack O'Brien, Walcott himself. There were guys who would fight anybody. Some guys were a little, just like today, some guys were a little more choosy about who they put their reputation against.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. Good point, Polar Ball 69. Tommy Ryan versus Barbados Joe Walcott. Man, that would have been fun. without a doubt, in a fight that should have happened for sure. A very interesting one because Tommy Ryan, he's also one of those guys. While he was competing at middleweight, he ultimately became welterweight and world middleweight champion. That being said, if you look at it from a weight perspective, yeah, he was never really a full-fledged middleweight in that sense. While he was competing there, you would find him fighting in the 150-pound range at times as well. And of course, he started in that welterweight range. So him versus Barbados Joe Walcott, who would have had two of the greatest welterweights of all time competing against each other. And I think it would have made for fireworks because they had interesting styles. Barbados Walcott, I think, would have done the leading in that fight. But Tommy Ryan, man, he was so good off the back foot, everything of that nature, and just boxing skill-wise. Both of them had a high-level IQ, so it would have been a very intriguing matchup. Unfortunately, we didn't get that one. Man, crazy.
Yeah, and some of that, even as much as some of these guys fought, Tommy Ryan, look at his resume. He fought some serious dudes, but in this era, there were lots of serious dudes to choose from, and because of the speed with which people could gain prominence, that there were always new people. Every season, there was the new hot thing on one of the coasts or somewhere in Chicago or on one of the East or West Coast, and I see that in the archives. Guys just spring into prominence because if you have 20 fights in a year and you win them all, or you don't get beaten, because there are a lot of draws in that day, or something like, you can very quickly become a somebody. Philadelphia Jack O'Brien was like that. George Cole was like that. A lot of these guys, they have a ton of early experience, and suddenly they're somebody. The great Joe Jeanette, I just bought Boxing's Iron Man, the book on Jeanette, and
salute.
His first 20. Are we going to do a live stream on his first 22 or 23 fights? All the Hall of Fame opponents, tough contenders.
We could probably do it on your channel, and I can show it on this channel as well. But we got to do it without a doubt.
Yeah, let's definitely do that, because that's worth. I'd been working on a video, but unfortunately, I broke the device that I had the file on, and I didn't have a backup. But I've been working on a video for Jeanette's first. I think it was 23. It's 22 or 23, and just including series with Jack Johnson. Fought Langford, fought just a bunch of dudes, just Joe Jeanette, and it turned him into a great fighter. I can't wait to dig into this book. I think I grabbed it yesterday. I work nights, so I get what days just blend together, but I haven't had a chance to tear into it very much. Just read a little 50 pages or something, but there's like 450 all told with the index. So I can't wait, even though Jeanette only came into Sam Langford's career, like as far as it pertains to the research for my book. He only came in the last two seasons that my current plan is to write about 05 and 06. I'm going to do 02 to 06 on Langford in extreme detail. So Jeanette did fight. Say again?
I said, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I got to figure out the exact format of how it'll be released, but I'm hard at work on it. And it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of information out there that hasn't made it into any kind of writing on Langford, as far as what was going on at that time, some of the arguments, some of the this and that. So I look forward to it. Clay Moyle's excellent book touches on his whole career, his background, and a lot of stuff brilliantly. But that 02 to 06, there just simply isn't time in a 300-plus fight career to get too intense about the first 70 or 80. I think it's 80-something fights. I should know that by heart by now, but I think it's like 80-something fights is what I'll be covering.
Yeah, and he was fighting underweight in a number of those fights as well.
Absolutely, and sometimes, like with Dave Holly, they started off about the same size, but Langford was still growing. So by the time they had their last fight, I think it was their last fight that Langford knocked Holly's tooth out, but he had about 10 or 15 pounds on him in that fight. But so Langford was growing. So as he came up through the weights, he would give up size, and he continued to do that his whole career. But also sometimes he was the larger guy, which was a huge advantage for him because he was a hitter. And Langford had guidance from the very fast bantamweight Jimmy Walsh, who was based in the area and was one of his stablemates, and then also George Byers, the former 2-weight color champion, and just powerful fighter in his own right.
Salute to George Byers. Just want to say that real quick because that is someone we have a video on. Go check it out, without a doubt. George Byers, I think it's called King of the Slum or whatever it may be. Even had my dog come in here just now. But George Byers, also kind of low-key thing. So George Byers, he came up under the tutelage of George Godfrey, the original George Godfrey, Old Chocolate. They were both from the same neighborhood, the same, what is considered a slum, the Bog in Canada. As a matter of fact, George Godfrey taught George Byers a ton of stuff. And at one point, I can't remember the year, but it is in that video that I have on George Byers. But George Byers and Joe Walcott, they met in a private sort of back room style fight there in George Godfrey's gym. And it said that George Byers, he really handed it to Barbados Joe Walcott. So that's pretty amazing right there. We know Barbados Joe is no slouch. So these are two great fighters right here, man. Just some of those stories are just amazing thinking about them from an overall perspective. So I wanted to point that out there, just a little nugget that's out there. So check out that video for sure. Real quick, I wanted to shout out Joseph Phoenix again, dropping some knowledge. Nat Fleischer, founder of The Ring magazine, said Barbados Joe Walcott was the greatest welterweight of all time, certainly deserving of such billing. He can hold that candle without a doubt. Dan says Kid Levine and Mysterious Billy Smith, great welterweights, without a doubt. I have a video out there on Mysterious Billy, underrated welterweight. You look at his record, you might think one thing, but hey, he had like 11 disqualification losses. So just think about that. He was sort of a head case in some sense, but great fighter without a doubt. Philadelphia Jack O'Brien, of course, we've mentioned him several times. Dan, and you're right, one of the great fighters for sure. Poland Ball says, love Joe Walcott, but I'd favor Ryan in the fight. I can't remember if Walcott had a run as dominant as Ryan. He seems to be inconsistent against the top. Correct me if I'm wrong. So he had his moments for sure. He had his moments without a doubt. Now he fought, of course, a lot of guys he was undersized going up against him. So I think that factors in for sure, Poland Ball, when just thinking about him in general. So even though Tommy Ryan wasn't a big guy, I think that Walcott would be undersized against Tommy Ryan as well. So that's something we have to factor in there. Go ahead, Random.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's so perfectly fair to think Ryan could beat. You did a video on Ryan, right?
Right. Yeah. Very
Joseph Youngs, wasn't that his real name? Joseph Youngs.
Yep. That is correct.
Yeah, it's fair to think he'd win the fight. They were both great fighters, but I think the numerical record is part of that is because Walcott was less picky about who he fought and about the weights, and just was more of a gung ho character in the booking sense. And sometimes, just like you can find, like if you look at Manny Pacquiao, right, one of the great modern era fighters, he has losses, but he was really pushing the envelope in who he was fighting, and he wasn't as picky as a lot of other guys who maybe didn't have as many losses because they weren't in there at that level. And I think with Ryan, as great as he was, he had a more selective. Well, he definitely had a more selective approach to booking, but also I think in his great career, which was fantastic, he didn't face as much overall adversity as Walcott. Who was greater in a head-to-head fight? I'm not sure. They were both fantastic fighters with wonderful stamina and technique and creativity. Like they had a lot. They both brought a lot to the table. It's a shame the fight didn't happen, but it's just how that goes.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Black Boxing mentioned, do we have any pictures of Walcott and Childs in their matchup? Childs was a smaller heavyweight at 5'9", 180, but could hit like a truck and took Walcott out in 3 rounds. Yes. And as a matter of fact, Walcott broke his arm in that fight. And they were calling him a coward and all that stuff, saying he quit. But in actuality, he actually broke his arm. And that has to be factored in for sure. But he was fighting, of course, against a guy, Frank Childs, who is a top flight fighter and someone who goes a good deal or a good bit underrated for sure. So there are no pictures that I know of from that flag, but certainly we have this picture, which is one of the most famous pictures that I'm showing here on the screen to the left, where you actually see Barbados Joe Walcott measuring and sizing up with Harry Wills. Harry Wills, keep in mind, is 6'2", 200 pounds or 200 plus pounds. He might have been. He looks a bit more on the slimmer side in this one, so he might have been just in or around that 200.
Yeah, I think he's very young in that. I think he's just a teenager, judging by his face and he's kind of his stance. But he's thin. He hasn't filled out. So this fully.
Is not full-fledged, Harry Wills right here.
But also Walcott doesn't look very old, and he's not soft around the middle there, so that he couldn't have been too late. And but Wills, Langford started very, very young. Wills, he might have been around, but the notable part of his career was a little bit older. Yeah. Not everyone gets it all in, but Wills had a remarkably tough career himself. But I love this photo right there of the two of them. You can see Walcott just showing, okay, here's how to come inside a jab when you're a little dude. But yeah, he was
Yeah.
a fierce guy. Walcott was a brilliant fighter as well as like fearless and
Yeah, that's
and
amazing.
incredibly tough. And his brother was a good fighter,
Yeah,
Belfield.
Belfield. We were talking about him, I believe, a little bit yesterday. Underrated guy right there. In with a
Yeah,
lot of top flight guys.
yes, he did. And Sam Langford had a friendship with Belfield, so separate from Langford fighting Walcott for 15 rounds head to head. He was hanging out with his brother, and the Walcott brothers would often spar, and people would come and watch them train together. Like
Yeah,
they were a bit of a draw just to watch them go at it. But Langford apparently picked up a lot from Belfield Walcott. So
yeah,
he picked up a lot of stuff. Langford fought so many guys and also was around so many other guys that, the level of expertise, hands-on expertise these guys could attain in this time was pretty incredible.
yeah. That's pretty amazing. Having this type of quality in house. I mean, just look at that. Just working with Harry Wills again. Harry Wills, when he ultimately filled out, he was a big, solid, strong, tough and duty heavyweight at 6'2", 200 plus. Yeah, this is early, and when he started out. Of course, he had to continue. He started out quick as well in terms of against good competition. Had to work his way up, and it all benefited him, as Random had mentioned. But just take a look at that right there. Barbados Joe Walcott with Harry Wills, a younger Harry Wills there. You can see at 5'1". Hey, he was a solidly built, stocky 5'1". If there is such a thing, then Barbados Joe Walcott is most certainly that. So that's a gem of a picture, without a doubt. I'm glad that we have it. Dan says, Kid Levine, the mysterious Billy Smith. Oh, yeah, we saw that. Great welterweights, of course. Where else? Where were we at? Okay, flat boxing. Oh, yeah, he asked if we had any pictures. I mentioned that one. Poland Ball says, also, fun fact, when Walcott got DQ'd against Dixie Kid, the ref bet on Kid prior to the fight. Walcott tried attacking the ref after the DQ. That is the case, without a doubt. Without a
Yeah,
doubt, that is the
that was
case.
in April of 1904, I believe. But by September, when Langford fought him, the papers it was Langford Walcott was for the welterweight championship. So the
Yeah,
controversy about it did
yeah,
remove sort of the claim of having the title. At this time in boxing, as always, there are nefarious forces at work behind prize fighting and the leisure industry in general. Entertainment, leisure. So there were examples of fights where someone took a dive that George Byers apparently did in a fight, what Gans did in a fight, impact their reputation, even if the vast majority were on the level. At times, to get opportunity, you had to put someone over. And that happened to Walcott. He had a lot of unfair stipulations in fights and refs who, even like the guy is spent and then it's a draw, even though the one guy can't continue. Walcott, he went through it, and he went through it at a time when he couldn't make a tremendous amount of money doing it. So
oh
shout
yeah.
out to him.
Salute to Bruce Gas, boxing jazz, and more. Of course, Bruce Gas, as I always say, give him a follow, give him a subscription, like all that good stuff. Hey, like us here while we're talking about this as well. It's a pleasure. Myself, 86 Boxing, holding it down with random acoustic thoughts. Make sure to give him a subscription, follow, like all that good stuff as well on this channel, because a lot of great content is out there. But salute to Bruce Gas. Got to chat with him yesterday on this channel. Poland Ball says, question for Random. How different was Langford stylistically when he was a lightweight welterweight compared to his later career? Was he still stalking fighters like in later footage, or was his style different entirely?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in the early part of Langford's career, there was only so much written about him. So like in the Police Gazette, it's not every fight of his that gets the write-up, at least from my looking through the archives to see what I can find. But he was described early in his career as having a very educated left hand, like jab and parry and things like that. He also was already known as a hitter. Like different guys would mention his right straight and also his left hook. So he already had the elements of what he would become. As far as whether he stalked, he did do a lot of leading in his fights. And later in the 20s, in the aforementioned Halifax Herald review, like retrospective of his career, which we should keep in mind, he had been an entertainer fighter for 20-something years when he wrote that stuff. So take it with a grain of salt, some fond reminiscences in there. But he said that he learned early on to drive his opponent toward the ropes, and if they'd lead, he'd bang him to the body. If they wouldn't lead, he'd bully him out of the ring. And paraphrasing the way he put it. I think he got that from George Byers, who had also fought as a smaller person. I'm sure he learned a lot from fighting Joe Walcott, who was shorter than him. Walcott was fierce. When they fought, Langford was getting the best of it. But according to him, he whispered something back to Walcott, who'd been taunting him before the fight, and Walcott got pissed and came out explosively. So he learned, that Walcott's not one of the guys to anger, and he had the greatest respect. But I think Langford, in general, in his career, he preferred to lead. That was his, partly because of his short stature, he can get inside, but also because of how he'd been taught and what he'd learned from George Byers as far as not letting guys get too comfortable. You want to push them back. And in the little bit of footage we have of Langford, he does do a lot of leading, although the fight with Jim Flynn's like barreling in, and they're doing Langford's doing a lot of fighting on the retreat, some vicious uppercuts from the clinch and also from the retreat, switching stance and launching these massive punches with either hand. But I think we can say Langford was an offensive fighter in general. Like, there were times he had to break out his defense because he was in a bad spot. Like when he fought Jack Johnson, the first, however, 3 or 4 rounds were somewhat competitive. Then the size started to take over, and by the 6th, Langford was in a bad way. But he did employ all his skills, the same as when he fought the first time he fought Dave Holly, when Dave Holly got the win over him. He used all his skill to survive. So Langford was able to tie people up defensively, to slow, like Hopkins style, to slow fights down. But I don't think that was his preference. I think that was more of like a regroup. But he had to do that. There were lots of fights that he did win after, overcoming intense adversity within the fight. A lot of guys took their best crack at Langford. Some guys had a bunch of attempts at him, like young Peter Jackson, Dave Holly, just in the early part of his career. Young Peter Jackson, Dave Holly, multiple fights, Belford Walcott, Andy Watson. Some guys were one and done. Patsy Sweeney, he stopped him. Sweeney gave him a tough fight, though. That was actually one of the proving fights for Sam Langford. Sweeney had been a very prominent fighter in prior years, and was sort of on the comeback thing, and it got good. It was a late stoppage win for Langford, but he went through the fire in that fight, and that's what the newspapers really focused on, that he proved he had some mettle. This was very early in his career. This is only maybe 18 months, give or take, into his fighting career. Because his professional career, I think his amateur stuff happened in January and February of 1902, so he turned pro that April. So, beat Joe Gans about 20 months into his pro career. The great Joe Gans. That was really what launched him into prominence. But he'd already turned some heads because of his schedule and his ability very young, including that educated left. Like, we know that he wasn't a slugger, although he later remembered that he was just a slugger until a certain fight. But I've seen writing before the fight that he referenced. I've seen he did stop people. He did already have power. It's just the way he relayed it later, decades later. There was a certain fight that was the turning point. So in researching Langford, I have to, even in his own words and those of his editor, I have to still try to weigh how much there's accuracy compared to the storytelling. So it's not just Bert Sugar. He's not the only historian or participant in boxing who might take a liberty or just relay something that may not have been locked down in original reporting. But Langford did a bit of that of his own. So I'm pretty sure that third fight with Flynn, he said he knocked Flynn right into his manager's lap. But there's video of that fight, and he was out in the ring. He wasn't. He didn't leave the ring in that fight. So unless I'm misremembering which one he was talking about, you have to take a grain of salt. Even the guys themselves. It's just how it goes. In any kind of research, especially something that's attached so much to the ego or a sense of that sort of macho bravado that fighters are so good at wielding. So yeah, you definitely get that. But Langford was a fascinating character, and Walcott, I took this into a Sam Langford talk, but Walcott himself was just highly, highly respected for all of his abilities and his adaptability too. So if he was fighting someone his own size, wouldn't necessarily get the same treatment. Like Joe Gans, they were about the same size. Gans was a decent sized lightweight. They fought at welter. He didn't fight him the same way he fought Big Sandy Ferguson, who was a big, over 6 feet tall, over 200 pounds, big fella. So Walcott had that adaptability, and I think Langford picked up on that. I think a lot of fighters picked up on that from Walcott. He was immensely respected. Barbados Wonder. Later, after 1900, I started to see writers call him the Barbados Demon, but it became fashionable to call great fighters, they'd be like the Black Demon and then fill in the city they fought out of.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of guys, Langford, Larry Temple. It was just one way that certain writers at that time, when you're getting into the early 1900s, they would describe fighters. Just like they would always say that they had like go-to phrases, the dusky fighter. Instead of always giving the fighter's name, they would, especially in like an interracial fight, they would have all these different ways to just point out the guy was black. It was a bit insecure, you know, in the time, but some of these writers, a lot of them in fact, gave the proper fighting credit, even while always harping on who was black and who wasn't black. You know, so it's
Oh yeah.
I don't even know how they dealt with like say like Sicilian fighters later, because that's mixed blood, you know, because of the history of Sicily.
Yeah, yeah.
So even within Italy at the time when there was the great flood of migration here from Italy, you know, like there was like prejudice in Italy toward those of Sicilian descent because it's mixed with Tunisian blood and all this from the history of the island, all the different empires that fought over that island. So I don't know how they dealt with that. I like it better. It's much better today. Like as annoying as it can be, people talking about race and stuff, it's a lot better today. These guys really, you know, no one's hitting guys through the ropes with sticks to keep them from fighting on the ropes like Walcott or George Dixon or some of these great fighters. They're not being assaulted during a fight or having to fight in ankle deep water or with some poor fellow hanging off a tree nearby. Like it was an ugly, ugly time, and boxing was the way these great athletes could pick themselves up out of a life of destitution. So,
yeah, you hear some of those stories.
Shout out to these pioneers. From that time. It's really ugly stuff, you know, and it's why, you know, we can be grateful that things have changed. With all the problems we have, we're talking about little steps back. We're not going back to these times that these great fighters had to live through, the adversity. And Walcott was he was good. You know, a lot of these guys, you know, not everyone was as grating as say like Jack Johnson once he had won the world title. Like a lot of these guys really had to like be pretty diplomatic to get ahead in their career, especially as they almost all have white managers. So I've seen Langford described when he was going to London, right? He's chasing Jack Johnson, who's chasing Tommy Burns. This is in early 1908 or 1907. And they're saying, or it might have been actually his trip in 1909 to fight Iron Hague, which was supposed to be the fight against Johnson that May 1909. But they're saying, they could say a fighter has a white heart. Like that's a compliment. Like you're an honorary white guy because you don't fit the stereotypes. Pretty sick. They'd also say, he's got a good white man, you know, talking about Langford's manager. Like it's pretty ugly stuff, but we're mostly adults. It's okay to talk about it. I don't fixate on it in my research, but I have to take it into account how these guys are being described at times and who writers are favoring or what they are. But surprisingly, a lot of the top writers were pretty, even if they were racist, they gave the full credit for the fighting ability because the sport was leading way.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, and you know, that's something I've pointed out before. I know I've pointed out in the last Sullivan video, there were white writers who considered Jim Corbett a coward, said he was fighting the tough competition, things of that nature. So they usually called it like it was, without a doubt, they're random. So good nugget in that regard.
And Tommy Ryan, as great as he was and as great as his win-loss record was and his strength of competition, the fights he wouldn't take were heavily counted against him. I mean, he was mocked, and this was when he was one of the top fighters, but because it does come down to like, I'll fight anybody. Certain fighters, even if they had a purse that they needed met, like Fitz, they were willing to fight anyone. They didn't need to be the bigger guy. They didn't all need to have like weigh-in stipulations or rehydration. A lot of times they were weighing in ringside right before they fought. So some of these guys were literally locked into a size disadvantage. There was no rehydration. You fight, you weigh in, and then you get in the ring and you fight. Sometimes they would negotiate 3 p.m., 6 p.m., assuming maybe the fight was in the late evening. But a lot of times they didn't have that. So you were kind of locked into your weight class in a way, barring some sort of agreement. Guys were sometimes, just the way the fights were set up, they had to overcome size adversity, and there wasn't, like, I don't know what the Charlo brother will weigh when he fights Canelo, right? It might not be a huge disparity, not relative to the weight classes they're both coming from, but you know, when Calzaghe moved up to light heavy and fought, you know, Jones and Hawkins, he wasn't a smaller guy. He had just as big a frame, and he didn't look to be any smaller than them. He didn't 168. fighter discipline to 168 all those years before some guys weight travel now one weight oh,
Man, you're coming up a little broken.
like great Hank Armstrong.
Random, you're coming in a little bit broken right there. Couldn't make out all of that. It's probably just
Oh,
the
my
area
fault,
you're
brother.
in. It's all good.
Yeah, is this any better?
Yeah, this is good.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm realizing I got to go to work, man. I got to jump off. It's been fantastic. And
Hey, real quick before you jump, Random, real quick, who would win in the fight, Rocky Marciano or Joe Frazier?
Prime versus Prime.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good fight. I think it goes to decision. I'm not okay. Frazier. I'm not sure how much his leaping hooks would work against the guy who comes in as low as Rocky. So I might favor, but he's a bigger guy. You know what? I think I might. It'd be super razor close. Maybe Frazier just on size, like his ability to use size, and that he's also a great hooker. But that's a tough fight. I'd have to think about it. But I got to bounce. Thank you so much, brother.
Oh yeah, hey, appreciate you, Random. Appreciate you as always. Thank you, bro. Have a good one.
All right, y'all. Shout out to Scrapbook Boxing, the Boxing Librarian. Shout out to you, 86 Boxing. Peace.
Indeed. Well, there you have it, folks. I know, Rodolfo, you had it out. You asked me. Yeah, that's a very interesting one. Very close. Two aggressive styles. Them both banging it out. Them both being the never back down type fighter. Ooh, it's a tough one right there. They're not far off as far as height is concerned, and power. Yeah, just what they were able to bring to the table. Very close one right there. Super tough, man. Super tough. Yeah, I might give the slight edge. I think it goes the distance, and taking that into account, I might give a slight edge to who the heck do I want to give it to? No, I don't want to slight anyone, but I might give a slight edge to Marciano myself. Rocky Marciano, if it goes the distance, I think will be in Marciano's favor right there. Just thinking about it stylistically and what the two brought to the table. Size would be a factor. Of course, Frazier, he was pretty stout and he could take a lot of punishment, man. It's so tough. I think it could go either way realistically, but certainly I guess I'd give a slight edge to Marciano on his best day, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Rodolfo says, I know it's off topic, but still, Henry DiCarlo says, Marciano, salute to you, Henry DiCarlo. Appreciate you dropping in here, buddy. Appreciate you dropping in. Rodolfo says, see, Marciano, Henry agrees. Okay, yeah. Appreciate Henry. Anyone else got an opinion? Polar Ball says, Frazier prime weight 205. Marciano prime weight 188. Yeah, but it was a pretty solid and super tough, rugged 108 for sure. But I think you could go either weight in a series of fights. I think the two fighters probably exchange wins in actuality. It's hard to say. It's hard to predict, of course, because these are two tough fighters. Of course, Marciano undefeated in his career, going against a lot of top flight fighters, including the likes of Ezzard Charles, Jersey Joe Walcott, and of course, Joe Louis. But that being said, man, it will be tough. Joe Frazier, I mean, first man to defeat Muhammad Ali. George Foreman handed it to him. This was a bigger, stronger fighter here. But yeah, it's pretty tough. I think you can go either way. Beagle says, love Smoking Joe. So I'm leaning towards him, I'd imagine, right there. I'm with you, Beagle. Yeah, that's right. Beagle. Okay, good to go. LMAO right there from Poland Ball. Henry DiCarlo, really, Marciano's best fighting weight was 190. Okay, good to go. Poland Ball 69. Rocky can't fight Frazier. Can't back Frazier up, and he can't fight off his back foot and out jab Frazier either. Good point right there. Good point that you're bringing up to Poland Ball. Okay, back to Walcott, says dead. Yeah, back to Walcott, Marco. No discussion. Marciano beats Frazier. Hey, I think it's a tough fight, man. I don't think there's a wrong answer necessarily in this one, man. It could go either way right there in terms of those two fighters. Really dropping the hat in some sense. Both had that same type of mental tenacity. that you just won't see either backing down. The only way you're going to get them out of the ring is by victory or them or the referee just literally having to stop it, because the two of them are not going to stop getting up. The two of them are not going to stop throwing punches. Very interesting for sure. Suspicious says, hold on, you're funny. Styles make fights. Yo, what's going on? Yo, he's my new favorite welter. Barbados, salute to you, Styles make fights. Appreciate you being here, buddy. Yeah, without a doubt, Barbados Joe Walcott, top flight welterweight right there. And he went through some conditions. I say that all the time. The conditions, when you compare these fighters of today to the fighters back then, the conditions were very, very different. That's one thing that I can always say right there. And that puts a lot of things into perspective. But Barbados Joe, he was the undersized man in a lot of his contests. We know he was the shorter man in probably the majority of his contests. We have some guys, as I mentioned, not Joe, but Jimmy Wild. He fought under 100 pounds at times, and he was 5'2" with a 66-inch reach. He was bigger than Joe Walcott, who was fighting at welterweight or in that lightweight area, and what would be today junior welterweight. So it's just a mix of that stuff that makes it so tough comparing these guys, because the conditions were just so different. Volleyball says, who's paying you, Rodolfo? Who's paying you? He's small like your style makes fight. Small with a huge punch, huge game, unstoppable in there. You know, you have to make do with what size you have. And I've heard others say it when other guys are in the ring who are shorter or whatever. They've been short all their life. And you know what? That hasn't stopped them from achieving what they've wanted to achieve. We've seen the smaller guys overcome. And Barbados Joe Walcott, he holds a beacon in that sense, because he is one of those type of individuals. For sure. He is one of those types of individuals. So, man, that's big stuff right there. Styles make fight. Salute to you again. I'm going to check you out. Styles make fights. I got to hit you up. Not bad. You probably have some stuff out there. Want to check you out without a doubt. Salute Styles. Says Rodolfo Rivera Jr. Henry DiCario says Frazier couldn't back up, period. Frazier had one punch and no right hand. Frazier couldn't take a punch like Marciano, and he could back up. Marciano was stronger and had the best stamina of them all. Yeah, he did have a hell of a stamina, or a hell of a stamina in terms of Joe Frazier, and just thinking about him and his ability to go the distance. Of course, we're talking 15 rounders. That's likely what it would have been. And Frazier, he had some wrinkles to his game. I've been getting more and more acquainted with Joe Frazier, and very tough fighter right there. I can't say it 100% definitively. I've given an opinion, but I'm still kind of swinging either way as it relates to both of those guys, because Frazier, very, very tough fighter. I mean, came from a tough upbringing, and he had to make it happen, and something about it. And other boxers have gone through similar scenarios, of course, but it's just something about Joe Frazier that was a little bit different than the average fighter, especially him growing up in the South and all of that stuff. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting. One sec. I had to check it. Send the text, but no, good stuff right there, though, Henry. Hey, good stuff. Rodolfo says he's gonna let Henry destroy Marco. Let's go. We need Marciano Live 86 so we can debate Marco. Hey, we might have to do that. I haven't done a video on Marciano, though I have started one in some capacity, and it's a very interesting one as well. But that being said, I might have to do a Marciano video. I've done a shorts video of him. There is a shorts on the channel, but certainly that's not the end all be all. Poland Ball says Rocky can't back up either, and I'm sure, and he sure isn't backing up Frazier. Yeah, hey, you make a good point right there. Frazier isn't a guy that you can just easily back up without a doubt. He tended to come forward. Even against George Foreman, he was taking those shots, but it wasn't stopping him from coming forward. So you make a good point right there, Poland Ball, without a doubt. I don't see how Rocky's stronger. Yeah, I don't know if Rocky's stronger. You could say he definitely had one of the toughest training regiments in the history of the sport, but definitely, I don't know that necessarily means he was stronger. I think both of them are strong fighters, of course. But I would say that, yeah, it's hard to say that Rocky was stronger per se than Joe Frazier. I don't know that to be the case. I don't know that to be a definitive case for sure, but certainly people can make their own judgment. Yes, you could. Is obviously you know this about Marciano or Frazier. Frazier was an alcoholic too. We're throwing some low blows out there. Henry, hold on, Henry, what the heck, man? Oh Lord, what that got to do with Frazier fighting right there? Hold up. I'm El Mayo like Rodolfo. Henry going in right now. The boss says, just drop by, give you my salute. Salute to you, boss, the man, the boss, holding it down. Boss, check us out, Boxing Chit, going down on Sundays, typically 2 p.m. I said this was for typically 2 p.m. We're gonna make it happen, of course. The boss. There's gonna be an interview. Oh yeah, the boss. Maybe you can join me or whatever. It's going to be on a Monday, of course. You probably see it out there on the interview cruiserweight, Sonny McEwen. Shout out to my man Skywalker Boxing who helped set that up without a doubt. So I appreciate it without a doubt. Poland Ball says, what about Frazier's alcoholism have to do with this matchup? Yeah. Hey, I feel you right there. I feel you, Poland Ball. Hold on. We're throwing some low blows out there. Hold on, my man. Hold on. Tavaj, yeah, you're laughing with me right there. Hey, Vaz says no attacks this time. I feel you, Vaz. Hey, we go at it all the time. We go at it all the time. Blake Gallimore, salute to you. Blake Gallimore in the building. Blake Gallimore and Vaz are kumbaya right now. Hey, we're not talking about, I'm not even going to say his name or their name because it's these two fighters that make Blake Gallimore and Vaz fight. And I'm not going to mention the names of them at this particular point because we don't need that right now. Good vibes. And plus, Henry was going in for us right now. Henry says, plenty, buddy. Alcoholism doesn't have, alcoholics don't have the stamina or strength. And just because you're bigger doesn't mean you're stronger. Wait, that's a good point. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. I saw the video. They were saying that John L. Sullivan coined that phrase, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. I don't know for sure. That's something they said. It seems like something that any random person could come up with. Hey, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. So I don't know, but I've heard that he coined it in a video. I can't substantiate such, of course. Probably none of us can. Rodolfo says Blake and Henry on attack mode today. Hey, Blake on chill mode. Blake on chill mode right now. Dan says Jim Corbett in his prime fought prime Peter Jackson. Corbett didn't discriminate. 61 brutal rounds ending in a draw. Corbett and Jackson, without a doubt, they did fight. I give Corbett props for that. They did fight the man. From what I've read and encountered in studying that, Jackson got the better of Corbett, though I won't say it was by a glaring margin. I don't know that it was necessarily by some huge margin, but he got the better of Corbett, and it was declared a draw. Of course, it was all either way. It was all going to come down to whether or not John L. Sullivan chose to fight Peter Jackson, and from indications, he just wasn't going to make it happen. Now, the latest video on the 86 Fighting channel touches on John L. Sullivan and some of the fights that didn't happen. One of them is the Peter Jackson fight. And you'll get details on how that went down over the course of the years that they were supposed to fight each other. It kept getting delayed, postponed, or dates being thrown out there. And in the end, also include a quote from Sullivan later in life where he was speaking on it, and he had his own account of such. But hey, you need to watch the video. John L. Sullivan in Black and White. It's a good title, right? Check it out. John L. Sullivan in Black and White. It touches on John L. Sullivan's biggest rivals or opponents that would have taken his heavyweight resume to the utmost. And these fights didn't happen. They could have happened. Some of them for sure could have happened. No issues aside, funding and everything was there. But some of the others, it all came down to whether or not John O'Sullivan was willing to fight those individuals. But yeah, it is what it is. Rodolfo's gonna cry himself to sleep. Oh no, Rodolfo, come on, Frazier. Beagle says Frazier. Hey, Beagle's with Frazier all day right there. I feel you, Beagle. I feel you without a doubt. I feel like I need to learn more about Frazier. I know some, but I just feel I don't know enough, and I feel like I'm slighting him in some capacity. Henry DiCarlo says Don Turner picked Marciano in 3 or 4 rounds. Whew, that'd be tough right there. 3 or 4 rounds. That's big time. Joe Frazier is capable of, or not Joe Frazier, but George Foreman was capable of something of that nature with Joe Frazier. But I don't know. Marciano in 3 or 4 rounds. That's an interesting one right there, Henry. That's a very interesting one. But salute to you, Beagle. Poland Ball says, Henry, you can't possibly be arguing that Frazier has bad stamina. At his peak, Frazier was one of the best conditioned heavyweights in history. Certainly, he could hang in there. He could go through a lot. He could go through a ton. Even in that third fight between him and Ali, if they would have sent Frazier back out there, he would have continued to fight. But Eddie Futch made that decision. I'm pretty sure Eddie Futch, right? I'm right, Eddie Futch. And probably was for the better of saving Frazier from further damage that was probably unnecessary at that point. But he would have gone back out there and he wouldn't have quit. Yeah, Frazier wasn't the type to quit, even when George Foreman was stopping him and laying into him with a bunch of these heavy, crazy shots. Frazier, he was willing to still go. The referee stopped it. I will say, Henry, yes, I can. No, he wasn't. Henry's going to stick with what he's saying. Styles make fights. Salute to you, Styles make fights. Says there was a quote by a woman who'd seen Barbados live. Said Walcott had small legs, but the upper body was her body of Hercules, very muscular, something along those lines. Like if you saw them in 2. Okay, good stuff right there. Yeah, he solidly built, stocky individual. We could see that from that picture that I showed, and even that other picture. But 5'1", so as much muscle as you can pack into a 5'1" body and girth. It seemed that Barbados Joe Walcott had all of that going for him right there. So Sal makes fights. Hey, I think that lady was right there from what we can see in these pictures and all that. And that's very compelling, very compelling. Joseph Phoenix says Dwight Kwawi versus Langford. Jeanette McVeigh Johnson. Oh, that's interesting. Dwight Kwawi, tough. I like, man, he had such a big heart. You know, he wasn't the biggest, but, man, he had a heart out of this world. I think he would bang it out with all of them. Just thinking about those individuals in general, I think he'd lose to all of them, but I don't think it would be a complete whitewash or anything of that nature. I think he'd be in the mix with all of them for sure. Weight would come down to weight in some sense. I guess ideally light heavyweight, though some of those guys weren't necessarily light heavyweights, but they could fight in or a little bit above that range. But I'd favor those guys over Kwawi, but not without a hell of a fight. I will say that, because he had that never back down type mentality. Might be in a similar capacity to battling Jim Johnson, who was a contender of the time, who was around the same size as Kwawi, but except a little bit bigger weight-wise and probably a little bit more mass to him. But I think it will be a similar capacity to that, battling Jim Johnson, who was in with all those guys and competed on a high level, never won a world title, but was very much capable of giving these guys a total run for their money on any given day. I think that would be the same with Kwawi. So that's who I would say was probably the more comparable fighter compared to those guys. And if you were to take those guys on, Joseph Phoenix there. So I think it would probably be along those lines right there. I favor all of them over him, but Not without a hell of a fight, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I'm saying it, Rodolfo. I've been saying it a lot, right? A Beagle in the mix. Beagle. Blake Gallimore, Walcott 5-2. Didn't have a win over Chewinski. Didn't he have a win over Chewinski and possibly a draw with Langford? Yes, indeed. That was the case. Win over Chewinski. Broke some ribs. Got that stoppage victory. And yes, he did draw with Sam Langford, the great Sam Langford, amongst other. I mean, the who's who. Let me say these names again. Mysterious Billy Smith, George Kidd Levine, Joe Chewinski, Young Peter Jackson, Rube Ferns, Philadelphia Jack O'Brien, Dixie Kidd, Sam Langford, Joe Gans, Honey Melody. Insane list of names. Poland Ball says, in a grueling fight like this, I think size will make the difference. Frazier, UD. That could very well happen. I think it will be a grueling fight. Poland Ball, I don't think you're far off, without a doubt. You know, I said what I said, but I don't think that what I said is 100% the gospel. Certainly, I think Frazier is very much capable of pulling off that UD, without a doubt. Dan says Marciano has everything over Frazier. Close. They are similar, but Marciano is better conditioned, tougher, better chin, bigger punch, stronger. Marciano definitely had everything over Frazier. Subjective for sure. Subjective for sure right there, Dan. I know we agree on a lot of things, but as it relates to that, I would say subjective for sure. Tougher. I don't know necessarily that he was tougher. Bigger punch. I don't know if that's 100% the case, but Marciano did have a hell of a punch. Stronger. That's still kind of questionable. Yeah. So it's very, very interesting. Yeah, I don't think he said bigger there, Poland Ball, but certainly it's interesting. Say it like it is, 86, without a doubt, The Rock, without a doubt, for sure. Bigger puncher, arguable, but fair, for sure. Hey, I think there's, man, this is one of those. It's so close. No definitive answer right there. Just think about putting one of those guys up against Mike Tyson. My favorite fighter. It's interesting, right? It's very interesting, but I don't know that there's a definitive answer as to who would be victorious against all three of those guys. I feel like I can conceive a way for each of them to get a victory. And that's what makes it intriguing. That's what makes it tough to call. Then, if Frazier was Marciano condition, same weight, same height, interesting. Same weight, I take Rocky. Yeah, that should factor in. Marciano could have gone to 205, which is his walking weight. Certainly. I'd imagine he could. Yeah, he did boil down, drop a lot of weight. He had a crazy training regimen, and it would get him down to more of his fighting weight, what we're accustomed to seeing him at. And then, of course, I'd imagine he rehydrated in some capacity and was a little bit bigger. 86, what was Walcott's punch output? Punch output as far as amount of punches, I don't know. But as far as what he could do in the ring, pretty much all the punches that you can conceive a fighter throwing, dishing out. I think he pretty much had all of those tools in the tool shed, all those tricks up the sleeve, if you understand what I'm saying. But I don't know enough definitively to say what his output was. If we're looking at it from a sort of CompuBox standpoint, I would assume he was probably a somewhat active fighter, given that he had to apply a lot more damage in order to get guys out of there, I would think, generally considering what he was giving up in overall size, especially when he was going against the bigger guys. But that being said, I can't definitively say what his output was. But great question right there, Flat Boxing. Great question. Henry DiCarlo says, Jersey Joe Walcott named himself after Joe Walcott. Without a doubt. Showing love. We saw a lot of that over the course of history, where you have those guys who were legends in the sport, and then you had guys coming up who recognized such, and they wanted to pay homage. So Jersey Joe Walcott, salute to Jersey Joe Walcott, man. Great heavyweight fighter right there. Had some ups and downs, but when he needed to turn it on, he could put on enough to do what he needed to do. You understand? So salute to Jersey Joe Walcott. Fun fact, of course, I interviewed the late great Steve Smoger, a referee. I mentioned before I officiate here in DC, and man, he was giving me some good stories. I wish I had it recorded. Now this ended up being a written article interview, but I did have the recording, but I'm pretty sure I lost it. I'm gonna see if I can find it because I used a particular program at that particular time. If I find it, I'm definitely gonna put it up on the channel. I'm gonna search high and low. But Steve Smoger, the man that got him into officiating, or at least signed off on him being able to do such, was none other than Jersey Joe Walcott. Because Steve Smoger got his start in New Jersey. And man, a great interview. The late great Steve Smoger, R.I.P. Great guy to talk to. If I find that interview, I'm going to put it up without a doubt. Rocky's highest weight in his career was 192. Solid 192 right there. Sort of comparable to some of the heavyweights from that period and on back, of course. We look at the guys today, there are a ton of them who are well over that. But certainly size doesn't always matter. Yeah, bigger Marciano's KO percentage is far superior. I guess you can say so. But if we look resume for resume, I don't think it's too far off right there. Too far off, especially when we factor in certain things right there, Henry. But you make a compelling point. Blessings from Stankho Bachamia. Miss Bitch. I've seen you on here before. I didn't know if you were serious. Says, what's good, cuh? What's good with you? I need to know who you are. I need to know who you are. For sure. I don't know who you are, really. But I want to know. I want to know who that is. If anyone knows who that is, let me know. Let me know without a doubt. But interesting name right there. Interesting choice of name, I should say. So many ways you could go, but hey, it's not that one's the wrong way, without a doubt. Let me go to this channel. I just want to know, is this a legit channel? A Miss Bitch Promotions. Joined in March of 2022. Dadgum. I need to know. I'm going to subscribe. I want to know who you are, Miss Bitch Promotions. Help a brother out because I have no idea right now. I have no idea where I don't know. Me and Black dying over here. Joseph Phoenix says Joe Frazier represents the Middle Passage, slavery, and Jim Crow. Hundreds of years of stress. Ali said Rocky was tougher, but Frazier had the Olympic gold and the undisputed world title. Great point right there, Joseph Phoenix. Right. Great point right there. This man did his thing in the Olympics, so don't think he wasn't a skilled fighter. He knew what he was doing in there, and it makes for a tough outing without a doubt. Joseph Phoenix, I value what you're putting out right there, Joseph. So that doesn't go without saying right there. I thought Listen said that. Says Henry DiCarlo. Yeah, I'm not sure. Tell them dead. They in the man. Joseph Phoenix says, Gentleman Jim never lifted the color line for all the marbles. That is true. I put in that video that Jim Corbett, he was supposed to fight Peter Jackson with the world heavyweight title on the line after he won it from Sullivan, though Sullivan had been claiming he was going to fight Peter Jackson, and that never happened, and therefore, leaves a bunch of ifs for sure. Dion Williams versus Usyk. How you feel about that fight? Okay. Dion Williams. Let me see who I don't know if I know Dion Williams. Dion Williams. I see South Africa when I see some pop up. I don't know who Dion Williams is. So I don't know right there, man. I don't know. Or man. Not sure. But I'm gonna go Usyk. Poland Ball says because Jackson would have beat his ass like he did for the first 26 rounds. Certainly, Poland Ball. I think you make a great case. Jackson was on a hell of a run during that period. I mean, he had a run that was not matched by a ton in the history of the sport. Josephine says, yes, Papa Smurf told Joe, no one will forget what you did here today. Indeed, indeed. Miss Bitch, Canelo versus Bend Over would have been a close fight. Styles make fights. Okay. Okay, good. Jamal Jackson will beat Keyshawn Davis. Jamal Jackson, huh? Let me see. Jamal Jackson. See who this is. If this is a real person. Yeah, I don't know. This. Think you're just throwing some stuff out there. Hold on, real quick. Let me see. Yeah. Flag boxing. What the heck? Who is this? Who is this person? Like, come on. I don't know who that is, but that is a trip right there. That's pretty crazy. Hold on, let me go to YouTube right here. Yeah, I had to do so myself. Thanks for doubling down right there. I don't know who that person is, but I've seen him come on once before. Oh, some craziness right there. I'm not sure. That is very interesting, though. Very interesting. Dan says, I love Frazier, but he was carrying little fat. He wasn't as savage as Marciano. Ali said Marciano had Adam quite an advantage over Frazier. Hey, yeah. Hey, I'd imagine. Yeah. Hey, some of these boxers say a lot of things there, Dan. I don't know if it's definitive, man. I gotta say, indeed, Flack, indeed. Yeah, I don't know who the I'm gonna say I take care of the body to send the word. Yes, indeed, Flack. Like I don't know who that is, but y'all trip right there. Dan says resume Marciano really kills Frazier, only undefeated heavyweight champion ever, mostly KO. Yeah, that is true. He was undefeated, but I don't know that necessarily means that his resume trumps everyone. Frazier had a hell of a resume now. Hell of a resume. Defeated Muhammad Ali. For the record, Muhammad Ali was who I regard as the number one heavyweight in the history of boxing. And for the longest, I viewed him as the number one fighter, period, in the history of the sport of boxing. I've since the more I know, and with anyone, I guess you can say the more you know, the more you grow. I've moved them to number 3, but it's painstaking. It's a very painstaking number 3. In my heart, I still have Ali as number 1, but I have a number 3 behind none other than, of course, Sam Langford and Harry Greb, 2 of the greats, without a doubt. Dude said, put a rich down, bozo. Oh, yeah, you called you a bozo, Flack. Come on, man. We can't have that sitting down. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do, Slack. Handle my lightweight. Handle my lightweight, if you know what I mean. That's what we used to say back in the day when I was coming up. Dan says, Big George slaughtered Frazier twice. Blad slaughter. But hey, Big George, man, handful right there. Handful. Henry DiCarlo said, I never thought much of Jim Corbett as a fighter. Yeah, he was a solid guy, technical guy, was good in the amateurs as well. So he had a lot of skill and technique that was sort of ushered into him by his work via the amateurs. So he was legit in that sense. But certainly, as a heavyweight, I can understand why one might think such. But if you really boil down Jim Corbett's resume, it's pretty solid. He has a pretty solid resume for a guy who had about 20 fights, somewhere around there. He had a very, very solid resume, thinking about it. Now, he did fight the Black Prince Peter Jackson, and this was during a period of his prime, so I give him props for that. Outside of that, I know, of course, many who picked up the heavyweight title in that area drew the color line, or at least that started with Sullivan. But that being said, Corbett's resume overall, he did a lot of work in a small amount of fights, I would say. But certainly, yeah, there are some fighters who you would certainly rate higher. You know, he came at the right time, I guess you can say such. You never know. Pulling ball, I don't rate him very highly, but he is interesting. Indeed, pulling ball, that's why I agree. He's very interesting. BL on his. Hey, y'all trip, man. Y'all trip. Flack, you're a trip, man. Flack is a trip. Flack boxing. Follow Flack boxing. That dude's a trip right there. Says anything. Henry DiCarlo, what I have seen of him, he didn't show me much, and his KO percentage was terrible. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You don't see much in some of that competition outside of, say, Fitzsimmons, at least as far as what's on video. Yeah, the other ones like Peter Courtney, and we have some other footage of him. There's a pretty solid Jim Corbett documentary out there on YouTube. I don't recall the name of it. I don't recall the name of a lot of things, of course, but it's worthy of checking out. It's about an hour, maybe a little over. But if I find, you know what, this reminded me last night. I said I was going to put that Les Darcy documentary in the comments, and I didn't. And I said I gave you my word that I would. Matter of fact, I need to do that. I'm going to put this Jim Corbett documentary. Well, I guess it doesn't really make sense here in the Joe Walcott video, but when I'm going to do a video on Jim Corbett, because I've done one. There's a video on the 86 Boxing channel, smaller one, as I mentioned, but it dives into it. He did a little something. I will say he did a little something. Pulling Ball says yes, but so was Lachlan Rosenblum. Carry percentage ain't everything. Yeah, that's without a doubt. Harry Grant, not a guy who could punch much, not a guy who could get guys out of there on the regular or anything of that nature, but yeah, that hadn't changed the game right there. Great point right there, Pulling Ball. Marciano Lewis Ali. 3 greats right there. 3 absolute greats. I don't know if you're doing that from a ranking perspective, but certainly 3 absolute greats. Corbett was an unbelievable, great heavyweight champion. Dan mentions, yeah, I mean, as I was saying, Corbett, yeah, the video, there's some video on him or whatever. You can make your own interpretation. That being said, as I was saying, Corbett, man, his resume, if you really look at his resume as far as that time and a guy who didn't have that many fights, just thinking about others during that era, he was pretty solid. Hey, and despite his more sort of pompous, more elite type style and look to him, he didn't mind getting his hands dirty. I mentioned it in the Joe Chewinski video. He fought Joe Chewinski, and Joe Chewinski purposely came into the contest, and they fought on the bars, that is. And Joe Chewinski purposely forgot his gloves because he wanted to make it a bare knuckle fight. Corbett wouldn't do a bare knuckle fight, but they put on skin tight gloves, and he knocked out Joe Chewinski. And there's a vid on Joe Chewinski on this channel, a couple of them, as a matter of fact, maybe more than that, even adding in the shorts and all. Joe Chewinski, he was legit, but Corbett fought him with skin tight gloves on and knocked him out. So Corbett, he was no slouch. I will say he was no slouch. And even in that fight with Fitzsimmons, he was winning that contest. Even dropped Fitzsimmons. Fitzsimmons showed that grit, that iron heart, and that power of a blacksmith, and came back to stop him. Flatpot says, let him know, Dan. Let him know. Pulling Ball says, Prime Sullivan versus Corbett. Who you got, 86? I think Sullivan knocks the thong off him. That is pretty funny. Hey, I can't lie. I think Prime for Prime, I do think John L. Sullivan, he knocks out Jim Corbett, because that version of John L. Sullivan that fought him, just based on what I've studied and going through, I have a couple of videos on the channel and all that stuff. That version of John L. Sullivan was not the absolute best or the elite version of John L. Sullivan. It was one who was pretty much 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And as you would know, that was the last sort of official fight for John L. Sullivan when he fought and lost to Jim Corbett. And Sullivan would go on to do exhibitions, things of that nature, which he had always done. But certainly when he fought Jim Corbett, that was not the best version of him. I think a prime John L. Sullivan, I agree, Pulling Ball. I think he knocks out Jim Corbett, because I think he would be uber aggressive. He would come out and he wouldn't allow anything other than such, which is what he did with a lot of the opponents that he faced during his prime. He just came out storming, and I think his size would have played a factor because Sullivan, he could get up over 200 pounds. That may not necessarily have been his optimal weight, but that being said, a little bit below that, say he was in the 190s range, 180s or high 180s or 190s. I think that's probably more the optimal version of him, but aggressive, strong fighter. He's noted for being a brawler, but that doesn't mean that he didn't have any finesse to him or any science to him, because he actually did. And that's something that, like, if you read, there's a good book, of course, written by Christopher Klein. I know there's another one as well. I haven't read the other one that is out there that I think came before that. But in Christopher Klein's book, he talks about it in Sullivan and his training and how he had to continue to elevate himself over the course of years. So it wasn't like he was just going out there blindly. So I do think that prime versus prime, John L. Sullivan defeats Jim Corbett. I honestly believe such. And Corbett, I just think the size would have been more of a factor for Sullivan. And he could hit, he could punch. He could punch without a doubt. And that's what allowed him to be able to stand out in a way that he was able to stand out. And he had some pretty solid opponents on his resume. Some guys who aren't household names in that sense. Patsy McCardiff, freaking Mitchell, Charlie Mitchell, freaking Dominic McCaffrey, solid heavyweights during that period. He had some solid names on his resume, and I think that he's a little bit better than what he's given credit for. At least thinking about him this day and age, many people don't really give him much credit, but it is what it is. No one drew the color line like Jack Johnson. So, Dad, yeah, you are correct. Jack Johnson did draw the color line when he won the World Heavyweight Championship over Tommy Burns. Of course, he didn't fight any of those black contenders that would have surely given him a loss at some point, that being the likes of Joe Jeanette, Sam McVeigh, Harry Wills. I always throw him in there. That could have happened a little bit later on. They didn't fight, but potentially, Jack might have gotten him until Harry hit his prime, of course. But Sam Langford, of course, he's the other one. And the money was there for that. Just didn't happen, for sure. But, hey, that's a good point, Dan. Not the end-all, be-all, but a good point. But getting to that point, Jack Johnson had to go through a gauntlet to get there. Of course, he didn't draw the color line in because he had no choice. He had to do what he had to do to get himself into contention. Now I'm an enemy of the state. I feel you right there, Flat. I feel you. Alexander, salute to you, Alexander. Welcome, buddy. Alexander, great to have you here again. Says, just read a good book, Fight to the Finish, The Battle of the Bars, Gentleman Jim Corbett and Joe Chowinski in a fight that launched boxing's modern era. Hey, that's the one I was talking about there, Alexander, so you will know. Hell of a fight right there, and that's why I was saying, Jim Corbett, don't let the looks fool you. Don't let I don't know what he had on, if that was some kind of jock strap combination that looked like a thong. Don't let it fool you. This man was a fighter. He was a fighter. Without a doubt, Alexander, and I'm sure you're finding that out in that book right there, or you have found it out. But Jim Corbett, not someone you can sleep on. Seeing him on the street or anything of that nature, you might think, oh, this guy, whatever. But no, he was a fighter without a doubt. He was a very skilled fighter as well. Many associate him with the scientific side of boxing, even though that kind of happened before him. There were guys who were scientific long before Jim Corbett. As a matter of fact, one I always highlight, I put this in the comments on a comment I was replying to yesterday, I believe it was, Professor Mike Donovan. There are two Mike Donovans of prominence, of course. One Professor Mike Donovan, then there's another Irish Mike Donovan, who I believe might have taken his namesake from Professor Mike Donovan, considering the two of them are in the picture and Professor Mike Donovan is teaching him a little something. And, of course, Professor Mike Donovan came before him. But Professor Mike Donovan Very skilled fighter. He was a bare knuckle fighter as well. He was in there with the likes of Nonpareil, Jack Dempsey, etc. But anyway, Professor Mike Donovan, he was in Corbett's corner when he fought John L. Sullivan. I think this was New Orleans, right? Was the club? I can't think of the club name, but I did have it. I do have it somewhere in the back of my mind. But Professor Mike Donovan was in the corner of James J. Corbett. Very scientific boxer, very skilled boxer, one who was instrumental in passing these traits on. The Mike Donovan he taught, the Irish Mike Donovan, very good boxer, very good top flight contender from that period. I think he was in that middleweight, light heavyweight range, probably more so light heavyweight, if I'm thinking correctly. I haven't done anything on him specifically, but I do have a video out there on the 86 Boxing channel of Professor Mike Donovan, worthy of checking out. I call him the Floyd Mayweather of his time, and some could consider that blasphemous in some sense. I don't understand why, but you'll get to know once you actually see that video, and that doesn't get into everything. I need to do something deeper. I ran across a great article not too long ago where someone was talking about him as well. Flag boxing in the mix. Pulling ball lost to Jeff. Lost to Fitz, drew with Jackson, his most impressive feat, but lost most of the fight. Indeed, he did. Pulling ball, Truinsky was a rookie. Corbett is one of my favorites, but I don't think he's an all-time great. Hey, you can think such. You can think such. Pulling ball. I rank him up there for sure. I rank him up there amongst the all-time greats. Now, some of that mystique could be the fact that he's in the first heavyweight title fight that we have on film with him and Fitzsimmons, but certainly if you look at his career in totality, it wasn't a huge career. A lot of layoffs in between, etc. So I guess you can make an argument when you're thinking about that ATG, or at least noting him as an ATG. But I think he ranks up there, Poland ball, myself specifically. I do think he ranks up there just because he was kind of a part of the sort of flow of the era with how the heavyweight title kind of exchanged hands. And he did offer sort of the first kind of break, or he was the one outside of Sullivan. Now, Sullivan drew the color line when it came to the heavyweight title, and ultimately that carried on. But essentially, Sullivan, he was pretty active at one point, but he started to wane off himself. And he fought, of course, Kilrain under the bare knuckle rules, famous fight. We have pictures of it. But he also was on a long layoff before fighting Corbett. And that's part of the reason why I say that I think that Sullivan would beat Jim Corbett if they fought in their primes. But that being said, Corbett kind of kept this up. He wasn't a very active fighter. But I don't know. I feel where you're coming from, Poland ball. I throw him in there in those ranks, but certainly I think you can make an argument for such, as you stated. Dan says John L. Sullivan was a dominant heavyweight champion of the era, whole decade, 1870s, 1880s, 500 brutal fights, and alcoholism. Yes, he was pretty shot by Corbett. Certainly he was. He was pretty shot. Sullivan was a drunk. Yeah, he got to that stage. Yeah, he had to overcome a lot, especially there in the latter part of his career. It really started to go downhill. He not only had those issues, but he was dealing with a lot of legal issues as well. So you have to think that weighs on a fighter's or just an individual in general's mind, dealing with a ton of legal issues on top of trying to maintain a career. In that fight with John L. Sullivan, we were talking about it, I think the last episode, some of the great fighters who had worked with wrestlers, some of the great wrestlers of the past, but in Sullivan's fight with Jake Kilrain, 1889 rather, he actually was trained by Wild Bill Muldoon, who was a famous Greco-Roman wrestler from that time. And he got him into tip-top shape. It took a lot of work, a lot of him kind of staying in his grill to instill that discipline to get him to that level. But after that, that was the only time they worked together right there. And of course, we know Sullivan only fought once after that, and that was in the fight with Corbett, and he didn't have William Muldoon as his trainer. But I will say, for Sullivan individuals or fans or want to know more about him, check out the latest video. We've done a few videos on John L. Sullivan on this channel. The latest one tells you about the fights that didn't happen, that should have happened. And this is against the top heavyweights. Of course, Peter Jackson, Frank Slavin, the Australian heavyweight, George Godfrey, Old Chocolate, the Canadian heavyweight, C.C. Smith. Then there are a couple of honorable mentions, which include Peter Marr, Bill Farnan, and Bob Fitzsimmons. You'll see the reasoning behind those in that video. But that being said, just focus on that 1890 time frame with John L. Sullivan, and you'll see that he was very erratic as far as his preparation, because he was talking like, hey, I need a year to get ready and all of that type of stuff, So he was a bit far gone in terms of his overall preparation. I do think Peter Jackson would have beat him had they fought, certainly because of the fact that Peter Jackson was in supreme condition during that period. On any other period, like an earlier John L. Sullivan, certainly would have been a run for his money right there. But in anything after 1899, Peter Jackson, I think, would have beat Sullivan, probably would have knocked him out. But the key thing is just to focus on a lot of the things that were transpiring in terms of the amount of time that John L. Sullivan needed to get in shape, because he was on his own vibe. I guess you could say he was a free spirit during that period. Dan, speaking some facts up in this thing. Appreciate it, Dan, the man. What Mark Doe says, Jeffries lost most of the Corbett fight due to Tommy Ryan's poor corner instructions. After he was canned by Jeffries, he began to win. Okay, yeah. Jeffries. Hey, we were talking about this, I think, last night. Jeffries, he's a tough cookie, tough outing for anyone. And it's not necessarily because of his boxing skills, just because of his size, endurance, strength, all of that coupled into one. He's a tough fighter to deal with, just in general. That's why he only lost one fight. And that was against, of course, Jack Johnson, many years removed from the ring, we should add. But Jeffries, tough guy to deal with just on any given day, just given his size. If you look at him, he was a pretty broad, thick guy. You see that thick chest of his broad shoulders. He's not someone you could take light, without a doubt. Not someone you could take light. And, of course, Corbett, he could box. He could outbox him through the early portion of a fight. But, yeah, it was inevitable as it was going deeper. As with anyone who goes up against Jim Jeffries, as you get deeper into the fight, it makes it tough, man. He had endurance. Tough guy to deal with. Ryan tried changing Jeffrey styles. There's a lot of info. Good to go right there. Good to go, pull the ball. Yeah, Tommy Ryan, he did do some training in the aftermath of his career. I think I mentioned that. I do mention that in the latter part of the video. Don't go into great detail. He would do road shows and all that stuff. But yeah, some of that stuff has to be factored in. Certainly, exposed Polo on this Corbett thing. Dan says Corbett made money doing exhibitions and acting, etc. Same with Jack Johnson, but a lot of tough black fighters during Johnson's reign, he wanted no piece of. Lose that title, lose the money, without a doubt. And I think that factored into a lot of it. Why would you, as a promoter, why would you, as a manager, especially if you were getting your cut 10% or more? Of course, you want your guy to have the title, so that's why a lot of these fights weren't getting made as well. The financial aspects of it, especially if you felt or had any inkling in your mind that your guy would possibly be defeated. I mean, there's no other way to slice it. That's kind of how it was right there. That's kind of how it was, without a doubt. Poland Ball says Professor Mike Donovan is a G, without a doubt. He was. Yo, 86, can I hop on? Oh, yeah. Let's do it. Why not there, Poland Ball? I'm just seeing it. I get behind on these comments. I try to keep it on point, but sometimes it gets a little crazy. There was a time when wrestling was Will Henry DiCarlo, without a doubt. There was a time when this was the case. This was most certainly the case, and that most certainly was the time. There in the late 1800s, early 1900s, those guys were beasts. And I was seeing on the last stream that it kind of went hand in hand. These guys were training together, working together, especially even beyond or prior to the Marcus of Queensberry rules taking full steam or becoming the premier rule set in boxing. These guys were going at it on a regular basis. Pulling Ball says Corbett is a better head-to-head fighter than he was resume-wise. He was winning most of his fights. He lost. Okay, good to go. I feel you there, Pulling Ball. Okay. Oh, why would you pick that name right there? I'm gonna have a man Pulling Ball in here.
I can change it if you want.
Name.
It's chill. I can change it if you want. That'd be kind of funny.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, it is what it is. What's going on with you, man?
Not much. It's the grand return, bro. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been on here.
Last
time caused some stuff, but I'm glad to be back. Loving this live, bro. Great live so far. You had random acoustic thoughts on. Really knowledgeable dude.
Yeah.
Great live so far. Great discussions. I don't know who that Miss Bitch dude was, though.
Yeah, I don't either. That was a funny one right there. But no, I appreciate you coming on, Polar Ball. I know, yeah, been a crazy week, I guess you could say, last several days and all that stuff. But I appreciate the fact that you do take an interest. You're a young guy who has an interest in the history of the sport, and you will have actual legitimate dialogue, which I think is a good thing right there. Why can't we have legitimate dialogue about some of these different takes and things of that nature? So I'm cool with that, my man.
Same here. Even if we agree, disagree, whatever, as long as we keep it civil, bro, we keep it respect, bro. That's it. That's all that matters. It's a passion that we all love. Boxing, classic boxing, we all love it. So why should we just start some beef over it? It makes no sense.
Oh yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. Keeping that in the atmosphere right there. That's what it's all about. Of course, being able to dialogue and others contributing and all of that stuff. Yeah, I hear you on Jim Corbett. You had your thoughts on the great gentleman Jim, who did have a huge career.
I love Corbett. Doing research on him, he's one of the more fascinating fighters because Sullivan, he was a personality above a fighter.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's fair to say. It's not that he's a bad fighter. It's just that his personality is so influential on the society that he was in. Corbett was practically a celebrity. You could find there's actual posters that portraits of him shaking hands with the kings of Europe, the Kaiser of I think Germany too. That's how famous these heavyweights were back then. And Corbett's personality and Sullivan's personality too are big parts about that. But when I see his resume, I can't really I want to rate Corbett highly because he's one of my favorite fighters. But with that, Chewinski was a good win, but Chewinski was also 3-0 when Corbett beat him.
Yeah, that is true. They were very early in their career, but it was early in both of their careers.
True.
Actually,
you can't take it from Corbett either. He's still beat. If he beat Chewinski in 1895 or when Chewinski was in his prime, then I think it'd be a really good win. But he also beat Kid McCoy. I heard a lot of people say the fight was fixed, but I also heard a lot of people say the fight wasn't fixed. He also did have a great performance against Jeffries, also against Sullivan, but Sullivan was past it.
Oh, yeah. I've heard that as well in relation to the fight with McCoy, but I haven't substantiated such because I haven't dove into it. I want to do a video on him. I did a small video on Corbett, but that being said, that very interesting for sure. I was pulling up his record here on Cyberboxing Zone.
Great website, by the way.
Yeah. Cyberboxing Zone is great. So here's the thing for those that don't know, of course, BoxRec, that is the more modern version in terms of they keep things updated and it has a modern format and layout to it. But Cyberboxing Zone, they have more fights listed because they include all of the exhibitions, etc., that took place or whatever. But, it is kind of stuck in the time capsule of when this site probably first came about. But I do like going through it to see some of the extra stuff,
There are so many exhibitions in Corbett's record, and many people back then in general. It's just like it was pretty common to just go from town to town, just have exhibitions. That's what like Sullivan would do for most of his career. He wouldn't even fight like well, he would fight competition, but he'd also have a ton of exhibitions. If you go on Sullivan's record too, you'll see them. Corbett, most of his record is filled with exhibitions, I'd say.
Yeah, certainly, because he didn't have a huge career as far as the official fights or what is kind of. I know Professor John Donaldson. He's someone who also fought John L. Sullivan. Now, one of the things I wanted people to see, of course, San Francisco, California. That's when we say the Bay Area of San Francisco. At that particular time, it was a hotbed for boxing, and Corbett came up under their amateur system as well. Mike Cleary, one of the big punchers of that era. I think all of his wins were via knockout, if I'm not mistaken. But I believe I'm thinking of Mike. It's the same.
I've heard of Mike Cleary before. I think I've seen him. Like I've seen this page on Cyber Boxing Zone, but I've never seen like I don't think I really know much about Cleary.
Yeah, and all of his official fights, I know that all of his wins, if I'm not mistaken, were via knockout. So he's a big time puncher. He wasn't a huge guy. I just went to his thing. You see, I guess averaged out around 172. But that being said, man, he was a legit puncher during that era. But Sullivan, yeah, he had a lot of exhibitions. But I do feel where you're coming from as far, or not Sullivan, but Corbett. But I do feel where you're coming from as far as from an official fight standpoint. There was probably much more to be desired from James J. Corbett, and he was one of those. So Sullivan, of course, he was fighting and he was doing his thing, even though he wasn't recognized as the world heavyweight champion in the early part of his career. There was a point in which he was fighting at a more expedient pace, and he had defeated guys to include the likes of Patty Ryan, the likes of Charlie Mitchell. There's another heavyweight I'm trying to think of. His name slipped my mind. But anyway, he got to a point where he was defeating these guys, knocking off these guys, but he wasn't necessarily getting the credit that he probably deserved.
Corbett?
No, this is Sullivan, because he was in a feud with Richard Kyle Fox, who was over the National Police Gazette at that time. But the thing is, Corbett, we kind of saw the slow downfall. It was, or not covered Corbett, but Sullivan kind of saw the slow downfall. It was coming because he started to fight less and less and do a lot of more erratic things out of the ring. But Corbett, when he won the title, yeah, he was just, basking in the ambience of Hollywood and all of that stuff. He wasn't really out there defending it in the manner he probably should have. And as I mentioned, he had stated that he would give Peter Jackson a shot at the title, but ultimately didn't do so. And in the last video, it goes into some of that detail.
Everyone said that.
Yeah, they would all say that, but it goes into that detail on why he wasn't too favorable for some of the writers during that period as well,
So,
go ahead. Nope. You there?
It says that they'll fight Peter Jackson. I just think it's funny. It's like they always say, like, oh, they'll fight Peter Jackson. Like, oh, we'll defend it against the top black fighter, but they never do. Like with Jack Dempsey saying that he defended against Wills, but he actually he tried technically, but it never really went through. It's kind of it's ironic how the two best fighters in 3 different eras never fought each other.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Those are 3 classic all-time fights that would have been amazing had they actually went down. And it is pretty crazy that we never got that. And it was, sort of the norm. We saw that keep up. That's why I always say that not until we got to the time of just after Tunney got rid of the title, or at least he retired, then after that, I felt we got more into a regular order where you were at least seeing the best heavyweights take on each other during that period. And of course, Joe Louis won it, held it for a good long period. And since then, kind of the rest is history in that sense. But prior to that, yeah, you had a lot of the fighters that were taking a ton of breaks because of the fact that the heavyweight boxing scene meant so much more, and it came with a lot more money at that particular time, a lot more fame. Of course, boxing was still the premier sport during that period. And of course, you look at it today, there are several more options, many of them having a ton more of just individuals and opportunities, or many of these sports that is the ton more of high level individuals and a higher level of opportunity involved with them overall. So that changed the dynamic. Marco dropped off. I think he was having a signal issue. I could at least sense such because some of it came in broken up. Alexander says Johnson, in my opinion, would have beaten Langford, Jeanette, etc., but more easier money was made by fighting Frank Moran types. Not that Moran types were easy pickings. Certainly there, Alexander, you're right. Yeah, it's not a given that Jeanette, Langford, and McVeigh or whatever would have beaten him while he had the world heavyweight title. But that being said, I think he still would have made a hell of a showing against those guys. Got Poland ball back in the mix here. No,
Yeah,
dropped
sorry.
off. Yeah, it came in a little broken up at first in one period, so I figured there might have been a little bit of signal issue. But welcome back, without a doubt. Welcome back.
Thank you. I just have that horrible internet here, bro.
No, I feel you. You know, I'm in DC, and the crazy thing is, one of the networks, Verizon, it doesn't work over here. It's insane thinking about it. We're thinking DC would be connected, but yeah, Verizon, they're on some other stuff. So I understand. It's craziness. Dan says Tommy Ryan became trainer of Jeffries and Corbett. Corbett blamed Tommy for his loss to someone. Tommy put Corbett in a crouch. Didn't work. Everyone hated Corbett.
I mean,
yeah,
Corbett,
he had a lot of dislike.
If you analyze Corbett as a person, he's kind of different from Corbett as like a boxer, because you read more about Corbett and you find out that, like, I think he was actually like the person who motivated Jeffries to come back and fight Johnson because he didn't want a black guy owning the title.
Yeah.
And he was like the most ideologically against a black person owning the championship. He even offered to be Jeffries' trainer. I think he was in the corner too. He's even on film. You could see him. And
yeah,
Johnson would mock Corbett throughout the entire fight. He would be in the clinch with Jeffries, and Corbett would say, "Hey, like, what the hell are you doing in clinching?" Like, and then Johnson would be like, "I'm just doing what you did, bro. Back in the day. Why are you hating?"
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I had heard that, or at least I had read that there was a quote from Johnson where him saying that Corbett was saying some of the most vile things that he had ever heard in the ring, and that's through all of his travels and all that stuff. So Corbett, yeah, he was very much, like you said, one of those guys who, while he was a gentleman in the ring, that wasn't necessarily the case on the outside. And yeah, he was there in support of Jeffries to essentially dethrone Jack Johnson. So it's pretty crazy seeing that video. Of course, you can see Jack Johnson just kind of yelling, bantering to the crowd and all that stuff. Pretty interesting times, polarizing time. But man, he was a hell of a dude, being able to, or at least having the gall to do that type of stuff, knowing that, hey, who knows what could have happened or whatever. But he maintained through it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's crazy how much mental strength that must take. You're in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Like, imagine how many people were at the Jeffries fight just waiting for Johnson to lose, and just it must be like the most hostile crowd of all time. If Jeffries threw a headbutt or elbow, no one would have said anything, not one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they wouldn't have said anything. It would have been like, hey, business as usual, without a doubt. Because I feel that they were there with the intention that Jeffries is going to pull this fight off. But of course, now certainly in hindsight, it's easy to say. But even if you just think about it from back then, I'd had to imagine. And from what I recall correctly in research, and even John L. Sullivan felt that it was going to be a tough task for Jeffries. And I don't know that he necessarily gave him the nod. And this was him writing for one of the papers during that period. I don't know if it was the Boston Globe or whatever. But to think about a fighter being out of the ring nearly 6 years coming back, taking on a guy at the top of his game who was the champion. It was almost like a fool's errand in that sense, just overall, especially considering Jeffries had to drop over 100 pounds in
What
weight.
did they expect? What did
Yeah,
they
right.
expect? Like actually, like I'm actually wondering, did they expect Jeffries would triumphantly win despite being gone for 6 years, losing like 100 pounds? I think it's like 70 to 100 pounds he lost in like a
Yeah,
short time. He's like almost 40. He's like 36.
yeah, yeah.
Far from 40, but like he's still coming off of a layoff too, and he's not that physical beast that prime Jeffries was. He was getting bullied by Johnson throughout the entire fight.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know what they expected. It amazes me how they even took that fight in the first place.
Yeah, when you say he's almost 40, 36, that makes me feel some type of way.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do you like that, bro.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I feel but no, you're right. That was yeah, that's tough task. I don't think anybody could have pulled it off just given those circumstances. Real quick,
Yeah,
Dan says he was like Ali. He talked about a lot of smack and boasted he was great. Certainly, salute to Dan the man, says Rodolfo. The great Tunney sparred Corbett at age 60. Tunney was unbelievable, impressed by Corbett. It's on film. I saw it. Corbett
that's true.
dead a couple of years later, liver cancer. Yeah, I've seen that as well. It was
I've
pretty
heard the
interesting to see.
story too. I've heard the story where Tunney was
Okay.
like amazed by Corbett's speed and athletic ability at like 60 years old. And if you watch the footage, like Corbett,
hmm
even though Corbett looks awkward in the boxing footage we have of him against Fitzsimmons, he
Yeah.
does a lot of awkward punches. He still looks like a phenomenal athlete, moving like that at like 60 years old. That's incredible.
Yeah. I remember seeing that. And it's so certainly, the film is one thing, but I'd imagine when you're in there in the ring with someone, it could be a different story. You would think you look and expect that, hey, I will be able to do this and that, or no way this person will be able to do such with me, or if I was in the ring at that particular time, looking at how they're operating just based on certain films, especially in those type of setting, yeah, you could be mistaken for sure. I mean, those guys always say that you had a lot of skilled guys back then, and you can see some differences just in general as it relates to boxing back in those days, especially the early years versus now. But I don't necessarily think it's overall like a skills things as much as it is or an era thing. I think that any of the top boxers from certain eras, they would be able to adapt to what was available or the style of fighting during their particular eras. Sort of like how, I mean, boxing. So boxing is a very interesting sport because of the fact that we have a deep history and it's been chronicled in a great capacity. But if you dig through history, if you dig far enough, you'll see boxers who possess abilities and skills that were at at an elite level that are translatable across any eras. It's a little bit different than some of the other sports. But that being said, baseball might be one where it's close, where you had guys who were able to probably be translatable. They had high hitting percentages, etc. You think about Babe Ruth and all of that,
I
and
think
how
every
he would
sport
translate to
kind
this
of.
game. But certainly, I think it's one of those things that when you kind of weigh those great fighters on the same in level scale as the fighter of a different era, then I think that all of them would have had some play or some contendership just in the sport in general. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's fair. I think that's a fair opinion because, like, the best of the best, like humans haven't changed as much as people think
Yeah.
the past 100 years. Like, I actually saw this pretty good video. It was like an analysis on how much better are athletes now compared to then, because obviously nowadays we have much better nutrition. I don't think that's unfair to say, but how much does that impact? Like, how much would the fact that Anthony Joshua has better nutrition than Joe Louis did, but how much would that influence a fight between them?
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back in time and analyze it, like, here's like an example from the 100-meter dash in
Oh yeah.
1936. Jesse Owens was the fastest man alive, but nowadays his 10.2 seconds it took to run that isn't really on an Olympic level as like Usain Bolt, who's like 9.5 seconds.
Yeah.
But studies have been done analyzing the tracks that Owens ran on, and these tracks were literal. They were terrible. They had no
Yeah.
start blocks. The shoes were horrific. They were cinder tracks. Cinder tracks are only used for horse races nowadays. That's how bad they are to run on.
Mm-hmm.
In 2016, there was actually the Olympic silver medalist DeGrasse. I forgot his first name, but he was behind Usain Bolt, I believe. He did a run on a cinder track, and instead of the 9.9 seconds he got in the Olympics, he got 11 seconds.
Okay.
So that's how much this impacts.
Yeah, DeGrasse. Yeah, the Canadian runner. I think that's who you're mentioning.
Yeah. So, like, I also saw this study done on Owens's. I forgot, but I think it was his bones, like his legs specifically, and they estimated that if he competed in modern Olympics, even with his record of 10.2, considering his tracks, the tracks that he ran on, also the starting blocks and the shoes, these could take away 0.2 seconds, 0.1 seconds. So he could very well rival Usain Bolt, technically. And for an athlete from 1936, I think that's pretty insane. Like the fact that he could even be on the same level, like let alone even like be an Olympian nowadays. Like people usually claim that athletes of the past are incomparable, but
yeah,
technology seems to be the main thing contributing to why athletes now have the most records compared to athletes in the past. Like you always see all the modern records are like from recently. You barely see records from 1940 or 1920. They're there, but they're not that common, and that's because technology evolves, but not as much as the individuals. Boxing is a perfect example of like it's not as dependent on athleticism as the 100-meter dash or football. Like if someone juices in boxing, it's going to help them, but it's not a definite game changer. People have taken steroids and lost. People have been faster in boxing than lost. They've been stronger in boxing than lost. But like your athleticism is important, like stamina wise, but it's not the determining factor in a boxing match like it is in like a 100-meter dash. If you're slow in the 100-meter dash, like it's over, bro. Like there's no point.
Yeah. No, you're right there. They're great points right there. You think about the likes of individuals who have graced us in the sport of boxing over the years. Yeah, there are certain factors. We look at Roy Jones, the supreme athleticism, didn't do all the things in a fundamental sense the way that they would have traditionally taught. But once that started to slide, that athleticism, then he suffered the consequences of such. But then you have some boxers who, like you said, they may not have that athleticism per se, but they are so technically sound that it allows them to continue to be able to operate at a high level even as they got on up in age. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Just think about Bernard Hopkins. You wouldn't call him the most athletic of fighters.
Even in his prime, he wasn't like the most athletic fighter.
No, not at all. Not at all. And you see, he was able to find success because he understood the game, and his style was crafted in a way that he was able to be successful even when some of those things that a younger fighter would have at an advantage, of course, the youth side of things, the speed and all of that stuff. But he was able to adapt, and even at a slower pace, he could control fights in the way that he needed to control them using the IQ side of the house, which is a big thing, having that IQ. And that proved to be beneficial for him because we've seen many fighters who had the athletic build, the look, seemingly were strong enough, seemingly were fast enough, but when it came down to that mental, that IQ aspect of it, they just couldn't quite get over that hump. And I think we'll continue to see that as well.
There's a good saying, like in boxing, the fact that all the tough guys, I think it was Mike Tyson that said it actually, like, I love fucking fighting tough dudes because like they're all brawn, no brain, and boxing is a
Yeah.
It's a thinking man's sport. It's quick thinking, but compared to other sports, like I think it's the definition of a sweet science.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. And I think that's what keeps bringing us back to it. I mean, the replay value in boxing is just endless. Just think about it. Guys like yourself, some others here, we're years apart as far as age, but we have an attachment to the history of the sport because of just that value of seeing these guys be able to operate even during their times. You can just see what gave them that edge, that bravado, and a lot of that is just translatable to how we operate today in the sport. And, boxing, I feel one of the deepest histories. Certainly not the same prestige, just thinking about it from a worldwide publicity standpoint, as it might have once been, but it's not a sport that is going away despite the many calls for its death or saying that it was a dying sport. I mean, at the end of the day, if you
I
have the
think it's
best
over
fighting the best,
exaggerated.
people are going to tune in. We're going to see that with Spence versus Crawford. The best fighting the best, it's going to bring the people out without a doubt, because there's nothing like a great fight. And that's with respect to all the sports that are out there.
The best boxing match will always do as well, or if not better than the best UFC match. Like
Certainly.
like Canelo like people say boxing's dying, but you go on YouTube, a James Munguia fight gets like 20 million views. Like in sports dead, and then you have Inoue who gets like 20 million views on YouTube. This barely happens for like MMA. Like, you can't tell me this is a dying sport. It's getting bigger, actually.
Yeah.
Like, it was dying in like 2017 because Floyd just left.
Yeah.
He's a big star, and no one could really fill his shoes. But now, since like it's a different era now, we
Yeah.
don't have, we don't really have anyone on Floyd's level of like polarizingness. Like Canelo's pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
certainly. And it's a funny thing, but much like any sport, it goes on. It continues on. The thought of, hey, what are we gonna do when Floyd's gone? Hey, it's picked right back up. We've seen many fights just over that period since he's been out that would have been on that top echelon of fights to be made in boxing. I always say that I feel that at one point, Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua, when the two were
man,
both undefeated,
that's happening
and
though in December. If AJ wins against White, if he
oh
gets
yeah, I saw that he's fighting White.
if he gets clocked, like if he gets chained, which honestly with Anthony Joshua, let's face it, like it's not exactly out of
You
the
never
question.
know.
But so like that fight, Wilder AJ, like who would you pick? Like now and back then, like when it was at its peak, like
Well,
in
certainly back then I would have picked Anthony Joshua, and mind you, I think that would have been one of the biggest fights ever in terms of what it would have generated revenue wise at the gate and then pay-per-views, because I think that they were just building it up to have that right amount of hype behind it. But at this particular juncture, I think it's not far off. Of course, I feel that Joshua is the more skilled fighter, and I felt that way back then as well. And I thought he would have it all together, but I just think that Wilder, I think he might be able to gain the edge if he lands something big
that's
and
every
hard
Wilder
to
fight
throw him
though.
off of his game.
That's every Wilder fight though. That's
Yeah, but
you
I
just
think you can
described
throw him
every
off of his game. I do think Joshua is the better boxer from a technical
Oh, for
standpoint.
sure, but everyone is compared to. I think even like Corbett in like the footage we have and
I
Fitzsimmons,
feel you coming, bro.
like they look more modern than Wilder. Like Wilder is like, I see people use Deontay as an example for how boxing's evolved. Like, oh, bro, match John L. Sullivan against Deontay, see what
Yeah,
happens. Like, bro, Wilder is not the best example for how the
yeah,
sport's
right. No,
evolved.
I feel you
He's like the
100%.
worst example for how the sport's evolved.
No, I think, yeah, one thing I always say is that, like, people will talk about someone like Primo Carnera or something like that, but if you threw Wilder back in the day and he was in black and white footage, they would say this dude is trash. He wouldn't be able to do anything this day and age. You know what I'm saying?
Just the 2023 Max Bear, like Like,
Oh, Max Baer, the Livermore Larper.
but with a much less like charismatic personality, because Max Baer had like the
Oh, Max was the
basically-
truth right there. Yeah, big time puncher right there. That was his strong trait right there. Not supremely skilled. He didn't grow up in the sport or anything of that nature. But hey,
You
that's
didn't care
I
about
think
it
that's
that
pretty
much
decent
either.
comparison right there. Like, that is pretty decent.
He didn't really care about it much either. He didn't really care about like
Yeah.
boxing.
Yeah.
He clowned it. I respect the clowning because I can't help it. It's like it's good trolling. He pretty much
Yeah.
trolled way to like during that fight with Braddock. He lost. People make it seem like, oh look, this is a great performance from like Braddock the champ, like the Cinderella man. But then like in reality, it was like this slow fight where Braddock outsmarted Baer, who was pretty much barely even trying to knock him out at first.
Yeah. And Baer came up. Yeah, Baer came into that contest with a messed up, I believe it was right hand. Realistically, it was messed up. I forget what happened to it. He might have, I can't remember if he broke it or at least sprained it or something of that nature. But he came into that fight with a bad, I believe, right hand. But he kept it going, you know?
Yeah, Max, but like there's one point in the fight where like he pretends to be like stunned and then he just tries to hit Braddock and laughs at him. It's funny. Like, it's fun. Like, I hate when everyone has this idea like, oh, you can't clown. You can't showboat. Like,
yeah, he was about that.
If you do it to a toxic extent, it's rude. But Max is just, he's just trolling. He's just having some fun.
No. You make a good point right there. But no, that's a good comparison for sure. So, yeah, Slapsy, or not Slapsy Maxie, Madcap Maxie. Yeah, he was a very interesting character. But you're right in terms of he was known for that big punch, just that natural punch. And that's what's benefited Wilder as well. But certainly Wilder Joshua, even at this stage, I'll take it for sure. I still think it's a very good fight. And hopefully, or, we'll see if Wilder or Joshua gets past Dillian White, which I think he's very much capable of doing so since he's done it before.
Happened once before, but it was a war the first time.
Yeah, it was a good fight. I enjoyed it.
That was a good fight. White versus AJ1. That was, remember when that first happened? It was really crazy. Like, it was all over the news.
Yeah. It was a very good fight. It had a lot of drama to it, so it'll be interesting how the build up is to this one. I want to see what the back and forth is like once they're in the actual, once they're in the press conferences and all that stuff. I'm sure it should get pretty interesting, but I do think that Joshua is capable of pulling it off. And if Wilder is next, I'm all for it. I actually saw something, a buddy of mine sent me a text saying that they're looking to make the Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou the MMA fighter.
I saw that. I'm so pissed off. I might actually go on the rant right now, 86. If you want one, I'll give it to you because that is some BS.
Yeah.
No one wants to see. Name one person who asked for this. One person outside of Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury. One person. No one wants this fight. Everyone.
Yeah, right.
Usyk versus Fury. No other fight. No other fight matters. I don't give a shit. I don't care about Fury, AJ. I don't give a shit about Wilder, Usyk. I want to see undisputed best two heavyweights in the world and of the era, and maybe since Lennox Lewis. I want to see them duke it out. Like, I just want to see them.
I'm with you. And I told my buddy that I hope Ngannou wins, so maybe can knock some sense into Tyson Fury and get him to stop
wins, though. Tyson's
around
like an idiot. Fury's gonna look like he's been talking shit on Twitter and like I saw this Instagram like reel of him and he was like talking shit to Usyk and saying that he's the one. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, he's not trying to make the fight. He's playing games right now, and he's holding the lineal title. At least that's who the lineage ties to. Is holding it hostage, and he's playing games right now. And it's been a whirlwind over the last year plus. So he's so unpredictable at this point.
I thought he had a belt, isn't it?
He has a WBC as well. He won that from Wilder, but I'm just thinking about that, and then of course the lineal title from that standpoint, even though it isn't like an official belt in itself. But yeah, he has that in the WBC. Usyk has the other three. At one point, Fury was talking, "Hey, I'm about unifying or at least becoming undisputed and all that stuff," and now he's been I mean, we've had so many different opponents at this point that it's ridiculous. And some of these guys, like, really, are you trying to fight this guy? You mean to tell me there's no one else out there? Manuel Char, individuals like that? Like, come on.
I'm just excited for the fourth Chisora fight, honestly.
yeah.
It's like
Maybe
hyped already.
maybe we get that, right?
Yeah,
This is a trilogy that should live on like that the Fast and the Furious, or at least this series that should live on like that. Fast and the Furious, they just keep coming.
yeah, but it's
crazy.
just modern. Have you actually? I was about to say that, like, oh, modern boxing, but in the past, fighters did the exact same thing. Sullivan did the same shit with Peter Jackson, and he also did the same shit with Frank Slavin. He also did it with
Yeah.
pretty much every. He was like in a way a fury of his own time, and Bowie too did the same thing with Lewis. This isn't new. This isn't
Oh,
like
yeah.
a new thing that people do where they duck fighters and they try to act like they're not.
Yeah, right. It's crazy time. Real quick, shout out to Alexander. Mentions Johnny Risco. He was in there with Max Baer. Says off topic 86, but you might want to check out the Cleveland Rubberman. Johnny Risco won and lost to Lockram. Maloney beat George Godfrey, tough fighter from the 20s and early 30s. Yes, indeed. Johnny Risco, very, very tough fighter, contender from that era. Had some pretty solid performances overall. Now, I'm pretty sure in there with Max Baer as well. And I know about Risco. Probably should know more, but he's in that kind of mix along with Ernie Schaff. And I lump him in there with Polino Uskadun as well, to guys who were all in there with Max Baer, who were top flight contenders at that time. Mixed it up with some of the best. Didn't get that world title, but certainly worthy of being named in the billing right there. So salute to Johnny Risco, without a doubt, the Cleveland Rubberman. So, dog, that's good stuff right there. Alex, thanks for bringing it up.
I think there's footage of Johnny Risco somewhere. I think.
Oh yeah, is there? I haven't seen any footage. I've done one of those little deep fake videos on him, but I haven't done like a
or
video
sparring footage. That's it. I'll take
Okay.
it. I like some good sparring footage from the old school days. There's a really good one between the Gibbons brothers.
Oh yeah. The Gibbons brothers. Yeah, we were talking about that. We're at least having those discussions on the best fighting brother duos or whatever. But Mike and Tommy Gibbons, they have to rank up there amongst the top. They're amongst the top for sure.
That's the most underrated. That's for sure.
Yeah. Especially Mike. He doesn't get as much mention as Tommy, even, I feel, but he was a very, very tough fighter, very good, skilled fighter during his day. Could have been middleweight champion of the world, right there in that mix, and both of the Gibbons brothers, as a matter of fact, they were just excellent boxers and fought a lot of top competition. I mean, you can even look at their record and see that, hey, they got the better of a lot of these guys in most cases. So, two that should be mentioned more. It's crazy how some of these guys kind of get lost in the shuffle because you see the more sparkling and big names from the period, but two very formidable fighters without a doubt.
Yeah, but I think they're also both the best examples of how boxing has changed so little in the past 100 years.
Right.
If you watch footage of Mike Gibbons against Packy McFarland or Mike O'Dowd, it's on YouTube. You can watch it. He looks identical to a modern fighter. It's actually pretty crazy. He's the only fighter who I think looks like, stylistically, he looks identical to someone who would be fighting now, like at an elite level. Like Langford also does, but he also has a very old school style, like with his slips and his parrying, especially. Like Mike Gibbons uses his head movement a lot more than parrying, and parrying back then was a lot more acceptable because of those small gloves. It makes more sense to parry in those days than to keep your hands glued to your face. Like fighters from that era actually would complain that modern boxers, or like boxers from the 70s in their case, would rely too much on their hands to defend themselves, and that they should rely more on slipping, shoulder rolls. And I think it's pretty interesting, because the most common critique I see about classic fighters is that they put their hands down. Look at Sugar Ray Robinson; his hands are down, but like they're still defending themselves. It's not like they're just there to get hit. They're just they're defending themselves. And Mike Gibbons is using his head, he's using his shoulder. It's just an incredible he's an incredible fighter. It's a shame that he's been forgotten because I think he's the true father of modern scientific boxing more than Corbett is. I watched
I see what you're saying.
Footage wise, I think Gibbons looks much better on film than Corbett, and he's also more influential due to the fact that he also inspired Gene Tunney's style of boxing that's not really known. Mike Gibbons inspired Tunney's hands down style, and Tunney influenced so many people. Tunney is one of the first moving heavyweight, not the first, but one of the first mainstream ones that were known.
Yeah. Right when
a lot.
Yeah, when the footage era was starting to take off and get a bit more accessible to more and more individuals. But no, that's good stuff right there. You're right. Tommy Gibbons, or at least Mike Gibbons, I should say, he rarely gets mentioned, even if you have people mentioning the great middleweights of all time. Oftentimes, he doesn't get mentioned.
That's a crime. He was incredible.
I think people just don't know. And of course, if you think back at that time, it's easier to associate with and tie to the heavyweight division. As I've always said, it's like the marquee division. But some of these other guys in some of the smaller weights, I mean, these were all-time fighters just on a different level. And it's crazy how some get mentioned and some don't. It makes me think about say 50 years from now, right? Just how people will view even just fighters of this era. If you think about that and then take into account, especially those from further back, like a lot of the guys that we're talking about. And it's very interesting. Makes you think, because time can certainly alter things and alter judgment and just the overall sort of career and what people know of and essentially think of a fighter. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of plays out as we go on, because as I always say, I say that given just the deep history of boxing, I don't think there's any style or anything of that nature that is new now. I don't see how there's possibly a style that is new when we had fighting for such a long period, 200 plus years. In that
actually, hand-to-hand combat, it's boxing as a sport must be thousands of years.
Right. And so I don't think there's anything new that is taking place. You know what I'm saying? But by that same token, if you ask the average person today, they wouldn't be able to tell you much about any of these fighters from the past, except for maybe the big names that they know, the Ali's, Tyson's, of course. And even by that same token, if you just think about it from a peer perspective, I don't know if it's the case of you. I would like to know, since you're younger than I am, but I know that me being a millennial, I have friends who don't know anything about what's going on in the sport of boxing outside of, say, one of those big fights like Crawford Spence or something like that, Mayweather Pacquiao. But outside of that, if you tell them about a fighter in, say, a lower division or just someone who doesn't have quite that name, they have absolutely no idea. Is that the case with you?
The thing here is that I'm Canadian.
Okay.
So I'm
rich history in boxing, Canada.
Yeah. So, but the thing with that is that boxing isn't. It's big here, but it's not as big as MMA. People know all the MMA stuff because George St. Pierre. Because have you heard of him? He's a famous MMA fighter who was from my town, pretty much.
Montreal. Was he from Montreal?
Montreal, yeah, he's from Montreal.
Oh yeah, I've been there. I've been there a few years back. As a matter of fact, I love Montreal. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, so in Montreal, boxing itself, it's pretty. I'm not sure if I'd call it big, but there's the select few people that really are passionate about it. If you go to a boxing event, there might be 500. I went to a Lemieux fight. I went to 2 boxing events live. I went to an Adonis Stevenson fight.
Okay.
And I went to a Lemieux fight in 2019, I think. So the Adonis fight was dead. And that was a really stacked card too. I think Jean Pascal was also on that card. So like
Yeah.
it's a
Maybe
big
Group
card.
Yvon Michel. I know Yvon Michel. He is one of the major promoters out of there.
Really?
Yep. His promotional company is Group Yvon Michel.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He's one worth checking out. But he's done a lot of events out of that area in Canada in general, but certainly out of Montreal. He's probably the premier guy there. And then Eye of the Tiger, they've been doing a lot of great stuff in Canada as
Wow.
well.
I didn't even know that. Like that there were big boxing promoters here. But yeah, this was a big fight card for Quebec because you have two of the most important Quebec fighters at the time were Jean Pascal and Adonis Stevenson. Like, and that card, I was there. I was at the fight. No, it was, I could count like the amount of people at the fight in this massive stadium on my hands. Like, and I was one of them. But then when I went to that Lemieux fight a few years back, like 20,000 drunk ass French people were there, bro.
Okay.
And like I was one of them. So like,
That's funny.
10, 20,000, the arena is exploding. And like, so it's like boxing in Canada, in Montreal specifically, it's pretty, I'm not sure if you ask them what's your thoughts on Crawford, what's your thoughts on Spence, what's your thought, they won't know. But if you have to ask them about Fury or like maybe Usyk's pretty famous. Like now boxing is getting back. A few years ago, like boxing was like, since Mayweather, like between Mayweather and like the past few years, I can't really estimate, boxing is kind of like a dark age because Mayweather was he's like the most financially successful boxer. He sold the most. He is the most, arguably the most famous, but like nowadays, Ali's more than Tyson, but like Mayweather drew the most. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, Mayweather and Pacquiao, they reached the like top tier level in terms of just being recognized.
With that level of stardom and such a great era behind us, like it's kind of like heavyweight boxing in the 70s and 80s. Like in the 70s, you had Ali, Frazier, Foreman, it's the golden era. But in the 80s, you had Holmes beating up fucking like Michael Dokes, bro, and James
Michael Dokes.
Michael Dokes isn't bad, but like
the
Ali, Frazier era. But like Holmes never had that Frazier or Foreman really. So it's kind of like there's a dark age after every golden age because the golden age is so great that everyone's expectations are kind of dwindled down by like the later years. And after Mayweather retired, we had Golovkin and
Triple G had a pretty nice run,
but like we didn't really have any significant personalities. But now we have Fury and Usyk. Usyk's surprisingly popular. Like if you look on YouTube too, his win over AJ has like what? Also 20 million. Like if you ask your average person here about Usyk, there's a high chance that they'll know who he is. I think in the US,
the
same. But a few years ago, if you asked your average Fury even went around the US. He was walking around, I think Alabama or like Vegas. He was walking around asking people if they knew who Wilder was. And no, I think
I remember Eddie Hearn doing that.
Like 2 out of like 30 people said that they did. But boxing's like nowadays, I think it's getting back. I think unfortunately that YouTuber boxing is kind of helping with that because it might be extremely cringe, like Jake Paul and them, but they're also drawing a lot, like of my generation to this audience, to this. Like I think it's fucking cringe. I'm sorry for swearing, but like it's just like it draws, it makes money. So you know what? Go ahead, Jake Paul, have as many sparring sessions, if we call them fights, as you want. But like as long as you make boxers that dough, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm not against it, and I think that it adds to the sport, of course. It introduces it to new eyes. You have individuals who may have otherwise not checked it out. So I'm not one of those guys who was like, oh, no, this shouldn't be happening. This is a mockery of the sport. No, I think it's one of those things. We've long had exhibitions in boxing. And, I don't mind the fact that we've seen exhibitions
in the old days, too.
A bit more. Yeah.
Like Jack Dempsey fought like this football player, and Joe Louis had like wrestling matches, and Like he had all great boxers of the past had these types of exhibitions, and like I've seen people complain about Floyd Mayweather having them, but he's guys, he's old now, he's retired. Why is he doing this? But all the great fighters had exhibitions after they died. Like most of them did, because it's hard to let go of something that you dedicate your life to. It's hard to just let go of that and just pretend like.
Yeah, right. That is a tough thing. That is a tough thing
for some people. And Floyd, I think Floyd has the money. He doesn't need to have exhibitions, but you have to remember that Floyd also, he's in a boxing family. Boxing's after his father. I think his father was put in jail, so he pretty much dedicated himself fully to boxing. So he emotionally invested his entire young life and adult life, and now he's becoming middle-aged. So it's like, where does he go from then? Like he can't just abandon boxing, because it's kind of part of him in a way, in a weird way.
Yeah, and if you can make millions doing exhibitions, then why not take that on? Because like you said, it's been a part of boxing tradition from an overall perspective, even dating back to the very early days. That a lot of what John L. Sullivan did.
Had like exhibitions till he was like 50. It's not like he was having pro fights. He was fighting another 50-year-old Jake Kilrain. Like he was fighting Paddy Ryan. He wasn't actually having fights, but no one was complaining because, oh shit, we get to see John L. Sullivan. Sick.
Yeah,
no one cares.
Keeps the legacy alive, I'm for it, which without a doubt. So real quick, Alexander says Steele was a very impressive fighter. Freddie Steele, without a doubt, ton of fights, man. The dude had a crazy amount of fights. We have a little bit of a video out there on him.
His footwork's crazy. I love Freddie Steele's foot. Like, fun fact, in that movie Gentleman Jim from 1942, all the footwork scenes where like the camera's focused on Corbett's feet in the movie, those are all actually Freddie Steele doing all the footwork. So I think that's a pretty cool like Easter egg in the movie.
That's pretty dope. Dope. Yeah, I didn't know that.
So yeah, great fighter. His record was crazy. I think at some point he was like 120-2.
Yeah, just think about that.
Insane.
Insane. Yeah, some of these guys, the pace at which they fought, I mean, this is stuff that won't be duplicated. Just thinking about it, where boxing is now, it's just not going to be duplicated. It's pretty insane. Dan says 1880s was tough till 1995. Australia ruled mean, vicious, violent heavyweights Frank Slavin, Peter Jackson, Harry Lang.
1995.
I believe it's probably 1905. Bill Fernan, Joe the Wildman Goddard. Yeah, back in the late 1800s, leading up to the early 1900s. Yeah, Australia. I mean, that's a place you had to go if you were top flight heavyweight.
Also,
those who can get a shot at the title.
86. I actually have this book that you might find interesting. It's from 1790. It's a book on the styles of Jack Broughton, Mendoza.
Oh yeah,
that era. So like it also shows their technique, their stances, how they threw jabs, how they threw straights. So I think it's pretty cool. And like boxers from the 1800s are more technical than people think. Like there was a common thing that for boxers back then to look down upon people who were unskilled. There's many quotes I've seen from boxers from like the 1800s who like mock opponents who relied on brute strength. So obviously these aren't just primitive fighters who just know nothing about like defense at all.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. What is the name of it?
I'll send it to you on Instagram.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Shoot it over without a doubt. I'm always.
It's like an archive thing, so you could read the book online. So like it's like for free. It's free. It's just like you could just have this.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, Flack said he'll hop on. Flack, you see the thing? Oh yeah, you can hop on Flack. My bad. I had dropped it in there, and we're gonna get Flack up in the mix. My bad. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up with these comments. I dropped it in there down flat. You're still on there. Let me get through some of these comments right there. The whole giving brother high regard, especially Mike. There certainly. Gutter fought a draw with Jackson. Gutter was dropped every you dropped Peter twice. Yeah, Joe Gutter, very tough fighter right there. Very tough fighter. Tough resume, but he was legit. Tuna was super great, very underrated, actually, way above Tommy Gibbons.
No, I wouldn't say he's more underrated than Tommy Gibbons. If that's what I think, Tommy Gibbons is like scarily underrated. I barely see him mentioned at all.
Tony does get a lot of recognition. You know, there's some that view him as the greatest heavyweight of all time, let alone the light heavyweight ranks where he really came to. Of course, he didn't really have a deep career at heavyweight, but some still view him as the top heavyweight. You know, which is very interesting. So you're right. Tony does get a great deal of credit. Yeah, you don't hear Tommy Gibbons mentioned as much.
Like he's treated like an all-time great heavyweight at some point. I'm not sure why people would treat him like that because his heavyweight resume is pretty like lackluster. Well, I won't say lackluster because he beat a lot of like good fighters like Jack Dempsey, but Jack Dempsey was great in his prime, but not at that point. 3 years gone, and he lost all the things like athleticism. Like Dempsey is a perfect example of how athleticism is important in some ways. And like it's kind of like Roy Jones, but like an opposite version because Dempsey relied heavily on head movement and movement in general, like speed. So once his crazy bobbing and weaving couldn't really be achieved anymore, like I like that kind of style kind of falls.
Yeah, he was pretty much a part-time fighter at that point. Realistically, part-time fighter for sure. I mean, there were a couple of years, at least 2 of them for sure. I know in between that time when he won the title, 2 years where he didn't even fight at all the entire year. So, you know, I agree with you. Yeah, it's just very interesting. So, yeah, I don't think that was the best version of Tunney.
With age, that kind of style kind of deteriorates, I find. But
certainly, salute to Flat Boxing in the mix with Peter Meyer in the in his avatar, a little picture setting. What's going on with your Flat?
Hey, what's good, guys?
Hey, holding it down, man. Appreciate you being here. What's on your mind?
We were talking earlier, me, Marco, and Rodolfo. Cool. A little bit. We were talking a little bit about Bob Fitzsimmons, and I want to know where guys rank him amongst the greatest heavyweights of all time.
I see a lot of people put him in the top 5, top 10. I'm not sure what to rate him because like
the greatest heavyweights
of all pound for pound or heavyweights.
You can do both.
Oh, okay. Man, he's up there. He's certainly up there. It's a tough one for sure. Just thinking about, especially a heavyweight, considering, of course, he was probably more naturally a middleweight, and you think about his reign, which was much like many during the era when they actually won the title. It was really not much to write home about. But that being said, just thinking about his career as a whole, just Bob Fitzsimmons, and I have to dedicate one of these lives to him for sure. There is a video on the channel of him. It's one of the earlier ones. But, man, just thinking about it pound for pound overall, just taking everything into account, man, certainly one of the greatest fighters of all time.
One of the most impressive fighters of all time for sure is that regardless of era, because this is a 160-pound man who just – this is like the only time, like outside of Sam Langford, there's no one like Fitzsimmons who just consistently knocks heavyweights out cold.
Yeah, took that power up.
Like outside of Langford, this is pretty much uncommon. Like every heavyweight that Fitzsimmons faced had to go through like they had to have a war to beat him. Like Fitzsimmons had to be 40 years old in order for Jeffries to take the I've seen Nat Fleischer said that the second Fitzsimmons Jeffries fight was a worse beating than the first round of Dempsey versus what's his name?
Willard,
yeah, that's right. So that just shows you how brutal this beating was, and this is a 167-pound man just destroying Jeffries, who's like 218 pounds, but Fitzsimmons is just like an incredible puncher. That's mainly why. And he's like in that top 2 with Sam Langford of like those punchers who are just, despite size,
the power carries.
Yeah, the power just carries. And I don't think anyone else compares to those two at all.
Yeah, certainly not a ton of them. Joe Walcott, he's a guy who could punch pretty well,
Chowinski
given
too.
his size. Chowinski, certainly. But yeah, thinking about your question overall, Flack, yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought about it from an overall ranking perspective, but if we, and it seems why, but it's not why when you really boil it down. If you think about the 50 greatest fighters in history, I would have to think that Bob Fitzsimmons falls in there probably in the higher regards, maybe even in that top 20, top 30 range. Just thinking about the 50 greatest fighters in history. This is just thinking off top, from that standpoint. But certainly one of the greatest of all time. I mean, he had the resume to back it. He will fight anyone, and he had the type of punch that was one of the most definitive punches in the history of the sport. So certainly one of the greatest of all times.
I wish
And
we had footage of him though. I wish we had Fitzsimmons footage. Like, well,
yeah,
we have it, but like, it's not I want his rematch with Jeffries and his fight with O'Brien and his fight with Rulin. His fight with
yeah,
Corbett is kind of like, like okay, I'll take it, but
yeah, yeah. Certainly that was after him, of course, having moved up. But I want to see him against. He was the first man to, or at least he took the middleweight title. He wasn't the first man to defeat, but he took the middleweight title from non-Parel Jack Dempsey, who was considered unbeatable during that period.
yeah, but I think
And
he was sick that time.
and
No,
that's one that would have been excellent to see both of those guys in the ring. So Fitzsimmons, yeah, what we saw of him from a footage standpoint, that wasn't him at his absolute peak. Of course, this was a little bit older Fitzsimmons at that particular stage. So certainly he is one of the 50 greatest fighters, in my opinion, in the history. And, I had to really sit down and boil it and think about it. Of course, it's all opinions, it's opinionated. And yeah, I think he fall far up there for me because I rate him very highly at middleweight. I've said I have him, man, and I know Ray Robinson, etc. They did their thing, but I would have Fitzsimmons. I'll probably have him number one for middleweight for me, just given what he was able to do.
he might
Now,
have like the worst hairline ever, but he's like
yeah, yeah.
the best
Now, by
puncher.
that same token, I can understand why someone wouldn't. Now, when I think about Fitzsimmons, it's hard not to think about what he was able to do beyond the weight, but certainly just one of the best period just overall. So he's up there, Flack, without a doubt.
He had a hell of a career too. His resume is insane. Just the names itself, it's
Insane, insane, and it transcended eras. He fought probably past when he should have, of course.
Probably he was like 46.
So
but
yeah, like many of these guys, they don't know when to hang it up. But man, excellent resume without a doubt.
it's crazy that he got to fight a guy like Peter Maher who was just destroying shit in the the 1880s, and then he
Hmm.
also gets to fight a guy like Philadelphia Jack O'Brien. So
Insane.
guys, so far apart as far as when they were at their peaks, but I like fights. I like fighters like those who get to have fights like that between, where they fight a guy who dominated this era, and then he also gets to fight a guy who dominated this era 20 years later, just because this particular fighter was fighting so long.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy when you think about those, especially yeah, think about guys who can transcend eras in a sense. Harry Grant was like that. He started out uh I think when did he turn pro? Was it
1913.
1913? Okay, yeah, yeah, 1913. And to think about all of the fighters that he ended up facing in between that period. I mean, going from those early days, even translating up to fighting the likes of like Tiger Flowers. I mean, he was in there with. I mean, you name it. It's pretty much the creme de la creme when you think about it from a resume perspective. In there with the Gibbons brothers, both of them. Yeah, just there's something different about when guys are able to translate in that sense from a resume perspective, where they transcend generations. He should have had the title well before he fought Johnny Wilson, and yeah, it's pretty amazing. But Fitzsimmons, he fits right into that mold as one of those individuals without a doubt. So it's pretty crazy to just think about it. But certainly, he's one of my favorite fighters without a doubt. just thinking about it overall, comparing what he did, the fact that we have great accounts of what he was able to do. We have some video of him as well, which is an added plus, not the end all be all, but an added plus. But I rate Fitzsimmons very highly. First 3 division world champion in boxing, middleweight, light heavyweight, and heavyweight. Think about that, folks. That's big time.
I think he got the middleweight strap first from Jack Dempsey, and then the heavyweight from Peter Maher, and then the light heavyweight from what's his name?
Who did he
Is
get
it?
it from?
I think was it Godfrey?
No, I don't think it was Godfrey, because Godfrey was it there? Would have been.
I'm sure Dan knows this.
Did he knock out Jack Root?
Jack Root was, I think, the first ever light heavyweight title holder, and then
Yeah,
he
he
lost. Then he lost to the guy who Fitzsimmons mopped up.
Gardner. He lost.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Is that who Fitzsimmons beat to win it? Gardner.
Yeah, I think so. Was
Yeah,
it George Gardner? Is that
Yeah.
his name?
Yeah, I got to double check real quick myself. Good question right there. Thinking about it.
Yeah, because the light heavyweight title came afterwards. That's why it was the last belt he got. But it's
Yep.
real cool to see that a lot of guys, they don't really go for these other straps in other divisions.
Yeah,
All
that's what
time
it
greats. All time greats, they don't go for those other straps. They just want to dominate their division. But I like how a guy like Fitzsimmons, who came along so much, earlier, and he wanted those titles. So
Yeah, he did pick it up over George Gardner, second ever light heavyweight champion of the world. But yeah, his resume pretty impressive. I mentioned it in the video, but one of the things that set him over the top, at least Fitzsimmons, when he got his start, he participated in these twice participated in these tournaments held by Jim Mace, where he won these tournaments, defeating, I guess, everyone he ran into during that period or whatever. And that's what kind of got him on the map in some sense. Just think about that. And Jim Mace, we know he fought under the bare knuckle rule primarily. At least that's where he got his start and where he came to prominence. But he had some boxing matches under the Marquess of Queensberry rules. But it's pretty crazy, that connection between the two there, because Fitzsimmons had grown up or spent a lot of time in New Zealand, interestingly enough. And this is kind of how that led to him participating in these tournaments, which I think took place in Australia, as a matter of fact.
Jem Mace was a bad man. He was also an example of someone who could just beat anyone of size despite being so small. He was, I believe, 160, and he beat. I know he beat like this heavyweight champion who was over 200 pounds, and he was almost 40, I believe, but I could be wrong.
Oh yeah. Mace was something special, especially thinking about the ungloved era. Yeah, I don't know a ton about him. I was going to do a video on him, just kind of focusing on his MOQ fights, and primarily because that's what I've done. I've thought about whether or not to dive into some of the bare knuckle ranks. There are people out there, of course, who know a great deal about the bare knuckle era. Some of them I've read on Facebook, things of that nature. And so many great boxers even during that era, for sure.
It's very fascinating. I want to find like a channel that teaches it more, but like it's pretty uncommon to find channels dedicated to like the bare knuckle era of like.
Yes.
There's a few for the other bare knuckle era in Britain, like during the 1810s, like Tom Cribb, Jack Broughton. Well, Jack Broughton was 1700s, but like there's a good channel about them. So, but there's none for like the Mace era or the Sullivan era or the. It's just a shame. It's like history's lost. Techniques are lost. It's weird.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy, and just thinking about that time frame and era. I know more about the sort of big names, but there are so many that aren't, of course, as big, at least these days. And, Jack Broughton and James Figg, I guess he's considered one of the kind of early pioneers of what ultimately translated to this boxing styles. But I know about the stuff with Tom Malinew, Bill Richmond, Tom Cribb as bare knuckle fighters, and then Daniel Mendoza, who was an innovator, at least he was considered an innovator during his period, scientific fighter and all that stuff. But there's this Facebook group that I'm a part of. I haven't been on there in a while, but they do a good deal. This guy by the name of Darren Dobson.
Well, I've seen his posts. He's a really good poster.
Yeah. He does a lot of trivia questions, but he's big into the bare knuckle era, so he knows a ton about that.
I barely know the answers to them, like when he posts them.
I've gotten one right. I've gotten one right over the course of many years. I'm proud of that one. That one I'm proud of. Some of them are pretty tough. Like he'll have
They're
a picture.
tough, man. Like he posts like these random, like it's like he posted their fists, and he knows who that. There's some people who know who they are, and it's crazy to have that much knowledge on the eras.
Yeah, the one I got right was the one that was tied to John L. Sullivan, just because I had done a good deal of stuff on John L. Sullivan, so I was able to get that one. It was something about him, the first world heavyweight title. I think he mentioned to go to distance, and it was Sullivan Dominic McCaffrey. So I was able to answer that. That's the only one I've gotten right. He's had a ton of them on there. Some of them are pretty tough, I must say, pretty damn tough. I need to get him on here to talk about some of that bare knuckle era, because that is a very intriguing, interesting.
I'd love to see what he'd have to say about that. You should like contact him.
All right, I'm gonna hit him up. My guy. My guy Brian Duncan. He's gonna come on.
I'm just fucking hurt my. Dad, I can't recover from that. I actually I'm just crying.
Oh
yeah.
Why you gotta do me like that, bro?
Yeah, but
I
yeah.
appreciate the good guy remark, but like,
Dan KO struck you twice. KO's Corbett, Jeffries, he brutalized twice for Jeffries. Special guy came back and KO Fitzsimmons. Yeah, without a doubt, he did. Yeah, he did top Jack Sharkey, a big time puncher during that period for sure. Dan says he's going to check out that book without a doubt. Frank Slavin, Gus Rulin, underrated fighter right there. Very solid contender.
Fitzsimmons beat him. That's crazy. Gus Rulin's 200 pounds. Fitzsimmons beat him at like 40 years old. He's like 167.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Knocked him out, broke his ribs, I think, actually. How?
That's insane, right? That is insane. I'm working on the video that I'm working on is going to be one of the like normal videos I post with some animation and all this stuff. It's Denver Ed Martin, who's good friends with Gus Rulin, and of course they sparred together, they fought, and man, apparently at one point there was a video out there of the two in the ring fighting together. Of course, we have no video of Denver Ed Martin as far as I've been able to tell. We do have Gus Rulin against James J. Jeffries. Is pretty choppy, but I think the one guy, Smooth Legends, I think he has a better version, if I'm not mistaken. He has a edited version that adjusts the frame rates and all that stuff and looks better.
It wasn't really a good display from. It wasn't as best,
Yeah, certainly. But man, that fight was out there at some point. I wish we can find it. I don't know that it's officially considered to be destroyed or lost in the case of some films. Like
There's so many films that like a lot of great fights were filmed but just lost. Like Corbett versus Jeffries was supposed to be filmed, but the lighting was so horrific that they just didn't bother releasing it because it wouldn't even sell. And that's the same with Jeffries versus Fitzsimmons, which was also filmed, but the lighting was also too terrible because early movies were just that bad. And there's also Greb versus Jack Dempsey was filmed.
I heard about that. I heard that there was because there were some other films of him from that same day.
Greb even accused him in the newspapers of destroying it because he thought like at this point that sparring session I think was all over the news, and so I don't think Jack wanted that out, which fair. I would. Can you blame Dempsey for that one? Like after reading what happened in that sparring session.
Oh yeah, certainly. As I say, yeah, I think Dempsey was certainly capable of beating Greb, but yeah, there's also a high chance that he doesn't look good in a fight with Greb, regardless of the circumstances. Just given Greb's style and everything, and having to just deal with that. So
So
it would have
many
been.
of Greb's fights were filmed too, but we just lost them. Like
I know it's
Greb
insane.
versus Gibbons 4 was filmed.
Wow, that would be
Greb versus
insane.
Walker too. Ah,
I want to see that one. I want to see Greb versus Tiger Flowers. And they had that Tiger Flowers documentary that is officially considered lost, and I'm pretty sure it would have damn had some Grab footage in there. No
wait,
way it
there
wouldn't have.
was a Tiger Flowers documentary.
I
There
think it
was a
was
Tiger.
1926 was
Yeah,
the
yeah, right.
documentary.
Because he died in 1927. But yeah, they had released it, and it's like the Library of Congress or some from an official government standpoint. They have this listing of films that have been considered lost or destroyed. It's like a running list, and that's one of them that is on there. The Tiger Flowers film, which would have been excellent to have because I'm pretty sure it had to have grab footage in there, considering that's how he won the title. Which
Yeah, they
would have
have
been
three fights
amazing.
as well.
And back then they had Greb footage too. So it's not like Greb was like Maxi Rosenblum, where like the media kind of avoided filming him due to
That's
his
another
like
one.
style.
That's another one. Maxie Rosenblum, all those fights and no film. What the heck? Like that doesn't even make sense. We have stuff dating back to the late 1800s, and we have no film of someone who fought in that many fights.
Maxi was done like in a bad way though, because like he was even stripped of his title, I think, even though he won his fight for it because he was too slappy. Like he slapped instead of punched, and like the like commission disagreed with that or something, and so they stripped him of the title. And it's just like that just shows how much the media hated Rosenblum just because of how he fought. So it's pretty
Yeah,
likely that they would have avoided filming him. I think it's pretty possible.
yeah. I always give him props because this is another guy who didn't have a punch at all. You think about the amount of fights he had and look at the knockout ratio, very, very low. So he had to box his way against all of this competition. Think about that. That adds an extra notch on the belt, if you ask me, right there. But he's certainly one of those guys. Real quick, shout out to my man Beagle47 said, gents heading off to watch the last boxing in Mexico. But thanks for a good week of history. Happy Friday. Happy birthday, Ezra Charles. Salute to Ezra Charles, one of the greats of all time, the Cincinnati Cobra.
Happy
Former world
birthday.
heavyweight champion, probably could have been world middleweight champion and world light heavyweight champion. Had the opportunity to present itself. Oh, and one last thing, he also sends a super chat. Salute to my man Beagle, or sends a super sticker. I need to get a sound effect for that. My man Beagle, I appreciate you without a doubt. Always in the mix right here, showing love. So salute to your Beagle in that regard. You have a good one, my man. Have a
I,
good
I
one without a doubt.
I seen speaking on Rosenblum, I seen somebody said that ESPN played like a 5 second clip of Rosenblum in like 1999 or something.
Oh
And
yeah,
yeah, and they said that ESPN used to buy footage and kept it in some sort of
They bought
library.
footage from I forgot who, but it was it was
Jim Jacobs.
yeah, it was Jim Jacobs. He was like a handball player, and like he also owned 95% of fight films on the planet. So his
Jesus.
extensive collection was bought by ESPN for like a
How old
hundred
was he
mil
and when was this?
in the 80s. He died of cancer in the I think 88. So
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so his library, he had every fight that you know of, is pretty much because of Jim Jacobs, because he pretty much found like about 90% of them. So,
yeah,
but the thing is that ESPN bought Jim Jacobs's big ass collection, which was worth fucking hundreds of millions. I think 100 million. So now they own it all. It's in some stupid archive, and then we're never gonna see all the best fights he has. So rip.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
unfortunate,
That's
but
insane. I think I heard someone mention that before, but to think that they had some footage or at least a little bit of
Rosenblum.
Rosenblum, that's insane to think about that. It's like gold right there.
Yeah, so it's just in that archive, and like no one cares, and no one's gonna release it. And so Maxi Rosenblum footage is there. Who knows who else is there? Like maybe Greb's there, and no one's cared enough to check. Like I
Mm.
Yeah, we
doubt
do
it.
know a lot of his footage. A lot of his fights were filmed. Like a lot of them. I know we have the
It's
tickets for the
popular.
Walker fight. We have I know we officially know that one of the Flowers fights was filmed. I think it was
Yeah,
the either the second one or the third one. I don't think the first one was filmed.
yeah, man, that's crazy. I know someone was saying on here, and I don't know the validity of it, but someone in one of the lives or something of that nature was saying that there was at one point some video, I feel like they said, of Greb on YouTube, and YouTube took it down or something like that.
Yeah, that
I
I
think
think
that
that
was him.
was yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not really like significant footage. It's just more training footage, but it's from another like point
Mm.
entirely. It's not the same training footage that we know. It's just I saw it on Classic Boxing Forum, and like it's like a 6 second snippet of Greb shadow boxing, but apparently he looks a lot more impressive in this one.
Oh wow.
Everyone is emphasized.
So you saw it?
No, I tried recovering it with archive.org,
Okay.
but it failed. Like I tried everything to like get that footage back, but I just couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I've been doing searches on my own. Of course, it's crazy. It's pretty. Yeah, it's interesting. I know there's a site out there dedicated to Harry Greb, and the person who runs it, uh, they had listed some of the places they had called, which was like some, I believe, motion film studios and doing some archival type movie or historic movie history type places and things of that nature, and their interactions with them, and trying to find some footage and running into some roadblocks as far as there's a situation where they were mentioning some that are listed as far as films that were out there, that doesn't they're listed on some of their sites, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are actually there at those locations. And I think this is the same thing with the, as I was mentioning, the Denver Ed Martin Gus Rulin film, which may be out there somewhere in some capacity. It will be interesting to find out. And then just thinking about, I know that there are boxing films out there where there are individuals who are unidentified who are competing or whatnot, but of course that would be tough. Kind of just digging into who, or at least finding out who those individuals are. But you had to think that maybe it's out there somewhere, some gems, and thinking about other countries as well who they have their own universities or sort of historic societies or whatever you want to call them, companies, and archival type places where they may have footage, motion picture footage, things of that nature that is lying in the cut. And of course, if you're not a fan of boxing, don't really know the history of it, it's going to be hard for you to say, or you see one, you might not think of like, okay, who is this? Or this could just be a run of the mill boxing match for the average person. So it will be interesting, if more stuff cropped up.
Yeah, one of the things that I always found just kind of strange is like in the 20s there you didn't have internet, you didn't really have anything to do. So, when they would film fights and then they would sell them and you could watch them in the theater. Like how like like how many times or how many copies of film that they have for like Greb versus Walker in 1925. And there's not a
Right.
single copy just floating around.
It could be destroyed because 95% of all films from the silent era are gone. 95%,
Yeah,
is crazy. Fuck.
it's everything cuz I
Yeah,
know they got
insane.
stripped for their silver contents inside and there's a bunch of shit happened really.
I love the 1920s, like for boxing too. Like it's such
It's
an
a
interesting
yeah.
era, and like there's barely any film of it.
Well, we do have some Lochran film and we have Tunney
So, like
and
compared to like the 30s, like most of
oh
Locke's
yeah, that's
films
true.
were like in like 1928 or 29 or 30. It's just
Yeah.
like it's unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah, it is pretty crazy thinking
So
about it.
75%, not 95%. So there's like a chance that we can find Greb footage, but at this point, after there's been so much
Yeah.
searching and so much time dedicated to it. It just seems so hard to like truly say if we'll ever see it.
Yeah, I'm holding out on that chance, the sliver of hope. Maybe something pops up there or pops up out there for sure. We occasionally have new things that come about, and you always hear the story of someone at a garage sale selling something that is historic and they don't even know of it. But of course, thinking about it from a film perspective, that might be a completely different story. But man, it would be so good to have some of that pop up, man. Hey, we're gonna hold out that sliver of hope. As I always said, if someone runs across it, release it to the people by any means necessary. If I come across something like that, I'm releasing it to the people because we all need to see and share and bask in that type of historic. Just, I mean, just I think it would just be something that would be not necessarily a revolution, but take boxing to a different notch. Just being able to find the fights of some of these historic fighters who are so polarizing, who don't have any film out there. Harry Greb probably being the top dog in relation to that. He's such a polarizing figure when you think about him, because, of course, you have those that are naysayers who uh, kind of laugh at him and don't think or don't believe the hype, don't think he was good, anything of that nature. Then you have those who have dove into the history and all of that and understand what he was able to accomplish. So it would all come full circle if we're able to get footage of him actually fighting, for those that are naysayers because they aren't able to see a person fight despite knowing who he defeated and having footage of those fighters and being able to surmise, okay, yeah, he had to be good to defeat Tommy Loughran, who we have footage of. Mike Gibbons, as has been mentioned as well. I mean, to do what he did to Jack Dempsey in their sparring session. We have footage of Jack Dempsey, it's countless, you name it, Mickey Walker, etc. So very polarizing. He's probably one of the more polarizing, if not the most polarizing figure in boxing, just between that bridge of history and modern. I think that's kind of safe to say.
I
Probably
agree.
the most polarizing.
Greb is very surprisingly controversial in like the boxing community as a whole because like of the lack of footage and the fact that the only footage we have of him is him. He's shadow boxing and he's goofing off with a 47-year-old Philadelphia Jacko
Yeah.
Brown. Like, and people judge it like, oh, this is like Floyd would have destroyed this guy. Floyd would have destroyed him because like he just can't box. But people don't realize that part of Greb's style is the fact that he seemed to do the craziest things in the ring and get away with it. Tommy Gibbons even said that he does nothing right in the ring, nothing. And that's what makes him so. And he also said that's what makes him so polarizing for like technical boxers is because he's so unorthodox and nobody knows what he's gonna do next. And that, like, this isn't a style that we can really see in a shadow boxing footage. It's too crazy. If you read Greb descriptions, he just seems like a windmill. It's like it's accurate.
Yeah. I think that's
think
big time.
I think it's really unfortunate that probably the two most oppressive styles in boxing history, Rosenblum and Greb, and there's just no footage. It's like, oh man,
Jack
you know,
Litton too.
yeah, that was another one I was gonna mention.
Barbados Joe Walcott, John Henry Lewis.
But
there's so many great fighters without footage. It's such a shame.
Have you seen that little video of John Henry Lewis? I actually just ran across of it a couple of months ago where he's in there with Joe Lewis.
Oh, I seen that.
Oh, that's so hard to see though. He just
it's not much. Yeah, it's not much, certainly.
If we're looking for like a head-to-head match with John Henry Lewis, that's not the first place I'd turn to though.
Yeah, certainly it doesn't tell the story of the man right there. That's kind of he's so quick, and of course he's getting blasted right there. But great fighter for sure.
But like I feel like Lewis gets a bad rap for that win because everyone says John Henry Lewis was blind in one eye, but they don't realize that John Henry Lewis beat like a top 10 contender, I think, like a few months before his fight with Lewis. and
Yeah.
like so I think he was fighting with one eye for like a long time, like Joe Frazier or Gypsy Joe Harris or like those types who would fight with like
Yeah.
one eye, or like Greb, for example, or Langford. Seems like he was. I think Lewis kind of gets like a bad rap for that one.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. Great career. I mean, he's the man that took Jim Bradley over the top. That was that getting that win. Uh, when or not Jim Bradley, did I say Jim Bradley? But Jim Braddock, when he got the win when he did, that's what essentially helped to elevate him to the point of getting that title shot. Of course, that changed the course of history. So yeah, John Henry Lewis, man, solid fighter, light heavyweight. You don't hear him mentioned that often. He was a champion, but he doesn't get mentioned that often. So yeah, it would be good to have more footage of him. Just thinking about that, and of course, I always mentioned that we potentially could have had footage of John L. Sullivan outside of him being in that older age. Had he taken on the offer, I believe it was $5,000 to actually film in the Black Mariah, is what they call it.
I would
Edison.
have preferred like footage of Sullivan over Corbett, like in that
Yeah,
1894.
yeah. Somewhere in that range for sure. And turned down $5,000 because that's what Corbett was paid to do it. So Sullivan turned down $5,000, which was a big amount of money back then, but he didn't feel it was enough. But
I guess
we could
not
have
for
got
John L. John L needs those fat stacks, bro.
him. Yeah, just like to turn that down. Of course, that changes. You just think about it. History, man, just it could be something small. Those small increments, slight things happen, and it changes the entire course of history. Just thinking about it. Of course, looking at it from a hindsight perspective, but we could have potentially had footage of John L. Sullivan outside of that little bit that is out there of him in the older age. Of course, it
Hitting the
would have been.
bag.
It would have changed things.
He's like arguably the most dominant heavyweight champion of all time. Like
Yeah,
if you judge by like how he just obliterated his opposition, even though they weren't at times the best. It
yeah,
was like 10 straight years of dominance, and Kilrain was the only person who came.
yeah,
Actually, that fight was pretty one-sided outside of like the first round. If you actually read the descriptions, it was more of a beating from Sullivan.
yeah.
Like every fight from like 1882 to for like when he won the title to 1892 when he lost it to Corbett was pure dominance. So I think it's just like it just seems like he has a good argument for being the most dominant champion in like boxing history.
Yeah. He gets held in that regard for sure. He yeah, he was something special during that period. He had a one run in that wasn't as favorable for him for sure against Charlie Mitchell.
Yeah, I think he
But
broke his arm in one of those fights, and he had to fight 39
yeah, he
rounds
did break
with
his
one
arm in
arm.
that fight. Yeah, it might have been that one, of course. And Charlie Mitchell, he kept dropping to the ground because it was under London prize ring rules.
And Mitchell is an actual experienced like London prize ring rules fighter. I think a lot of
Yeah,
people think that Sullivan is like an experience. He's more like
no,
technical and bare knuckle, but he's actually only had like 3 or 4 bare knuckle fights.
yeah,
Surprisingly,
that is,
he was
you are
maybe a
correct.
glove fighter. He was a glove fighter.
Yep, there you are correct. That is one of the misconceptions because a lot of people associate him with John L. Sullivan, that is with bare knuckle. But yeah, he didn't have a ton of experience fighting bare knuckle, and he was a proponent for glove fighting. And one of the big reasons that the Marquess of Queensberry rules ended up taking shape the way it did and becoming the universal means for competing in the sport. That's because of John L. Sullivan, because he ran into so many legal issues with bare knuckle fighting back then. And of course, under the Marquess of Queensberry rules, they could disguise things as exhibitions. A lot of times, those exhibitions, they were legitimate fights or whatever, at least until the police stepped in and broke them up, which happened on a number of occasions. But
Imagine if a prime Sullivan is filmed. That's just
yeah, yeah. So, but yeah, very interesting times for sure. But man, yeah, just to think of some of that footage of some of these individuals, yeah, pretty amazing. But it is cool that we do have some that dates pretty far back.
Yeah, we have a
mean,
pretty good one of him shadow boxing with Corbin, and like he actually shows some pretty good feinting in that one because like
Oh yeah.
a big part of his style from newspaper descriptions and what fighters have said about him was that he has very quick hands,
Mm-hmm.
very surprisingly quick feet for someone who's like of his weight and size, and he
Yeah.
also feints like a lot. He's a very feint heavy fighter, so like we see that in his footage, like where he's kind of clowning with Corbin, and he kind of gets him with like a pretty good feint, like in that fight too. Like he tricks him with a left hook to the body, goes up to the head. You can even see it. So it's crazy. So
Yeah.
obviously he's been some brawler who was untechnical and had no idea how to like box technically when and he just got beat by Corbin because he was like untechnical. I'm saying technical a lot, but
No,
so
I feel you.
so because if you actually read some newspaper descriptions of that fight, for the first 10 rounds it was competitive. I
Mm-hmm.
saw one account say that it was 6 rounds to 4 for Corbin. So if it was a 10 round fight, that would be a close fight.
Mm-hmm.
So like Sullivan wasn't unable to compete with Corbin. It's just that he was fat and out of shape and old. Well, he was like 32, but like in fighter years, he was really old. He was pretty spent by that point.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of fighters were done by that time. He was pretty much a shell of himself in some sense by
He
that
still
time.
went. He still competed well with Corbin for the first 10 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone had asked a question or whatever of who I would have picked had they fought in their primes. I would have picked Sullivan. I think he would have stopped Corbett because I think the size would have factored in as well as some of the other things that you mentioned there. So yeah, he's a very intriguing fighter, especially when weighing him amongst the history. I did a there's a sort of fun video on the channel where I look at how would John L. Sullivan compete with the heavyweights of today. Explaining it is interesting, but it's better served just kind of watching it. I don't give any definitive answers as into who will win. I just kind of look at it and weigh it from the standpoint of where things stand at this particular juncture. And by the heavyweights of today, I mean those at least coming into 2023 who were rated the top 8, or who were the top 8. Initially, it was going to be the top 10, but I did the top 8 Ring magazine rated heavyweights at that period. So it's very interesting, very intriguing.
I think he would outperform people's expectations though,
Yeah,
because like
certainly.
more so than Corbett, because Corbett seems like compared to modern standards, Corbett like maybe there's something we're missing on film, but like in the Fitzsimmons fight, I don't think he looks particularly like incredible. But
Hmm.
feel free to not agree. Like there's some instances in the fight where he looks good, but there's some where it's like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But John, sorry, uh, yeah.
Well, there's like 4 versions of the fight, all with different qualities and different speeds. It's hard to find like one where it looks normal. Like I've seen like 4 different ones that are all either graphically look different or sometimes the frame rate is completely shot in some of them.
I've seen some pretty good ones. There's one on Resnick's channel that's really good.
Yeah. And Smooth Legends, he has one that is probably the best looking, most impressive looking one, but it doesn't contain as much footage as some of the other ones. So it's
Yeah, you don't
only
get the
an
stoppage, do
excerpt.
you?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's one of the things. But you're right. Yeah, there are
It's just
varying
that
versions
like
out there.
his power, like Sullivan was a big ass dude. He was five
Yeah.
foot ten and 200, like 200, 215. He was a big guy in his prime.
Yeah.
And also his combination of power, punchers in every era, like always last. Like Max Baer would be good, the exact same in this era as he would be in the 1940s. He would be a puncher who's not particularly like as skilled as like the other people in his
Hmm.
weight class and like in general. So like John L would be the same. He would be like a quick starting puncher who would try to end fights early, and
Yeah.
that's unlike someone like Corbett who's like kind of like a more of a technical boxer of his era, so his technique would be exploited in this era. But that power is always there with John L. Though his power would still be here nowadays. So if he's able to land that right hand on anyone, I don't care if you're fucking like Joe Louis or Rocky Marciano, you're out. If he's landed that right hand, it's over.
Yeah, very, very intriguing. Yeah, thinking about it, conditions certainly altered things, but certainly when you look at it on a even scale, one of the best in history with a pretty impressive run. Estimated 500 fights or more just in general,
But we
far
just
from
have
what is
no film
listed
on
under
him.
the official record.
We have no film of him, so we can't fully judge him. Like with Greb too, we can't. I can't fully like I can guess that Greb would win in a fantasy match, but I can't say how because I've never seen him fight. I can't favor. I can say, oh, maybe he would have won, but I can't say like with Langford against a person like Mayweather or something. I could say comfortably that
Oh
Langford would
God.
win because styles make fights too, and size
Mhm.
matters. We see well it's this is more so with what I see on film, and Langford seems like someone who could definitely be capable of beating someone like Mayweather. But resume wise, Greb seems like he could beat, and he probably would beat Mayweather, but I can't say how or why because I've never seen him. So I feel goofy saying that. I feel goofy saying he would win. Like without
I feel we have enough accounts of sort of the fights and what the individuals were able to do during that period that you can make a educated guess in that sense. I think, yeah, with the film, what comes with that, of course, you get a real stylistic view, and of course, we can take into account just in general, even fighters to this day that stylistically don't have much of an appeal. One guy I always compare or use as an example, at least right now, is Emmanuel Navarrete, who is the super featherweight now, who's fighting a world champion, and he's someone who fights in a very unconventional manner in the sense that he throws punches from all styles and different angles, and he's not necessarily on balance when he's throwing them. And I just use him. I can imagine Greb being him times 10, but he's just an example of a modern guy who throws or does some things that would sort of align with how Greb was described as being just different and not conventional and not necessarily being fundamental in that same sense. So I think you can take that into account. But certainly from a stylistic standpoint, there are those who want to see the film, the footage. I will want to see it myself personally.
I think
But
it's an educated guess that Greb would probably beat Mayweather. Like
yeah,
stylistically, it makes like from what I've read in Greb's resume too, it seems very plausible. But I can't like I wouldn't feel right picking someone if you just don't know what they look like when they fight.
yeah.
I'm gonna like I kind of have to like go now, but I appreciate the like for bringing me up here. 86, thanks, I appreciate it.
Oh no, no, no. All good. Hey, anytime, man.
On
Appreciate
being
you.
on, good talk.
Yeah,
But
without a doubt. Appreciate you
I have
being
work
on.
early tomorrow though, so I just have to like to sleep.
Oh no, I feel you. Hey, more to come. Yeah, appreciate you being on. Have a good night
Honestly,
though, for sure.
well, take care. See you, Flack.
Peace, Marco.
Indeed. All right, Flack. It's down
Bro,
to the
my
two of us.
my connection has been so bad. I've been trying to just listen and not talk, but it's like Jesus, man. Something I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Rodolfo, like, what's the topic? Hey, we've jumped from Barbados Joe to shit. We're
I have a
talking.
question.
Yeah,
So you know how like I think the only footage of Harry Wills is his fight with Paulino Uskadun
yeah, yeah. There's a little bit of him in there with
with Firpo,
yeah, Firpo, and of course you can see him training. Yeah.
but it's all past prime Wills, right?
Certainly, probably not him at his absolute best. I believe that Firpo was that 1924 or 23. Let me see when that was, as a matter of fact. Because I think
Because
Will was in his prime. He'll probably start to hit it in the 1917 range. Yeah, probably 1917 through 1922, as a matter of fact. He was probably starting to go in the back end after 1922. Let me see.
Yeah, so would you have wanted to see footage of Sullivan, even if the only available footage was, him past his prime and possibly just taking a beating? Would you still want to have that available?
I think it would be cool to have, but certainly, you've had to take it with a grain of salt in that, in a certain sense, because for some they can't move past such. So yeah, Furpo. I will just looking. Yeah, he fought Furpo in 1924. So yeah, that wasn't probably him at his best. He was more on the backside at that particular point. But yeah, I would want to see it, but I think I could handle and understand the dynamic of a fighter, the time period in which they fought, the period in which they fought, as far as their career, factoring in age, the amount of fights they had, and all that stuff. I could take that and kind of grab my own understanding from it. Of course, seeing Wills being knocked out by Paulino Euskadun, I know that that wasn't the best version of Harry Wills, and Paulino Euskadun I hold in high regards as being one of the top contenders from his time in boxing. But certainly, I think that Wills on his best day would have defeated him. So it takes a little fervor out of it when you are seeing someone past their prime, essentially losing. And I think, yeah, you'll have some who are of that train of thought, of the train of thought that, hey, yeah, this guy sucks or whatever, or you look at him getting knocked out by this guy and they won't factor in that stuff. And I think, it could vary from person to person. This is similar to Roy Jones. I can look at where Roy Jones was when he was in his prime versus this Roy that was fighting for 8 or 9, maybe 10 years past his prime, and can kind
Yeah.
of get an understanding that, of course, this is not the Roy Jones. This is just a version of him continuing to fight far beyond what probably should have been the case. So I can do that, but for some, it's not easy for them to separate such. What do you think? What's your thoughts on it?
I wouldn't want it. I honestly, I don't know. If it feels selfish for me to say I wouldn't want it available, but I personally wouldn't want to see it. It's the same
Yeah.
way. It's the same way with Barney Ross versus Hank.
Oh
Like
yeah, yeah,
bro, I haven't watched that fight in like years. Like
yeah.
that's just that was horrible, man.
Yeah, yeah. So no, I understand. So yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't even be against someone who wouldn't want to see it because I can understand why. Yeah, it's tough seeing someone who you hold in high regards, especially when they're past it, fighting beyond when they fight. That's why some of those, I haven't watched the. Yeah, I haven't watched the Ali fights beyond sort of clips of him with Larry Holmes, for instance, and then like say
Yeah.
going beyond that, Trevor Burbick and all those, because you just know that this is just a man in there who was a shell of himself taking a beating. So I feel you from that standpoint. Looking at it from that perspective, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily be fond of seeing it. Certainly, yeah, I think what that boils down to is I guess I would say my own or another person's own guilty pleasure in just wanting to see footage of a fighter that they haven't seen footage of. But certainly, yeah, it's different. As you say, I can understand. I can understand why seeing a guy just in there taking a beating, knowing that it's just not going to end well for them or bode well for them later in life. Just thinking about the way it went down.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't watched Ali fight Holmes in a long time either. For me personally, there's just no point.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, it's just yeah, you have a guy like in at least in my case like Hank when he was at his absolute best and like I've said, I think that 1937, 1938 Henry Armstrong is one of the
Yep.
greatest peaks in boxing history and you're watching him on full effect just beating on Barney Ross. I think it's the same kind of situation with Holmes when he's beating on Ali.
Yeah.
It's it's like yeah, I don't I don't watch those. I think
Yeah.
Rodolfo wants to hop in here.
Yeah. When you mention it that way, yeah, it is tough. It is tough to watch. Yeah, I think about that. So yeah, I haven't bothered to watch. Yeah, there's some fights I just haven't bothered to watch, like seeing even Mike Tyson, my favorite fighter. They're seeing him in there with like Kevin McBride, for instance. I mean, certainly that's just a shell of Mike Tyson, and yeah, just think about that. Something I know there's footage out there. I've seen it of Fitzsimmons getting knocked out later in his
Oh
career
yeah,
when he shouldn't have
by
been fighting. Realistically, great fighter, shouldn't have been
who was
fighting at
that?
that point.
That was Bill Lang. That's who that was
Oh,
in
okay.
1909. I remember that. Yeah, Bill. I think Bill Lang knocked him out.
Yeah, it just makes no sense. He shouldn't have been fighting at that time. This guy started in the early 1880s, and yeah, that stuff you factored in, and he's already above what is his optimal weight. So I feel you there. I feel you there, Flat. That's a good point, without a without a doubt. Um, Real quick, Alexander said we've seen on film too many great fighters he beat to claim Grant was all hype is insane, without a doubt, without
He
a
didn't
doubt.
say that, did he? I hope he didn't say that. I
No, he
hope he didn't
wasn't.
say
No,
that.
he wasn't. No one said he was hype. I dropped the link there. Rodolfo tried to hop on this thing. Marco, while Marco leaves, when I'm getting there you go. Rodolfo is in there. Bigo says interesting take. I agree on some level watching the past prime stuff, but it's history, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that is true.
that's why I said, you know, personally, I wouldn't watch it, but especially maybe with Sullivan is an exception because Sullivan, he
Yeah,
you never know, he might be one of those guys like Sam Langford who even in old age has the ability just to completely wipe someone's consciousness away. But
yeah,
I wouldn't want to see like a legend or like a guy like Ali or a guy like Barney Ross just get battered and. Eesh, some
yeah,
of those were bad. Some of those were really bad.
yeah,
I'm thankful, we don't have a lot of Tommy Loughran footage. He fought a lot into the 30s past his prime, as
yeah. A lot of
taking
these guys
beatings.
shot up above their weight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that is a great point you make there. Oh, hold up. We got Rodolfo Rivera Jr. in the building. Rodolfo, he's hopped on. What's good with you,
Up
Rodolfo?
86, my first time on the channel or
First
anything.
time.
I've never hopped on a link before.
Okay, we appreciate you here, Rodolfo. Showing some love. Everybody, salute to Rodolfo. Everyone, check him out without a doubt. Holds it down always. Good
Yeah, I'm
stuff
just
right there.
chilling here, my bird, just watching the stream.
that is what's up. That is what's up right there. He got a bird in his hand. Hey, man of many myths and mysteries right there.
It's on my
Oh, and
shoulder.
he hops on the shoulder and everything. Obedient bird.
Mhm. No, yeah. I was gonna ask. Isn't tonight there's like a Diego Pacheco fight, huh? I think.
Oh yeah, tomorrow.
No, tonight. I think it's happening
Oh,
right
is
now.
it tonight?
Yeah.
I thought it was tomorrow. Hold up. Let me see. Is that tonight? Because I wanted to check it out. I like Diego Pacheco.
Yeah, because Virgil Ortiz, it got postponed. Because you know what? Did you hear what happened, right?
Yeah, I found out a little bit earlier today. I was like, what? Like
That's
how?
crazy. Yeah.
Oh damn, you're right. Pacheco is tonight.
His little brother's a heavyweight. He's on the card too. 3-0. Freddie. He's called Freddie Pacheco Jr. I think.
Who's doing this? He was with Matchroom, right? So he's with Matchroom now. So this should be the zone, huh?
Yeah, the zone and Monterrey, Mexico. It's in Mexico.
Damn it. I didn't know this. What the heck? I need to watch this. Yeah, but yeah, I've seen Pacheco as he was coming up. Man, he's a solid guy. It's about 6'3", 6'4", 154, right? Or 160.
I think he's trying to go to like 175, I think.
Okay,
like
so
at
yeah, he may be
175.
even higher than that, as a matter of fact. Oh, he came in 168 for this one. So yeah, this is a 168 pounder. Oh yeah, so he's been at super middle for a little bit.
How about who do you Virgil Ortiz and St. John's, who do you see who to win that?
Man, I wanted to see that so bad. That was such a great fight. I was so disappointed, but I understand the dynamic. But I was so disappointed when I saw that was canceled. As a matter of fact, I've said it. I think I said it on my stream last weekend on the Fight Night Score stream. I think it's a 50-50 fight, man. It's hard to pick. It's hard to pick one. I said it was going to be a draw. It's very 50-50. And the thing that makes it tough now, at least, is thinking about this issue with Virgil Ortiz, which has lingered on for seemingly at least 2 fights now, or at least multiple camps where he was struggling to make the weight, and that's been a reason for what I understand, at least, his issues and why he's had to pull out of this fight, and stemming from delays because he and Stanionis, they were supposed to fight previously, of course, and Stanionis had an emergency appendectomy, but it had been delayed prior to that, if I recall correctly, because of an illness with Virgil Ortiz. So
Did he catch COVID or something?
I think that's probably, I believe that's what it was tied to, or something of that nature. But it seems to be, man, an issue with him in making the weight. And De La Hoya, I was reading his statements. He's saying he's moving up to 154, which is probably the best bet. Virgil Ortiz, man, was a beast. I thought it was a 50-50 fight. I love what both brought to the table. It was hard for me to I think it was a coin flip type matchup, but I could see someone going with, where I could see probably the odds leaning in favor of Ortiz, just giving his dynamic power and his punch ability. Of course, he's won all of he's gotten all of his wins via knockout. So that makes it very intriguing, but hard for me to pick, man. I think both of them are just top notch, and I think each had the potential of winning a world title. Man, it's unfortunate that one didn't go down, man. I wanted to see that.
How about was there any other weekend fights that were gonna happen or no?
Yeah, no, there is another big one. Let me see what it is. Because there is another big one this weekend, as a matter of fact. Outside of that one, let me see what it is. There's another. I know there's another big one. So yeah, Ennis versus Villa. So yeah, another 147-pound match.
Yeah.
So that one's still on. I know they've weighed in. I haven't seen the weigh-in or anything, but I haven't seen anything saying that it wasn't going down. But I think that's very interesting right there. Jerron Ennis versus Roman Villa, the Venezuelan, I believe he is. Venezuelan, and top notch, or a big time power. He's either Venezuelan or Colombian, but I think it's Venezuelan. But big time power. I actually saw him. I saw him for the first time when he took on a Golden Boy prospect, Boca Chica. And man, he put a hurting on him, especially in the early parts of the round. Ended up getting the decision, but his power seems to carry late into a fight, so I think he's going to make it interesting. I think if Ennis is the guy that we think he is, I think he needs to get him out there. I think I said on Fight Night Scores that I think it will be a mid to late round stoppage in favor of Ennis, assuming he's at that level that I and many have felt he's at. But certainly Ruben Villa capable of changing the fight at any time because he has that type of power,
How about actually, now that I think about it, the Virgil Ortiz, it's still going on, but it's getting replaced by the main
Schofield.
event. Yeah, Schofield. Yeah.
Who is he fighting? Let me see.
I don't know.
I think this is probably a better, or at least competition for him. But I don't know if it's someone that is poised to, upset the apple cart in any way. But I could be wrong. Let me see who he's fighting. I can't remember. But it should be interesting, though. I from what I've seen from him, Brandon, that is, he looks pretty solid. He looks fairly promising. I think he's fighting at lightweight. I saw a little back and forth between him and Keyshawn Davis, as though they might fight at some point down the road, which should be interesting. But certainly from what I've seen him, I think he has promise to him. It's hard to know, of course, until you actually see someone in there with another person who is really going to bite back and really push him to that next level. But certainly, I know he's capable. So Floyd Schofield, yeah, I'm saying Brendan, but Floyd Schofield. But yeah, he's in there with, let's see, Haskell Rhodes.
Haskell Rhodes. I never heard of him.
Yeah, I don't know of him. It looks like a fighter out of Vegas. He's 28-4-1. He's got 13 knockouts. Let me see if he's been in with anyone. He's been in with Jason Sosa. He lost to Jason Sosa. Let's see who else. He's in there with Edner Cherry, but of course, But this was 2016, so he was still somewhat past the Edner Cherry. But he lost to Edner Cherry, who was not at his best. Sergey Lipinets, he lost to Sergey Lipinets.
Okay.
He's been in there with some pretty solid guys. Who else was he? Who else he was? So yeah, he's been in there with few named people. So I guess it's somewhat of a test for him. He looks like he turned pro in 2011, so that makes it interesting. It certainly makes it interesting. I'd imagine Floyd Schofield should get the victory.
Yeah.
Just thinking about or just thinking about the trajectory and kind of where he's at right now in his career. And he's being a guy they're showcasing. I would just think, unless it's an upset, but I don't know that guy has the power to upset him. But he might.
How old is he? Like, is he like 19 or early 20s?
Schofield, I believe he's early 20s. Let me see. He started in 2020. Let me see what age he is exactly. Floyd. Let me see. It looks like he's 20.
20, yeah. Still
20
pretty
years old. So they bumped him up to the main event. And there's Santos versus Adorno, which should be an interesting fight, one of the Adorno brothers. Then there's guy Gomez versus Taylor. Gomez is looking at his picture. I've seen him before. I think he was a pretty solid amateur, and he's very skilled. But but there's something about him because I remember seeing him in when I last saw him. I think might have been more than a year ago now, and I think he ended up going the distance. It's like he couldn't finish his fighter, but he's pretty solid though. But no, that's actually on the Ennis versus Villa card. So the Santos, Adorno, Gomez, and then Taylor. So on this Schofield Rose card, you have Marlene Esparza. She's taking on this Argentine fighter. Her last name is Alanis. Oh yeah, I was talking about that one. I'm not sure about her. I haven't seen her. You never know when you have a fighter coming out of Argentina or somewhere of that nature.
Yep.
You never know. But I respect Marlene Esparza might be victorious in that one. Since, of course, she's on a trajectory. I know she wants to fight Siniesa Estrada, which I would be down for. I would be down for that if it were to happen again, for sure. So you have that. And then there's also another contest with Jojo Diaz, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Fight Night Scores. I remember you guys were talking about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of drama with Jojo Diaz. He hasn't looked good in his last couple of fights, as a matter of fact. Plus the drama. So yeah, that should be very interesting right there.
Of course, the Granada. I forgot his name. Santos or something like that. Who's the dude from the Bay Area?
Who is that?
This like Bay Area. Remember the person I said that Bay Area rappers like they talk about him a lot. Like
oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember there was mention of such.
I forgot his name already.
Yeah, I don't recall either. I know you know the Bay Area rappers.
Yeah.
Hey, apparently Louis Neary is fighting as well tomorrow.
Oh wow.
Pay attention to that one. It looks like it's going down in Mexico. Mexico.
Yeah, probably like a Sunday fight, no?
No, it's on the 8th. It's Saturday. It's tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Louis Neary versus Saludar, Chilean fighter, or no, Filipino fighter, matter of fact.
Okay.
So that should be interesting.
Yeah, hopefully I catch it because tomorrow I'm gonna go to the beach. So I'm gonna tell my friend go 100 miles per hour down the freeway because it's like a 1 hour away from my house. So I'm gonna tell him to go fast so I don't miss the main event or nothing.
Okay, good stuff. Yeah, that's worthy of celebrating, going out and doing your thing. You know, catch the replay always. Catch the replay. I had to catch a replay of this Diego Pacheco fight. For some reason, I was thinking it was tomorrow. I didn't track something big, and I looked at the schedule not too long ago. As a matter of fact, I was thinking everything was tomorrow, but yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I like Diego Pacheco. I think he's a real player. He took out a guy from this area, Gitz Plana, in one of his last couple of fights, and he got some power to him. Pacheco, that is. So he's pretty solid. Just seeing where he's risen to at this point. I think he's going to continue to get better. I need to see how this one goes, of course, for sure. But Shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I remember seeing him in the early Canelo. His first few fights were like in the Canelo undercards, so I remember that's how I know him.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's legit. On the 15th, which is next Saturday, Frank Martin, he's going to be in the mix. He's going to be in a WBC title eliminator. It looks like that should be pretty good. Frank Martin has looked pretty good. He's
Against who? Who's he?
Harutyunyan is a German fighter who's 12-0 coming in. Harutyunyan.
I don't know. I never heard of him.
Yeah, I don't think I know of him either for sure, but he's a German fighter. It's a WBC eliminator. Both of them coming in undefeated. Martin 17-0. He's 12-0. This is in Vegas, so it should be interesting. I would need to look up that guy for sure, but it should be interesting.
How about Flack? You got any? What do you want to talk about, Flack?
Bro, listen, you gonna have to put me on the modern boxing because
Well, you don't know anything
Like
about
I
modern
said.
boxing or what?
Bro, I really honestly like the prospects and the guys and the contenders who could, really make a big jump. These guys, I don't know none of these guys.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
But
Floyd Schofield
I know,
to watch out for. That's like tomorrow, I think. He's the main event.
Yeah, they bumped him up.
Yeah. But
what weight division is this?
lightweight, I think, right?
Yeah, 135.
He's nice.
He's nice.
Yeah.
He's nice.
So far, he looked pretty nice. He looks pretty promising. Lightweight is going to be deep. Even though some people are rolling out who are kind of bit at that top echelon right now, some of them are going to be moving up. But that being said, there's still a lot of competition at lightweight. Shakur Stevenson he just joined the lightweight ranks, so it makes it very interesting.
Who do you 86? Who do you think is gonna be like the next like cash cow boxing once like Canelo retires? Who do you think is gonna take that spot?
That's a very interesting one. Tank's getting a lot of accolades right now as being one of those guys who's up next as far as that. I think that, yeah, he has an appeal to him that I could see that being the case, especially as he continues to fight the best of the individuals out there. I think he's one of them. Just thinking about it from a cash standpoint, I think the best of the bunch right now, of course, I think is I think Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah.
But that being said, in terms of we're looking at from a cash making perspective, those who have that crossover appeal from an overall stylistic standpoint, even though Shakur has shown that he can do it offensively and defensively. Yeah, you could probably say Tank. I think Ryan Garcia, if he were to stay focused as a fighter, he could be one of those guys that does it as well, because I think the combination of him versus Tank was an added plus. It's just a matter of where Ryan goes from here. And if he stays focused, as mentioned, he could still do some things and he could still get his name out there. So I think he's someone that is capable. And yeah, from there, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. I think we may see someone pop up out of the.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting too. Someone to pop up out of nowhere.
There are people who have that type of potential. Jerron Ennis, I think he has that type of potential.
He's nice.
From a skill set.
I've watched him.
Oh, yeah, he's legit. Bam Rodriguez, I really like him. I mean, it's just a matter of if they can just keep them on that right trajectory, get them in front of people. I just like what he has to offer, though generally the guys are usually at, a little bit higher weights than some of those lower ones as far as who carry that next torch. So, it's just an interesting time frame. I would say probably one in the mix right now is Tank. He seemed to be able to generate the right type of appeal to potentially cross over in that major way to where he can carry the torch, at least for the period that he's still active and doing his things and staying out of trouble.
Who do you guys have in a Tank Shakur matchup?
Ooh, interesting one right there. Me personally, I favor Shakur. I think that, of course, he would have to be on his game on guard the entire time, because Tank has shown that he has legit power to be able to stop you at any point for the most part. And I think it will be tough for Shakur as well. But I just think that Shakur, yeah, man, he just has that skill edge that I just think is on the upper echelon, one of the most skilled in the sport, and he has the pedigree to go along with it. He's getting the right training, sparring with the right individuals. He has like Terrence Crawford, etc., in his corner. So for me, it's Shakur, but I don't think it's a complete blowout or anything of that nature. But I think he
Yeah.
has what it takes to get the edge.
Was his output in his last fight, was that normal for him when he made his lightweight debut?
I think he was trying to make a statement in there with a guy that not a lot of people knew about. The guy that he was one in a long line of individuals that Shakur was trying to jump in the ring with, and this was a guy in there. And I think he was showing that, hey, I'm very much capable of getting it done offensively and defensively, even if you may not like, if you may have some fights in the past and all that stuff that you didn't care for, or you think I was being passive, whatever. I'm going to show you, hey, I'm on a mission right now. I think he was trying to show that, and he took dude out. He was on the offensive on the front foot in that fight, which is different than the case with a lot of his fights. So I think it was making a statement. What do you think, Rodolfo?
I think. I mean, didn't he? His next fight was going to be against Pitbull Cruz. No, like they're saying that Pitbull Cruz versus him was going to happen.
Well, I heard that thrown out there. I don't know how serious it actually was. I don't know though if that's happening. I see Pitbull Cruz. I think he's supposed to be. Well, I've seen some video of him training. I don't know if he has an opponent yet.
No, he's in the.
He has a fight. I think
Yeah,
I've seen
okay.
a video of him talking about it.
Errol Spence in the. He's going to be the co-main. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's
Okay,
right.
yeah, you're right.
Mhm.
Yep,
He's a fun fighter.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Giovanni Cabrera, another undefeated fighter out there, who should make for an interesting fight for sure. He beat Gabriel Flores Jr.
Stockton got the person I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, they pushed Gabriel a little too fast, if you ask me.
Yeah.
So
He got
Oh,
that
yeah.
big knockout. Everyone was going crazy. Remember that like 10 seconds, I think.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, I think Gabe. Yeah, great story, of course, and a lot of promise, but certainly I think probably they moved him. I don't think they moved him any faster than he probably wanted himself, but certainly a little bit too fast. And he needs to get back to that confidence. He looked good in his last fight, of course, and I think if he continued to build upon that, get that confidence up, they don't rush him in there with some guys who are probably a little bit over his level at this point, then he could probably do some things.
How about you got any fantasy fights you want to talk about, Flack, or anything?
Oh, dude, we got plenty. I'm sure we've talked about them,
We
I
talk
know,
about it on the daily.
bro. Like one of my favorites. I think we talked about it before, but Archie Moore versus Sam Langford.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
Dude, two of the greatest punchers ever, regardless of weight class, man.
Yeah,
And they just meet up. Oh, dude, that's
That would be amazing. Yeah.
that's one of the I think best fantasy matchups you could think of.
Mhm.
yeah,
Cause dude, Archie's punching ability is just so superior to like a lot of all time greats. I mean, his combination of like just being able to put his punches on target with his power and with his counter punching style. I mean, it's. I really wish we had footage of him in his absolute best form. I think he would have been one of the most
yeah.
beautiful showcases of boxing that you would ever see.
Yeah, you make a great point. Yeah, the old mongoose, certainly one of the greatest fighters ever. Certainly, if I was ranking the top 10 fighters to ever have laced him up, Archie Moore falls in that rank without a doubt. So does Sam Langford. And very interesting fight right there. Very interesting fight. I think that there are certain aspects that favor both guys. And man, yes, Archie Moore, he had a ton of knockouts himself, so we know we could get him out of there. He had the type of punch to be able to do so. I guess Langford, from just over the course of his career, probably had the overall better chin, but I
Oh
wouldn't
yeah.
say it's by much, not by a ton or anything of that nature. So it makes it very intriguing. Of course, the measurables will be on the side of Archie Moore, though Langford, hey, he was used to fighting guys who were a little bit longer, taller, bigger in general. So it's very, very interesting. It's a very, very tough one. You know,
One of the Oh,
yeah,
my
it's
bad.
hard. It's hard to call it. I might lean. I'll lean Langford, but certainly it's not to throw any slight to Archie Moore because I think he's capable. He's a capable enough guy to be able to beat Langford as well. Maybe if they fought a series of fights, certainly I don't
Oh,
think Archie would just get blasted out of there and not win any. I think he's capable in that sense.
could you imagine like a 10 or 11, 12 fight series between the two?
Yeah, that would be crazy.
That is that, bro. The thing that makes me, I don't know if I lean Archie more, but one of the things is there's only one fighter who Sam Langford fought who had the almost the counterpunching ability of Archie, and that was Harry Wills. Obviously, Harry Wills was far bigger, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's the closest thing you're gonna get to Archie Moore. And Harry Wills, you know, just ran through Langford. I think they fought 17 or so times.
Yeah, but early on, Langford got the better of him, even
In
knocked him out.
1914, I think it was 1914. That was around the beginning of that was around the beginning of Wills's career.
Yeah, yeah, I think he turned pro in 1913, I believe. But you make a good point. It would have been, yeah, it would have been a heck of a challenge. But yeah, that earlier version, yeah, Langford was still, he was still in his prime when Harry Wills first turned pro. So Harry Wills couldn't do much with him at that standpoint. Of course, he could hang in there and all that, but Langford was the better fighter without a doubt. But I will say that once Harry Wills hit his prime and Langford was on the back end of his prime, then of course Langford couldn't do anything with Harry Wills because Harry Wills was just, I mean, he was in a
Yeah,
rare form at that particular period. So, but yeah, he's bigger than Archie, as you mentioned. So even though Archie went to heavyweight, but naturally compared to the two, of course, Archie was a smaller fighter, so he would be more on par with Langford. Uh, even though Langford started more in that lightweight range, or maybe even lower, somewhere around there. But yeah, very intriguing. I think that Archie, like I said, I think he's certainly capable of pulling off a victory because he's one of the more skilled fighters as well. Just had that experience just through fighting and being on the road. He was a true road dog, road warrior. He would travel to fight, and he was one of those type of guys that would, hey, tell me where to show up, I'm there, and he would make it happen. So I think he was very much capable. He was of that same ilk. So I think he could pull off a victory in a series of fights, as mentioned.
I think that the thing that I really think dictates this fight is
Hmm.
Langford's power, because I think Archie Moore would probably outpunch him and counter him, and I think that Langford would have a really tough time laying leather on target. But
Hmm.
it's like, oh man, if Langford can crack you, just one solid time. Look at the Jeanette fight where I don't remember what round it was, but where he
Yeah,
cracks him and Jeanette's wobbling for maybe 30 seconds, just
yeah,
getting
yeah,
dropped and getting picked up and getting dropped and getting picked
Yeah.
up and
yeah, yeah. I don't know what fight number that was, but yeah, that is a footage of them. Yeah, there's not a ton out there on either. Of course, not a ton out there on Jeanette. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember if there's even any other fight footage of Jeanette outside of that. I can't even recall. As a matter of fact, um, don't know that there is. Now that I think about it off top, but certainly, yeah, I think that shed some light into certain aspects. I think that yeah, that's probably a more comparable size, Jeanette and Archie Moore, though. Yeah, because even when Jeanette first started out, he was not a full fledged heavyweight, especially in the sense of what we generally think
Oh, that
about
was
when
their
they go
10th
into
fight.
their mature weight. So yeah, that's probably comparable in some sense size wise. So very intriguing. That's a good fantasy matchups. I think you can hear you could hear and have varying arguments as to how either fighter could pull off victory. Very interesting. That's a good one. That's a good one. I'd be interested in seeing what people say on the, if this were put to poll. I got a feeling that the majority will pick.
Langford.
Oh, you know
I,
what? Yeah, Langford. I was thinking there for a minute, Jeanette and Archie Moore, but yeah, with Langford, yeah, I think the majority. It'd be interesting. It could go. You know what? I don't know with that one. Poll wise, I feel like it could go either way because people hold Archie Moore in high regards as well.
I feel like he's done
yeah,
a poll of this before, 86. I don't know.
Langford versus Archie Moore.
Yeah.
Hmm. I know I've done Archie Moore with someone.
maybe.
Maybe it was it Langford. Very interesting one though. I did Archie Moore, Gene Tunney. I know that. Archie
Oh
Moore got the
yeah, I
head.
remember. I did not like that one. I was like I still think that Tony clears him out. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, you think so?
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, for sure.
Hey.
I think that I don't know. Tony's a guy who head to head is just a tough dude to beat. He really is.
Yeah.
He just
Yeah.
has so many things like as if he wasn't enough to deal with. His defense was just super sharp. He wasn't flashy with it, but he was so good at exiting the pocket while remaining safe. It's a thing that a guy like Tommy Loughran,
Mm-hmm.
as much of an expert defensive fighter he can get clipped while exiting the pocket.
Yeah.
I think in his fight with Leo Lomsky, he was knocked down twice in the first round, and one was off of the break of a clinch. But it
Mm.
just things like that are like Tony, man, he just had everything down.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, man. A very, very supreme, top tier level boxer, without a doubt. One of the more skilled we've seen. Studied his opponents. The nine brought that jab from a low angle, and it benefited him. Was different by comparisons to many who were fighting during that period, especially in the heavyweight ranks. And he could move well, great footwork. He knew his way around the ring, and I think that proved to be successful for him. So he certainly, I think him and Archie Moore would be a very good fight. Really, both of them probably at their best. Maybe light heavyweight was the where we saw both of them in their prime at their absolute best, or at least where they put in the most work, or at least their best work. You could argue is at light heavyweight, so that makes it very interesting. But you make some compelling points, so I think certainly it could go either way on any given day. That's the way it gets with some of these guys. It can go either way on any given day. Yeah, I like Archie Moore, but not by much.
I like his
Slight
style.
margin, slight
Archie's
margin,
style is awesome, dude.
slight
Actually,
margin.
I showed Rodolfo. I sent him a video of Archie's counters out of his shoulder roll counters, the same sort of hit shot that he dropped Marciano with.
Yeah, yeah,
That's like one of the cleanest knockdowns I've ever seen in my life,
yeah, yeah.
dude.
Hey, without a doubt, yeah, man, Archie, man, he was just like a real fighter in terms of that. I mean, it took him so long to get to the point where he could actually get the title shot. He did it against all odds in the sense that he gave up so much to get to that point, but he knew he had built up enough of whatever it was that was needed to be successful and such. Seeing him in there with like Yvonne Durrell and him being dropped those multiple times, seeing the heart that he has, man, he was a tough fighter, a real fighter in that sense. So, man, yeah, certainly one of the all-time greats. Both of them really fall into that ranks. But man, Archie Moore, just something serious, man. Something serious. I think he goes underrated. Doesn't get mentioned as much as he probably should, especially when you think about the great light heavyweights are in or around that weight. but I think it just kind of happens with time passing and all that stuff. But man, far superior than many who have laced him up in the sport.
Also, another thing that I was checking out the other day that I showed Flack and everything else was you know this YouTuber I talk about him Showbiz. He made a video of Mayweather versus Langford, and all the people in the comments were like, Mayweather would knock him out easily. I'm like, that's crazy.
No.
Oh my God.
They're mistaken. I mean, you had heavyweights who couldn't knock out Sam Langford. To think that Mayweather, who even some of those same fans will say that, oh, he had bad hands, to think that he was going to knock out Sam Langford, yeah, it's crazy, blasphemous. I mean, Sam Langford, when he first fought Sam McVeigh, who was one of these big-time punchers, strong, brute guy, he was giving up 40 pounds and gave him a run for his money. 160 to 201 and weight advantage at least. And just think about that, just dealing with that, given where Langford started, his ability to carry his power up in weight. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Mayweather has that type of power. Certainly not that one punch knockout power. He got some, he was great about setting up his shots, working it from a tactical standpoint to get his knockouts. But that would be tough against someone like Langford, who had an unworldly determination and just a guy you just couldn't really knock out like that. Not at all.
Yeah, I feel like Mayweather would be lucky just to make it out like alive that night. Like you have to be like surviving the whole night.
I don't think he gets past. What was what was this fight, like a 40-rounder? That hypothetical.
Yeah, let's say, I don't know. Yeah, like 40 rounds. I don't know how many rounds you want to do.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
I don't think he gets past like the 15th round.
Yeah. Let's say it was a 25 rounder or something like that. I mean, yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that'd be tough sledding for Mayweather for sure. And yeah, it's just stylistically, yeah, especially with him trying to do that shoulder roll. And if Langford's teeing off, we know that he has the power to knock out heavyweights. So I think he wouldn't have too much of an issue overall, just being able to get to him and do what he needs to do to get him out of there. Langford was a special type of fighter for sure.
Yeah, have you read the accounts of the Langford Gans fight? Like the round by rounds?
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, I recorded, Random Acoustic Thoughts. He did one on his channel where he did the same thing, but I had recorded one for him. It was going to be a collaborative effort. This was like last year or something like that, but we never put it up. We never did complete the video or anything of that nature. So yes, I have. Very entertaining, very interesting stuff right there. Joe Gans, is one of the greats of all time. Just think about a young Langford going in there and being able to do what he did.
Well, I think that one of the things that pops out at you is Langford was a notoriously, like, really underrated. Don't get talked about it much. He was a notorious body puncher, man. Like he could crack to the body, and he wasn't opposed to just headhunting, or he wasn't solely focused on headhunting. I think that you're not gonna want to eat shots, even if Mayweather blocks him with the arms. You're not gonna want to eat shots that is knocking out 230-pound heavyweights and taking that shit to the arms and shoulders and shit.
Yeah. Similar to like what Canelo did to Callum Smith, he would just break his arms down. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the case. Callum Smith. I thought Callum would have a better showing in that contest, but Canelo was bringing it. I think Callum is better than what he showed on that particular night. But man, Canelo was not cutting him any slack whatsoever. But that is a good example. Yeah, his arms were red and bruised.
Even Bivol too. Like Bivol said, he couldn't lift up his titles. He's like, remember?
Oh yeah. I remember him mentioning that. Yeah, saying he was taking it in the arms for sure. Yeah, Canelo had some snap to those punches, without a doubt.
Has there been another fighter like Canelo who fights out of their high guard? Like, it's weird. You don't see a lot of guys who like they throw punches out of a high guard. I feel like
Winky Wright used to do it.
Well, he had a notorious high guard because you couldn't really break through it, and you could watch like 30 minutes of footage of guys just trying to hit his gloves and he's really
Yeah,
not it. But like he'll sit there with his gloves like glued to his head and he's throwing jabs and lead hooks
yeah,
and
yeah.
it's like how do you I don't want to sound like a casual, but how do you fight that?
Yeah. He was pretty. He was pretty good. He was very. No, I would say very good. Very. He was damn good and more offensive than he's given credit for. He's known more on the defensive side, but man, yeah, you're right. Just the way, man, he could just snap that thing out of that high guard, and he just keep. He would be pressing the fight coming forward at times as well, even with his defense, his guard up. So he certainly won. Just thinking about it here in recent times, I imagine there's some others out there, but yeah, I love to watch Winky Wright applying his trade, and he had a hell of a run right there. Just seeing the way he dominated Tito Trinidad. Just thinking about that,
Oh
Mo
yeah.
as well, man, crazy, crazy.
Hmm. How about Beagles requesting us to do a prediction on Ali versus Joe Louis? Who do you guys think wins?
Ali, this is a bad stylistical matchup for Lewis. It is really not the fact. People think that Ali's gonna dance around him and jab and shit. I really don't think it's that. I think it's that Lewis is a stalker. He stalks forward and he's cutting the ring. How are you gonna do that when a guy who's constantly moving in and out, in and out, in and out? How are you gonna land shots on him? The whole argument for this is, oh, Ali is dancing and flicking his jab and he's just laying leather on Lewis, but it's like I just think it's gonna be hard to land solid shots on Ali with all that
Yeah.
moving. And I've heard people say that, oh, Ali can't do that for 10 rounds, 12 rounds. He can. I've seen multiple fights where Ali's in the fucking 11th round, just chilling, moving, skipping.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I'm with you. I think, yeah, of course, I always say you can conceive ways for both fighters winning, but Ali, I rate him as the GOAT heavyweight, really the GOAT fighter in my heart.
Hmm.
Uh, but that like the add bias to it. It took me a long time to say Langford and Greb were better, or at least to rank them ahead of him. But I can't put anyone else ahead of him. That's just me. But yeah, I would favor Ali, and I think that his movement would be a piece of it. Great jab, of course. He can work it from the outside. I think he can do his work without getting touched up by Joe. You certainly don't want Joe on the inside landing those short hooks that could change the night. And that's one way, of course, in which Joe could win. But I do favor Ali. I give him a slight margin over him. Both great fighters. I don't mind it if someone has Joe Louis ranked ahead of Ali all time. I think you can make an argument, all that good stuff. But I do rate Ali as the number one heavyweight, man. He was just different to me. When I just think about Ali, I just think, man, that guy was just different. As a heavyweight, just different.
Yeah, I go back and forth. Sometimes they're interchangeable for me, but I think in a
Insects.
in a I think in a fight. Oh,
Look at Rodolfo representing. Got the 86 boxing hoodie on the thing, holding it down. Look at that. Where you
he
at,
said
Flack?
We have Flack.
he said Frazier did. Well, Frazier's whole style moves forward, and Frazier it has a almost flawless way to work to get on the inside with his head movement. Joe Louis doesn't have that.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah.
Frazier
Yeah.
almost had like a slower, sloppier, unathletic Henry Armstrong head movement sort of thing going on, where he uses to get on the inside.
Yeah, he was very fast twitch. Frazier, fast twitch and kind of hard to pick up that rhythm the way he actually moved in there. But I think Lewis was he was pretty crafty in there. As a matter of fact, I think the best way of understanding is, or at least breaking him down. I thought scrapbook boxing on this channel. I need to find what video it was. He was talking about Joe Louis. I think he did an excellent job of breaking down his style and the way he broke it down. You just kind of see the excellence of Joe Louis for sure. And I was pretty fond of that video. I need to find which one it was. I had to share it or whatever, but I thought he did an excellent job. So Lewis was a dog. It was without a doubt a dog. And yeah, I favor Ali, but certainly, like I think, yeah, Lewis, he could certainly get the victory without a doubt. I mean, it's neck and neck.
Yeah, I think that I mean, really anything can happen in that one, but I wouldn't compare how Frazier was able to find a way into how Lewis would be able to,
Oh yeah, yeah,
but yeah, I just think that stylistically it's a tough matchup for Joe Lewis.
yeah, yeah. Tough matchup. I think it's tough for Ali too. Um, but yeah, certainly, I think it's a tough matchup all around. That's both of them at their best. I mean, it's one of those, yeah, sort of like mega matchups, those once in a lifetime type matchups that we would all love to see. We would all love to see it, of course. But yeah, like I said, I do lean Ali, but certainly if someone was going Lewis, I mean, I think they could make a strong case right there. I think those are the two greatest heavyweights in history, period, as far as I'm concerned. Of course, some others kind of rank up there in those ranks, but I think one and two between those guys, and you can flip them around any way you slice it. Like I mentioned, I have Ali one, but certainly I think they had such standout moments against high levels of competition that I would likely, yeah, have those two there interchangeable, or at least the two, and then others who are thrown in the mix that can be flipped around in different ways as far as who you rate as the greatest of the periods, you know?
Yeah, heavyweight's weird. Ranking it is hard because of Sam Langford. He had 39 color title defenses at
Yeah,
heavyweight,
that's crazy.
which is like it's just because one is crazy, but I think if you compare his competition to Ali's and Lewis's, Langford's competition at heavyweight, I think is I think uh, it's tough, but I think it's better than Lewis and Ali's. It's just like I think if you compare, Jeanette and
Look at it
McVeigh
fight
and
by fight.
Clark and Wills, and it's those big in Norfolk guys like that, and it's just over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
That
No, I
like
see what you're saying for sure.
that's crazy,
I
man.
would give it the nod over Lewis to a certain degree. I would still give Ali the nod number one because as far as the resume, heavyweight resume, but certainly when you look at it from a fight to fight basis, and you take away some of the repeat fights, because we know that Langford had a rivalry with a number of the guys where he fought them a number of times. And of course, that's tough to do, especially because you're going in there with guys who are familiar with your moves and the things that you can do in the ring. So that does make it very interesting and very tough right there to be able to still find ways to gain victory over them. So yeah, I can see what you're saying. So yeah, I would rank Ali one, but you make a good case right there with Langford. He did have a pretty impressive heavyweight resume. On top of the fact that we know he didn't start there, and just to think of what he was able to do at that weight, which is pretty insane, pretty darn insane.
What do
Yeah,
you
his resume is crazy.
Yeah.
Would you have anyone? Would you consider like be able to give like argument for a heavyweight GOAT other than Langford and Ali and Lewis, or no? Or do you think
No,
that
I don't
it's
think you can.
no? Okay.
Uh,
Hey, maybe you can for Johnson because he fought.
yeah,
I don't think it's on the ones you mentioned, but he was a dominant champion.
yeah, yeah. I think Langford can certainly be thrown in that mix. There are some who rank Langford or Johnson. Yeah, there's some who rank Johnson number one, and of course, he went through some tough conditions and all that, and he fought a lot of top level competition uh, to go along with such. But yeah, I think, yeah, you could throw him in the mix there. I would probably go 1, 2, Ali Lewis. I think I've said this before. Then maybe Langford there. Number 3, you could argue Johnson. You could argue another
Harry
fighter.
Wills.
But right, I have 4. I have
Larry Holmes, yeah.
Harry Wills. And then I'll probably go Jack Johnson.
Okay.
But I think that you could flip them around. I think between 3, 4, and 5, that's kind of interchangeable in some sense if you look at certain aspects of it. Of course, we didn't get to see Langford in there with Johnson, except for that one time he was outweighed, and I believe he's a teenager at the time still as well. But that being said, um, yeah, early on in Will's career, yeah, Langford gave him a biz and some lessons learned that I think benefited Will's. But certainly, yeah, I think you can change those out. But I'll probably go 1 Ali, 2 Lewis, 3 Langford, 4 Wills, 5 Johnson.
Okay.
That's solid.
How about Flack? Have you ever watched the Jack Johnson documentary, the PBS one? That's like 3 hours long. Have you ever watched that one?
No.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Unforgivable Blackness.
Yeah, that one, bro. That one was insane. I remember that's probably like my favorite boxing documentary I've ever saw. But they took it off YouTube. That's the thing. It used to be on YouTube, but now you have
it's
to.
not there anymore?
Buy it. It's not there no more.
I saw it on YouTube. Man, that's crazy.
Oh really? Let me see. Let me see if it's still there.
But no, this wasn't recent. It's been a number of years. But I did see it on YouTube at that particular time.
Yeah, I try not to let the stories of certain boxers and backgrounds influence the way that I rank them amongst each other. Because Johnson's story is crazy,
Yeah.
and one of the things I really like about Jack Johnson though, and in the way that it might influence how I rank him though, is he's one of the only boxers who was a world champion and a colored world champion. I just think that's so sick how I don't personally, I don't care much for I'm pretty sure Jack Britton held like so many world titles in other countries. I don't care for like the American middleweight strap or the American light heavyweight, but I do count colored titles almost on the same level as world titles.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure Jack Johnson was he was a colored heavyweight champion and a world heavyweight champion. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he had it for a good period. As my man Randall Acoustic Thoughts, who was on earlier, I know he stated he feels that Johnson was the first true undisputed heavyweight champion of the world because, of course, we knew that the color line was drawn in a lot of those contests. But once he won it, of course, he was considered the best black heavyweight at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can make an argument. Of course, Sam Langford hadn't really came into his own when they first fought or whatever, but generally he was the world colored heavyweight champion and he took the world heavyweight title. So that is in a sense like the first undisputed world heavyweight title matchup. Because in the days of Sullivan, we didn't get those matchups that I highlighted in the video that I have. Of course, Peter Jackson, someone he didn't face. C.C. Smith, they could have faced off with each other at a particular point, and he could have stamped his name in the game in that sense. But then, with Corbett, he didn't fight Peter Jackson. He didn't rematch him, give him that shot. With Fitzsimmons, he, of course, lost his to James J. Jeffries, but he didn't get an opportunity to defend it against a black fighter. Would he have? I don't know. Would have been interesting to know. But, of course, Jeffries drew the color line. I don't know, and I need to look into it. I don't know if Fitzsimmons drew it when he was a heavyweight or whatever, but I knew he fought black fighters. Jeffries did as well. But I know he drew the color line as related to the heavyweight title. So from that standpoint, Jack Johnson was that first point in which we got the best black fighter against, I guess you can argue, the best white heavyweight, and best black heavyweight against the best white heavyweight in Tommy Burns. Tommy Burns, hey, for what it was worth, he was a traveling heavyweight. He got a lot of solid wins out of the mix and knocked out a number of guys and everything. So I guess that's what it is. Whether or not he was the absolute best, who knows? But he was a champion, at least carrying the belt at that particular time. So that's really, I think, a key piece of it as well.
Well, you can go, Fleck. I don't know if you're gonna talk.
I was just gonna say that a lot of people who don't know boxing history,
Mhm.
and they don't know, much about boxing, but when they talk about black role models and guys who really set the path for, um, just being notable in whatever they did, and they look at Johnson,
Mhm.
they look at Johnson as he was the first ever black heavyweight champion, and he's this guy to be celebrated, but he drew the color line too.
Yeah.
He drew it. I mean, I'll say he drew it harder than John L. Sullivan did. And we have, he has the one quote where he said, I'm the first ever black heavyweight champion, and I'm gonna be the last, because his
Yeah, he
thought
did.
process was the second he loses that strap, it's never going to another black heavyweight ever.
Yeah, it took years. It took like 2 decades for Lewis. 2
Yeah.
decades, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. But yeah, he drew the color line. Sullivan, the case could have been different if he fought any black fighter, but he didn't fight any of them. So he's certainly the one
Yeah,
that set that tone. Even
it's
they were
funny how
doing.
I think it's funny how they always talk about it too. Sullivan talked about it. He said, "I'm not fighting Peter Jackson because he's black." And that's it. He
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah. Right. Right.
And
Yeah.
then and then Johnson said pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, it's pretty much it's crazy. Which it is even crazier when you think about if you go back to the bare knuckle area, you had the best fighters of color at points who were taking on the best white fighters. Daniel Mendoza, I think he had some type of Spanish origins or something of that nature.
Oh
And
yeah.
when Tom Molyneux was the best, he fought Tom Cribb, even though there was some very shady business going on ringside, and they are, from what I understand, they were like breaking its fingers and all that type of craziness.
Whoa.
Yeah, you got to look up the story of it. It's just crazy. Tom Molyneux versus Tom Cribb.
Oh
But
wow.
that being said, even back in the bare knuckle days, you had those matchups being made. So this was really Sullivan drawing it, especially when we think about it from a Marcus of Queensberry rules standpoint. So therefore, yeah, it's that's one thing you have to take into account, regardless of whether people want to or not. A lot of people don't want to, but it's the hard truth. It is what it is. He drew the color line. That's what he chose to do. As we mentioned, there were other white fighters from that period who fought black fighters, and he wasn't one
Yeah.
of them. So
It's
can't
yeah.
blame history. It is what it is. That's him. That's on him. It wasn't. I understand. Oh, it's just the times and everything, but you had others who fought black fighters. I mean, so you can't just blame it solely on the time. That was a concentrated choice that he made on his own.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for guys like Joe Choinski,
Oh yeah,
guys like that who they didn't care what you looked like. If
yeah,
he wanted to fight the best guys, he wanted to fight the most dangerous guys, and he took some knockout losses and he gave them out too.
yeah, yeah. No, no, no. I'm with you 100%. Yeah, and it isn't even just solely black fighter. I mean, just any fighter of color. Maybe if it was an Asian fighter, a Mexican fighter. You know what I'm saying? If you chose to fight all comers, then hooray to you. I guess the closest thing for Sullivan, he fought Herbert. What is his name? I need to figure out his name. He's from New Zealand. He was a Kiwi. I can't think of his dang name right now. That's
Who's
the
a Pacific
closest.
Islander?
He was from New Zealand actually. Yeah, so yeah, I guess he will follow that Pacific Islander. I guess sort of in that same kind of category in some sense. New Zealander. Um, Herbert. Let me see. I need to look up John L. Sullivan. This thing. I I have his name.
Herbert May Ori Slade.
Yeah, Slade. So that's probably the closest thing. So to fighting a fighter
Oh
of color,
man.
I guess you can say.
Well, I do look like a big, like those big Pacific Islanders. They're built.
Yeah.
They're built heavy. Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly. So
Big
so
bodies.
Herbert Slade. So yeah, he did fight him. Some people might say that counts.
Have you
Yeah, count.
have you heard of that Pancho Villa actually wanted to fund the Jack Johnson Jess Willard fight? Have you ever heard about that or no?
Which
I've heard
Pancho Villa?
some mention of
Like
it, but
the revolutionary Mexico revolutionary.
yeah,
Oh, that
yeah.
one?
Yeah, I've heard some mention of something to that tune, but I don't know the story to that degree though.
The story was that Pancho Villa, he wanted to like get some funds to like support the war, like for his side, but I don't know why it didn't go in his direction. I don't know why it happened in Cuba instead of Mexico, but I feel like that would be dope just seeing all the Mexicans with their sombreros and everything in the crowd. Imagine if it took place in Mexico. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would have been crazy right there. Pancho Villa, yeah.
Pancho Villa would probably be in the ring too, like introducing them or something. You know, we would probably see him in the like.
Yeah,
when
Oh,
they're
that'd be
fighting.
sick. That'd be awesome.
That'd be
Yeah.
insane right there.
Yeah.
A legend of Mexico there for the right and wrong reasons, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I didn't know
but-
he was affiliated with boxing. That's
There's more stories about that too. I think because Jack Johnson fought in Mexico sometimes. I've heard of articles about that. Like they would say like "Viva Jack Johnson" stuff like that. They'll like chant stuff like that.
Yeah, there were a few fighters that did fight over there. Well, more than a few for sure.
Sam Langford too. He was like the Mexican heavyweight champion.
Yeah, I was trying to think. Yeah, I've run across some of the heavyweights actually fighting there. Was the Wills fight there? I feel like Wills fought there as well. If I'm not
I
mistaken.
know he fought in Panama.
And I think Argentina. Let me see, Harry Wills. But I do feel like he fought in Mexico. Let me see if I'm right. See if I'm right here. Yeah, he did. Yeah, Harry Wills did fight in Mexico City. Yeah, that was later in his career. But he did fight in Panama, as you mentioned. He had a number of fights over there.
Also, another thing I heard about, like in the Jack Johnson PBS documentary, is that I wasn't like there was like a person who tried to kill Jack Johnson or something like that before like a fight.
Oh,
I don't
you
know.
know,
There's like a person who tried to kill him. I'm not even kidding. I remember hearing something like that.
I haven't seen it in a while, but I wouldn't put it past,
Yeah.
passing. I'd imagine, there was some people who really hated him and didn't like the fact that he had that world title for sure.
Yeah, it looked like they caught him, or else, shit. I mean, he would die early in his life.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. Like I couldn't even fathom. So yeah, so when people rank him up there in the top ranks, hey, it's hard to argue against such. If people rank him as the greatest and all that stuff, I just can imagine like what he was actually dealing with right there, real time, because you can see in the fights, in the footage that we do have, pretty much just look at the crowds and you don't see any black people in the crowds whatsoever. So I can only imagine what he was dealing with going through those fights right there, and then trying to keep his cool and like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do my fight, get through this, and I'm gonna be good. Just walk it out here, or am I?
I think he I heard that he broke a law. In the law was like you can't take a woman across state across
Man Act.
for for unusual reasons or whatever. That's such a Jack Johnson thing. That's funny.
Yeah. And it was actually someone that would ultimately become his wife. But hey, there's some people out there who say that, he broke the law and he deserved to get, he deserved to be charged or whatever. I know I have this guy on my Facebook. His name's Buddy Gibbs. He feels like he broke the law. Buddy Gibbs. I know he's on some of these panels and on some of these little boxing things, but I know he's one of those that think Johnson broke the law and he deserved to be charged, all that stuff.
Jesus.
I
might have to check him out. I might have to
look at the name, Buddy Gibbs. Yeah, I don't really know him like that. We're Facebook friends. But that being said, I know he's coming on that. He said that that PBS documentary, Unforgivable Blackness, was horrible and inaccurate or something of that nature. He just said it was one of the worst documentaries, period. Hey,
oh my God.
I'm surprised they haven't made a Jack Johnson movie, because they've made movies about like Jackie Robinson and stuff like that, and Jesse Owens.
Oh, yeah.
How come there haven't been a Jack Johnson?
Yeah, supposedly there's one in the making. That dude, he's been in a number of movies. He was in what is that movie? It won an Oscar. I can't think of what
Which
it
one?
is. But he was in also. Do you remember? Did you ever watch the Marvel show? What's the black dude? He had the Marvel series. Luke Cage.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then I know that. I know what you're talking about. Yep.
He was like the enemy of Luke Cage.
Oh yeah. No,
That
I
guy,
remember.
Basila or something like that. Mershala.
Yeah, I remember hearing a headline that he was gonna play Jack Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. I haven't heard anything about it or really seen any updated news or anything of that nature. So I don't know if it's something that is already kicked off or actually where they've actually done filming or anything of that nature. I had just heard, or at least not just heard it, read it, that was actually going to be taking place, but I'm not sure as far as where it stands. As a matter of fact, I need to look that up because it's apparently it was in the works.
Did you guys ever hear of the story where Jack Johnson was speeding and then he paid the officer like double the amount because he said, "I'm gonna speed back home, like I'm gonna speed."
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah.
heard that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Dude, he's a
Supposedly that's a
character.
tall tale, really.
Oh, they say it's fake or
Yeah. I guess there are some aspects of it that is that were like, yeah, not necessarily I
Dude,
guess
some characters
what's gonna
through
happen.
boxing history are awesome, man. Like Jack
Yeah.
Johnson is he's just one of those who, you like what he did or you don't like what he did, but you can acknowledge that, man. Like just beating up on somebody and then the second you clinch, you're smiling for all the cameras. Like that is hilarious.
Mhm.
And then there's all the
Oh, yeah.
stories of him, bending people's arms back and cuffing and doing all types of crazy shit.
Yeah. So I was just looking at Unruly is supposed to be this. It's supposed to be a limited. It's supposed to be an HBO series. I see something from 20.
Oh wow.
So apparently it's I see an article on Deadline from January 2023. It said Rodney Barnes joins HBO Jack Johnson limited series starring Mahershala Ali as a writer and executive producer. So maybe it's gonna happen. I think it's actually gonna happen. Just taking some time.
I feel like that would go viral, like in Twitter. Everybody will be talking about it, like especially like the younger generation. Like they'll be like, "Wow, this actually happened!" Like,
Shout out
cause
Alexander.
That'd be dope. That'd be dope if it does happen. I know it. Hey, that needs to happen. We need to have that. That would be super cool to have that. There was. I haven't seen the movie. I had started watching it, but The Great White Hope is like Jack Johnson and
1970? Did it take place in 1970?
Yeah, somewhere around there, I'd imagine. Yeah,
I need to watch that. I'm watch that after this because it's
Cool. Yeah, it's dang, he's a great actor.
The
James Earl Jones, I think.
Yeah, that voice Darth Vader. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he's Jack Johnson in that one. I had started watching it or whatever, but they don't use the names. They use like different names. They don't use like the real names of like Jack Johnson or Jim Jeffries. I think they use some like made up stuff.
Okay.
But it's based on that point where I guess they were looking for a Great White Hope, and it ultimately became Jeffries coming out of retirement and stuff. I need to watch it as well. I probably need to watch that tonight myself.
I remember there's like a white heavyweight title when Johnson was champion.
Oh, yeah.
Who were the champions during that? Can you name all the white heavyweight champions or no?
No, I can't. I haven't really dove into it. I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't dove into it. Matter of fact, I think it was Alex. He was mentioning something last night. Alex, I caught it. You mentioned this guy McCarthy.
Oh, I know him.
Something McCarthy, Lucas, or something with an L. But I know he was one of them. He was considered a white hope. This is a guy apparently I didn't know of him, but he had died in a fight. He was looking to. He was someone that was considered opponent for Jack Johnson.
Oh, right here. I have the list. It's McCarthy was the first, then Arthur Pelkey. Then
Pelkey. Yeah. That's the guy that knocked him out, and he died in that fight against Arthur Pelkey.
And then it was Gumboat Smith, and then it was Carpentier.
And then who was the other one? Carpentier?
Yeah, Carpentier.
Oh, okay. So he had the title too. That's funny. No, it didn't last long then, huh? Yeah, I had heard of it, but I hadn't really looked into it because I knew it didn't really have any real prominence in terms of weight, because that's like the black heavyweight title. There was a black heavyweight title out there, which is not the colored heavyweight title.
What's the difference between those? The black and the colored?
sort of like that white heavyweight title is one where I think the first one to take claim of it was Klondike Haynes, and then he ended up losing to Frank Childs. I want to say Frank Childs beat him or someone like that, and then Frank Childs was carrying it for a minute, but it was never ever fully substantiated and didn't really carry a true lineage that went on over the course of a long period of time, sort of like that white heavyweight title.
No, yeah.
Didn't really have a true long lineage or anything of that nature. So yeah, there's a black heavyweight title, but I think that when Childs beat, I wonder if Demerara Martin might have, but I think when Childs beat Klondike or whatever, he had the colored world title or whatever. It kind of ruled it moot or in some sense or something like that, or that nature. So it's just one of those things. It's just one that cropped up out there. Started with the claim, which you can say many titles did, and then from there never picked up any steam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting though.
Have you guys ever watched the Peaky Blinders?
I know what you're talking about, but I haven't watched it. Is it good?
Rodolfo, have you watched it?
No, but I know people watched it.
Dude, there's this guy in the last 2 seasons. He's supposed to be from Boston, and the whole time, I'm like, dude, he looks like Tommy Loughran's twin brother. I mean, bro, and they had some boxing scenes in one of the few seasons, and I was like, oh my, he needs to get in the ring because he looks like Tommy Loughran.
What time period does Peaky Blinders take place in?
So it starts off in 1919, after the end of World War I. Okay. But like every season is like 3 years here, 5 years here. So at the end of it, you end up in like 1934.
Well, maybe that was Tommy Loughran then.
Shit, it looks like him. Shit, what else against him?
That's funny. Hey, I found out about freaking Freddie Mills, the boxer, the British boxer. I found out about him through this show called Father Brown, this British show. It's long running. I think it would be on like the PBS of whatever the equivalent of PBS is over in England or Great Britain in general. I think it would be the equivalent of that. But my girlfriend, she used to watch that all the time. And then, I would never really be paying attention. Then I started to pay attention a little bit. And then I remember one of the episodes had the whole Freddie Mills thing. They were talking about it on there. And I got familiar with Freddie Mills. And then I had to look into it for myself. And I was like, oh, my goodness. What's going on?
I think I know what you're talking about. But I think it's like something different. Like I saw on Twitter that Freddie Mills was like, they said he was like trying to punch out of a paper bag or something like that just for fun. Because, like that term, that boxing term. That can't punch away about
I know the term.
Have you ever seen that or no? Have you seen that clip?
I don't know if I've seen that, but I know the term certainly.
It's pretty funny, but I don't know if that's it's probably part of the show, I feel like, but I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been in there. I know this was a pretty interesting episode because it centered on a boxing gym and a boxing situation. It's always like a mystery. Father Brown, he's a priest. He's helping solve a murder of some type, or it could be some other stuff, some other act. And this one centered on a boxing gym murder or something of that nature. And they were talking about Freddie Mills at the beginning of it, I guess kind of as the lead in. Very interesting right there. And from that point forward, I started watching the show all the time.
That's sick.
Which is
that
crazy.
Sounds interesting.
yeah. It's just one of those crazy little things. Who would have thought, right? So, but no, it's good stuff. So yeah, there's there are a number of other boxing movies that I haven't watched. I need to watch them. I mentioned I haven't watched Raging Bull. I've heard that is top notch.
Oh, I need to watch that one too.
Yeah, I just haven't watched it.
And the one with Clint Eastwood, that boxing related one, I need to watch that one because Clint Eastwood's amazing.
Oh, $1 Million Baby. That's a very good one. Very good. This is fictional characters, but very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one. Well directed, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I don't watch boxing movies, so
Flack, he told me
you watch boxing documentaries, right?
Nope.
Oh, not even documentaries?
What?
No, I just had I just haven't watched any boxing documentaries, but I don't watch boxing movies.
No, hey, I feel you just need the right one. I'm gonna create one. You're gonna watch it?
Hell yeah, but shit.
Okay, cool.
It better be. You better not have fucking You know, some 1880s boxer over here doing Philly
Oh yeah,
shells and shit.
yeah, I know what you're saying from that standpoint. Yeah, I mean, those are some little things they have, some little sort of bonehead moments where, hey, someone on set has to know this, right? Like, why would you do this boxing movie and not bring in someone at least who could give you an idea of how those guys were fighting back then? So I
Yeah,
feel
my
what you're saying.
yeah, my the only thing for me is like I can't like I just don't like watching a movie if it's like in the 20s or the 40s, like with the Peaky Blinders and then their little boxing fight they had, where you had guys who are moving and who are having like a very modern style guard, and it's like bro, people like that they didn't box like that back then. It just like turns me off of it completely.
Yeah, yeah, I think, yeah, certainly, yeah. Thinking about that era, you didn't have a ton of film for sure, so yeah, you had to think about it. Yeah, you'd probably be geared more towards some of those guys with their hands down, just kind of working it from like a Tunney's or
Yeah.
Ted
What's
Kid
your
Lewis. There's a little bit out of him. He was kind of like that. He had his down, but he throw that left out there.
what's your boxing movie? What are you planning on?
Or talk about what I'm planning to make.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I was just saying that.
Oh,
I've been thinking about it though. I've been thinking about, hey, I need to do a boxing movie. There's so many stories out there. John L. Sullivan. There, well, someone said that there was a John L. Sullivan movie from back in the day. Might have been like 40s or 50s or something of that nature. I forget what it's called. Of course, I haven't seen that. Not that I won't, but I would want to see something like that. I feel like he has a movie or or more, or rather
damn.
obscure boxer. That's my fault. Rather
There you
obscure
go.
boxer who has maybe not necessarily a big name, but a very interesting story. Someone I want to do something on is Mysterious Billy Smith. I want to write a book on him as well. I had at least started the process. I didn't get very far, but started the concept at least. So someone like him, I think that would be very interesting. He's a very interesting fighter, Canadian fighter, but takes a lot of information gathering for him. So there might be some others out there who have more information out available that is it's just easily obtainable through just like public information, things of that nature. So that kind of, I guess, would factor in somewhat as well.
Yeah, I'll cop the book. If you ever make any books or anything, I'll for sure get them A6. No problem.
Oh, I feel you. I feel
Yeah.
you, Rodolfo. I know you hit up my man Brian Duncan with the Ice Punch.
Oh yeah, it's coming
Ice.
Sunday. It's arriving Sunday. I'm
Okay,
excited to
that's
read it.
pretty dope. That's good stuff. Yeah, Brian. Yeah, I gotta hit him back. He replied to me. Yeah, he's gonna come on. I'm gonna get him on. We're gonna talk about the Ice Punch. That would be a good movie right there.
Uh huh.
Well, a lot to make probably, especially you want to factor in the Titanic scene.
Yeah, the budget would have to be. You'd have to have like some money
Yeah, you
to.
would have to have the right budget for that type stuff. So yeah, that I don't have a budget. Not as in I have an unlimited budget, as in no, I don't have any budget. So I had to factor that in as well for
Yeah.
anything I'm trying to do. But yeah, that was an interesting story because it ties to the Titanic. So, but I guess there's a way you could work it to where you can just get to the point of them getting ready to head off on the Titanic, all the lead up to that point. Then the Titanic, the movie ends, and then people be calling, "Hey, what about part two? We want to see what happens." But come on, you know what happens,
Yeah.
right?
It has
Have
some.
you
Oh,
oh
actually, no.
my
You,
bad.
you go. You go
You
fight.
got
You
it.
go. Fight. You.
You got it. Cause
Okay.
what I'm about to say is gonna be long.
I have some, bro. I have some more information about Jack Johnson, like his time in Mexico. So it says here that he, in 1919, he arrived at a restaurant in Mexico City, and it was owned by like some white American dudes.
Yeah.
And so they refused Johnson's service of to
Oh,
eat. But the thing
wow.
is that Mexico, they didn't care about that. They accepted like all races. They didn't care about. They weren't like as racist as USA. So
Yeah.
some generals that Johnson knew, like of Pancho Villa's like part of his army, they saw that they were refusing service to Jack Johnson, and they said, over here in Mexico we don't do that stuff. Like that's like some stuff that only happens in America. And they pointed their guns to the people that didn't want to serve to Jack Johnson, and then they felt to the peer pressure, and everyone was like chanting Johnson's name. And also I know the reason now that why Jack Johnson fight didn't happen in Mexico, because since you know that Jack Johnson, like they had the Mann Act thing going on, and he couldn't
Yeah.
like this. So the opposition of Pancho Villa, like the other army that they're going against each other, said that if Jack Johnson goes to Mexico, he'll get him arrested because you know like that money from the Jack Johnson fight will fund Pancho Villa, which is the opposition of him. So the opposition like said, "Oh, if you come here, I'm arrest you because that's gonna help the enemy, like fund their army." Yeah, it's
Crazy.
interesting. So that's why it didn't take place because Jack Johnson didn't want to get arrested.
Hey, I feel him on that. Yeah, he was on the run at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it happened during that period. Crazy, a crazy story right there. Of course, I've been to Mexico City on more than one occasion and got nothing but love in Mexico City.
Yeah.
Shower you with love. Mexico, baby. Viva Mexico. I feel like an
Yeah.
honorary Mexican in this thing. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Yeah, because Flack is he's Mexican too. But talk about Mexican fighters. Do you think that Canelo can become the Mexican GOAT if he keeps on getting like good fights as he is, or no?
Well, from what I've gathered, it's going to be hard for him to surpass Julio Cesar Chavez. He seems to be numero uno in the hearts and minds of the Mexican public, at least right now. So it's going to be hard to surpass him. I would assume there are some other ones who are very good as well. Of course, you know, Canelo, he's been on a pretty solid trajectory, and I think he has more left in him than some people give him credit for, of course. And but yeah, I just think it's going to be tough for him to pass. For some, he will be probably more of the individuals who are around my age, maybe some of the younger ones. But I think for some of the older guys, it's going to be hard for him to surpass the likes of Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. or not Jr. Senior. Junior, we know he's untouchable. He's on the upper echelon.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard for him to pass him. Then you have others who are thrown in the mix as well. Salvador Sanchez, he's one. Ruben Alvarez, I know people hold him in high regard. So I think he's going to be considered up there in the mix. But as far as from what I gather, just seeing it, hearing and talking to people, it seems to be that Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. was the man, you know?
What do you think, Flack?
About who's the greatest Mexican boxer?
You think Canelo can become the Mexican GOAT when his career ends or no?
Bro, you know I use stats. That's all I'm gonna say. Julio Cesar Chavez, his resume is like, I think he has he beat 2 Hall of Famers in his career over God, who knows how many fights, like 115 or some shit like that.
Yeah. So
I mean, I don't know. I think I'd go. Of course, he has a chance, but he's already starting to regress. He looked stiff and slow, and he didn't in his last fight. And he didn't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Ruben Alvarez was. I know he was very good. I don't know what his resume looks like off the top of my head, but yeah, I think Canelo could do it. I think Canelo has a chance, of course.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the public opinion, the resume excluded. I think that'll factor in, of course, but I think some are going to look past that, and that's why I think that Senior will probably continue to be numero uno, but certainly Canelo would be viewed in a similar light, I would think. Certainly once he retires, then you'll have that recollection for sure. He's carrying the torch.
I feel like Salvador Sanchez would easily be the GOAT if he was alive, because even Julio Cesar Chavez even said, like, bro, I think Salvador Sanchez would have beat me. He said that multiple times.
Oh, yeah, he was a beast.
Yeah.
He was a beast, and at a young age.
Yeah, he just died too young. It happens to it's crazy how, like, not surprising, or not surprising, how common it is that guys die at like 23, 24. It happens so much.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is pretty crazy. I saw some report where they were saying that I think it was the U.S. though. I don't know if it's average age or the life expectancy has risen to 35 years old or something like that. Which, you think about that, like, wow, 35, that's young. But certainly I guess, better than what it was back in the day. And I'm just thinking beyond even Salvador Sanchez's time, just thinking about, even further back with like a lot of the guys that we talk about, and some of that, I guess, that factored in was things like certain diseases and
Yeah.
all that stuff. We talk about the
Yeah.
guys who died of tuberculosis and all that, and those different illnesses, diseases. Maybe they don't have a vaccine for at that particular point. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess we're going to be in that mix. At least those living in this era, they're going to be saying that about COVID 100 years from now. Like, oh yeah, they had this huge pandemic, COVID-19. So many people died, etc. And then they had to develop a vaccine. But I guess similar things. They say history repeats itself. Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
Well, I sure shit hope that doesn't repeat itself. That fucking sucks.
Yeah, I would know. But
Did you not get COVID?
who, me?
Either of you? I had it one time, and it was like, dude, it was literally like 6 months ago. It was the worst thing ever.
Really? What happened? Did he go to the hospital?
How I ain't go to the hospital.
What
That's
happened?
expensive.
What,
First
what
of all.
happened?
Second, bro, it was just like I'm telling you, like it was like the worst. And the worst part was only like 24 hours long, but whoo, that shit was bad. It was like the worst ever, like head pounding experience. And there was times like I couldn't open my eyes because when I'd look at anything, like it would hurt more, and it would feel like I was upside down at some points. Like
Crazy.
I'd try to fall asleep, but you can't really fall asleep, and I'd wake up 30 seconds later, and I wouldn't remember which side of the room I'm laying in. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It was horrible, bro.
Yeah,
Disorienting, like
How
yeah.
about you, 86?
Yeah, that's why I'm for everyone having health care, free health care for all. That's just me.
Facts,
But
facts.
but what I would say is I never tested positive for COVID. I've been tested on a number of occasions. I've been vaccinated, got the booster and all that. There's apparently another one out there that I haven't gotten yet. But
oh yeah,
that being said, like when it was kicking off, this would have been in like I think it was February or March time frame. I think it was.
I think it was March where it became like official, like, oh, shut down
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. So I think it was February when I had got sick, and yeah, one of my friends, their daughter apparently had been to a choir, and she wasn't feeling well. In the aftermath, they came over, visited, and man, I got sick, and then like I didn't know what the heck was going on, but it had my throat. So I guess the symptoms they say different things, but my throat was like
oh
killing
yeah,
me. It was like I
oh
had
yeah.
never felt this before, and I had the flu before back in 2014, and that felt different right there. Like if you had the flu, you know how that feels. But this felt worse because my throat was like killing me, and then I went to the doctor. I went to three different doctors, but I was trying to I was trying to figure out what it was. I thought I had strep throat because I had heard of people having strep throat, and I never had strep throat, so I thought it was that. And I
Mm.
remember one doctor gave me Novocaine. That's the stuff you gargle it, and it would numb you for a little bit, but it just wasn't working. Anytime I swallowed, it felt like a fire going down my throat and all that stuff. But
Oh wow.
ultimately, I went to the doctor and all that. They couldn't figure out what it was. I went to an ear, nose, and throat doctor. They put the little tube down my
Oh
with
yeah.
up my nose and all that stuff. And they said, "Oh yeah, it's just like a common cold." But this is the same time they didn't have this is before they announced it. Hey, COVID, this pandemic and all that stuff, like you were saying, Rodolfo. So this was like February of 2019, and
You mean 2020?
yeah, 2020, yeah, 2020,
Yeah.
you're right, 2020, and man, when I went to another one, and the last one I went to, yeah, they didn't even test me. They didn't have enough tests. But she said that I didn't have COVID in that sense. They tested me for the flu, and of course, so I got tested for the flu, strep throat, and at the time, this was before yeah, like I was saying, it kicked off, and then this was a little bit later on. I went to another doctor, and that's when at least I guess the rumblings were there, and this might have even been a little separate incident, but I know this was when they were like, "Hey, we don't have." Any or many COVID tests or anything of that nature, and you have to meet certain requirements to be able to be tested or whatever. But so I don't know. So I never tested positive for it, but I know that at that particular point there, yeah, that was the worst I had felt since I had the flu, and
During the
still
during
remember
the
that. You
during
know,
the pandemic, how'd you get your haircut? Like, because I know like the barbershops were down, huh? Like, who cut your
oh,
hair?
I didn't. Let me
Oh,
show you.
you didn't?
I'm gonna pull up a picture.
Bro,
Damn.
I just shaved my head.
I had cut my beard off once, but let me show you.
He
Bro,
said once.
I've
Oh
been
boy,
growing it
that
for
was
a few
funny.
years now.
He
you
said I
should
cut it off once.
Hold on,
you
I'm
should cut
gonna
it off
show you.
86. Well, once you hit like a certain amount of subscribers or something, I don't know.
Oh, I've been growing it. This is like 2 years right here. It's longer than what it shows right now, but hey, I might have to do so. I might have to do so. If I get enough
Bro,
interest, I'm down for it, Rodolfo. That's a good way to drum up
get
some interest at
yeah.
least. But I'm gonna show you how I was looking during the pandemic. I did get it as mentioned. I cut it off my beard off myself once and I kept my mustache, but I had a fro, so I looked like I was out straight out the '70s stash dude. You know, like I got Mr. Stash Man. But
Shaft.
I'm gonna show you a picture because I think it's funny. But I had a couple of incidents where I grew it. I'm letting my hair grow now. You see, it's getting out there. It's
Yeah.
been it's been I had cut it off, and but I got to get some more hair on my head. But I want to show you this picture of what I looked like during the pandemic because I had that thing jumping off that '70s style.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean they had everything was shut down for that one period. And then eventually I could get in there and at least get my stuff cut. I had to wear a mask and all that stuff. Shout out to my man Mark holding it down. The GOAT, my man Mark. Been going to him for years. He got me right.
I remember just the other month, I reunited with the barber who used to cut my hair during like elementary school, and whenever he would have finished my haircut, he'll be like, "Oh, you're back in the game, little buddy," or he'll be, I remember he used to always say that, and then yeah, I met him. It was like I think like 2 weeks ago. He was like, "Oh, that was you," like, and then he was like telling everyone, "I've been cutting this guy's hair since he was like 5, and look at him now." It was crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. That's what my jump was looking like.
Damn.
I had it and this was it it was actually bigger than that, but my hair curls up or whatever, so I had to take this picture. But this was after I had cut my beard off because I had cut it off and I just had this stash right here growing, and so you got to imagine that looked pretty funny. And then it grew back or whatever during the pandemic. Then I had a fro just froed out in that thing.
Mm-hmm. Is that what do you have on your? Oh, is that the?
That's the pick with the fist.
Oh
You
my.
know about those, right?
Uh-huh.
I had that in that mix right there, so it was pretty funny. But yeah, that's how I was looking. And then I let it grow again. I let it grow again, and it was I had to show you it's even higher. But my hair got pretty long. Uh, I
Yeah,
feel I need to
Rodolfo,
show this to give you an idea of just how long it was.
so you never got COVID, Rodolfo?
Me, no, never.
Really? You live
No,
in San Jose, bro.
my dad did because like he would like have to work during COVID, but
Mm.
Oh, that
Oh yeah,
sucks.
Cali.
See, like for me, like the 24-hour shit was really, really rough. But afterwards, for like 2 weeks, my throat, for me, it was just super like irritated. I couldn't like eat much. Like I couldn't drink anything because my throat hurt horribly. I couldn't really talk. And then also my hearing got fucked up too.
oh wow,
Oh man.
Yeah, yeah, bro. Like my hearing, it was messed up for a while, and then I don't know if it ever went back to normal or not. Because now
really?
Maybe
yeah,
now,
I think I might have just got adjusted to it, or I don't know.
Yeah,
But dude,
yeah, many
that
people
sucks.
reacted differently. I know that even with getting the COVID shot, I got the little vaccine shot or whatever, the 2 shots, and it didn't have any effect on me. But for my girlfriend, when she got the second one, she was sick, and it was almost like she had it. Well,
Damn.
with the assumption, but they said that you could feel the symptoms or whatever. But she was sick, and I didn't get sick when I ended up getting it. So it was very interesting. I know people had different symptoms and everything from what I've heard as well.
Yeah, I didn't get no shots. I'm good.
So you worked your way through. Okay, good
Yeah,
stuff.
Hell yeah,
I got
bro.
no shots either. Yeah.
I made it so damn far. I made it so far, bro. It was March. This was March. I was initially supposed to start my job at McDonald's. I was supposed to have my orientation at like the 9th, but then I got COVID on the fucking 2nd. So then I had to start at like the very end of March. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I knew of some other people getting it, and yeah, they had them down and out, all that stuff as well. So certainly something to get through. It's pretty crazy.
I made it so far, man. It's like almost like gone. You don't really hear no one talking about it no more.
Yeah,
And
right.
then
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then boom, I get that shit.
yeah. You
But
don't hear it as much now, or yeah, really, not anyone talking about it. Yeah, I was just talking about that with my girl. We were talking about that, I think, earlier today. As a matter of fact, like you don't hear it anymore. Period. Um, so yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I think, to be honest, Boz is probably he can tune in right now because like what's the time over there in Bosnia?
Oh, I think he's 6 hours ahead. I think it's somewhere around there.
Only 6? Oh, for you it's 6.
Oh yeah, I'm East Coast.
Yeah.
So
For me it's probably like 9 or
yeah, it would be like 9 for you.
yeah.
I believe it's 6 hours ahead.
I think it's more, no, because Bosnia isn't like UK for me. It's like the
Well, no, he's in Norway.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Norway. Okay, I get it. Yeah.
Let me see, Norway time right now. So yeah, 6:19 a.m. So they're just getting up, or at least some of them.
Yeah. What's the weekend over there? So no, probably not. Not that many people are waking up at this time.
Oh yeah, Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday. Shout out to you, Josh. Hey, Zorro de la Vega. What's going on, Vega? Alex Vega in the mix, baby. What's going on with you, Vega? Alex, check him out. Subscribe to my man, Alex Vega, aka Zorro de la Vega. We're usually on the fight night scores, scoring fights, all that good stuff, and it's pretty cool.
oh, you score fights on stream?
Yeah. So it's on the Fight Night Scores channel. You have to check them out. I had to or if you see the page, it's definitely, but it's a website too, fight-score.com. It's like a scoring system that is pretty comprehensive. It dives into statistics, all of that stuff. You can see how your scoring compares to others. We like usually do it in a group. We do it probably every 2 weeks. So not this week, but the next week coming up. Last week we scored Jermaine Taylor versus Winky Wright, which was a very good fight, actually. And we compare our scores and all that stuff, but it is like a good system. They need to adopt it in the pros because it gives you the opportunity to actually select and type in different things based on what it is that you actually saw during the contest, right? And we know we see some judging scores, judging contests, or their information or whatever it is questionable. This right here gives you more of a picture that kind of spells out the overall story. So it's worthy of checking out. Y'all should join us. Matter of fact, let me drop it in here. Fight-score.com.
Hey, I'll be I'm gonna still be in the thing, but I have to put my bird to sleep. I have to put him in the cage, everything. So I'll be back, okay? I'm gonna still be on though.
Bird. Cool. Got you, Rodolfo. But fight-score.com, definitely worthy of checking out. So Flack, you don't know if you've been over there. I don't know if you're down with scoring. Some people
Bro, I love scoring fights.
Okay, cool. Well, this is the most comprehensive way. And I'm not just saying that because they're cool and all. Shout out to my man Jim. Shout out to Vega in the mix right there. I dropped the link in there, but it is pretty cool. Matter of fact, let me show people. Why don't I show since I'm right here? Why not share the screen? Hey, I got nothing to do. This is what it looks like when you're in there or whatever. So you can see different fights. We usually pick them up or put them up at varying points and all that stuff. So you can see we've done many. I'll take it for instance. Let me see which one. Let me do this Edgar Berlanga versus Jason Quigley. Look at the analysis right here. This is the type of stuff it does. So you can see how it compared right here in terms of how people scored different rounds, things of that nature. This one's apparently even, I guess, the amount of people that actually scored it overall. So it says 2 scorecards right here. So I'm sure I'm one of those. Oh, yeah, me and Mr. Info. Salute Mr. Info in the thing. So we're the only one that did that one. So it was a 10-10 round. I guess he had it the other way. Very interesting. But you see, it just gets deeper into the analysis. Usually we go in and add in the actual scores for the judges in the aftermath. Didn't do that here, but you'll see what the winning margin is. It was 116, 111 for Quigley. That's what it is based on. My score, well, for instance, if I look at mine, I had Berlanga winning 113 to 111. So that counteracted with Mr. Infos. He had it the other way. But I had Franchot and Cruz Desern 96-94 over Savannah Marshall. I was getting clowned. People were saying I'm blind. Maybe I am.
I remember that. I remember
Maybe
that
I'm
on Twitter.
blind.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm blind. I know Zorro, my man Zorro De La Vega went the other way. I guess I'm blind out here in these streets. It's crazy.
Hey, 86.
Yes, sir.
How knowledgeable are you on the past scoring systems that they used?
I guess.
I know they use multiple different scoring systems.
Well, I'm not too knowledgeable on just systems in general outside of the 10-point must, but I am aware of different, I guess you could say, scenarios or stipulations tied to them. For instance, I think it was with Roland Lastarza versus Rocky Marciano. There was some kind of weird system where I think it amounted to like 5 different, I want to say 5 different judges or something. It was something weird where it wasn't just solely the 10-point must system. It was an accumulation of, I guess, points of some type that were adding up. And you would have to really look into it. I'm not versed in it enough to know how it went down. I do know that at some point when I say stipulations and all this stuff, like back in the day, you would have scenarios where there was the referee was only the judge. You still see that in some of the fights over in the UK, as a matter of fact, where the referee is the sole decider of who is the victor. So they'll score based on what they saw in a contest. I do know that there were situations where there may have been 2 judges, or you will know, of course, when it was 2 judges and a referee in some instances. So it varied like that. Of course, there were certain stipulations with some fights, as far as some agreements that were sort of precursors, or it was due to state regulation or law where you would have agreed draws, or at least in some scenarios, if a fight didn't go, or if a fighter didn't knock out the other fighter, then it would be declared a draw. And you saw that a lot, regardless of what actually transpired throughout the contest. If the fighter was still standing, then the belt wouldn't change hands and a victory wasn't awarded to anyone. That's where the newspaper decisions oftentimes came into place. And then through some regulations, almost exhibition like, you would have some fights that were just a draw in general. And it was agreed upon beforehand that there would be no winner. So things like that. There may have been some other sort of systems, like you say. I'm not particularly versed on any of the systems outside of the 10-point must system, other than, of course, I know about that situation, what I was mentioning with Rocky Marciano. And I'd imagine there were probably some other ones out there that were pretty different than what we're accustomed to. Certainly thinking about it, and it makes it interesting. Me trying to think about, even when they were doing it under London prize ring rules and all of that stuff, how things transpired. Because I'd imagine in some of those fights, there probably wasn't someone keeping a score in that sense, especially those long, drawn-out fights. When you think about it being 70 rounds or 40-something rounds or things of that nature, like today where someone has a scorecard sitting there. I think it was more so a judgment call from what I gathered. But very interesting, I think there's probably more stuff out there than what I know. For sure.
Salute to Bruce. Yeah, my first time on the panel. Bruce,
Yeah. Beagle still in the mix. West side.
Mhm.
Oh, you're on the west there, Beagle. Yeah, we get the short end of the stick. If this was a big fight on, then the main event would just be starting to get warmed up, and then I'd have to be up all night. But good stuff right there. Good stuff. Rodolfo San Jose, let's go. Salute to you, Bruce Gas, Boxing Jazz, and more. Oh, Flack is out of the mix. Flack has dropped off.
Oh, he's out.
Flack in here, me and Rodolfo. So salute to you, Bruce Gas. Oh, 5-point must system. So see, Bruce is on it. Salute to you, Bruce. Appreciate you dropping that knowledge right there, Bruce. 5-point must system. Flack, we got some knowledge dropped by my man Bruce Gas, Boxing Jazz. 5-point must system. I wonder if that's the one I was talking about with Rocky Marciano.
Oh, by the way, like I said, bro, listen, my internet is going through a rough time tonight. So
no, hey,
so it threw me off.
Been there myself, man. Been there without a doubt, especially on these windy days.
Yeah, I was asking because I was trying to prove to Marco or Snowflake, why that how Barney Ross after 1935 started to digress. And I wanted to use the scoring of the third Ceferino Garcia fight, but it was a 10-round decision, and the scores were like 58-47. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, I guess that's the 5-point must that Bruce is mentioning right here. And I think that is what I'm thinking about with Rocky Marciano versus Roland Lastarza as well.
Yeah, shout out to Bruce Gas. I need to check him out. I still haven't, even though Rodolfo has been telling me about him.
He's cool. Yeah, you should check him out.
Oh yeah, Bruce Gas, the man right there. The man, Bruce Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more. I'm telling you, you should check him out. You're gonna love it. Flack, I'm telling you, you're gonna love it. Bruce, very entertaining. He needs a book. I've been saying that. He's gonna do it one of these days.
Oh, he's gonna do a book?
No, he needs to make one, is what I'm saying.
Oh.
He's got some crazy stories.
I would buy it, Bruce, because I feel like you have a lot of good stories to share.
Yeah. So I look back. So that's what it is. It's a 5-point must system that they used in at least the first Roland Lastarza Rocky Marciano fight. That's the one I can remember right there because it was like 50-something to 40-something type situations as well.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Bruce for that. Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting for sure. Salute to your Beagle.
Yeah.
Never make it to midnight main events. I feel you, Beagle.
But I was just wondering. I was like, and I tried to look it up, and I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find any information.
Yeah. So 5-point must. Imagine there were some other quirky things back in the day too, going a little further back. Like, just I know from seeing some of the videos that were out there, situations where the referee didn't have to be in the ring and less things got rough, I guess you can say, which is crazy, right? The referee be sitting on the outside just chilling.
That's funny.
That's horrible.
It's crazy. Then it's starting to get heated up. Let me get in here and do my thing.
Slide in the ring like WWE. You know how the referees?
Through the ropes. That's hilarious.
Yeah, but you never know. I know I did an amateur event one time. It didn't end up happening this way, but these are people who weren't necessarily accustomed to just boxing overall. This is one of those, they got a sanction. It was one of these college things, as a matter of fact. And they wanted all of the judges to sit on a stage lined up in chairs as opposed to being right there at the ring to save space for people to come up closer to the thing. We're like, no, we can't do that.
Yeah.
No. What the heck? Yeah. Bruce Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more. And that says, hit me with a sub, guys. Hit him with a sub. Bruce is on his way to 1K. He's at like 800 and something.
Damn. We gotta get Bruce subbed up all the way to 1K for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. Show love to Bruce Gas, Boxing Jazz, and more. He's on his way there to 1K. He's not far off of
Damn.
there, Bruce. Hey, this time next month, I think you're gonna be there. They're damn close to it. So yeah, it's
Yeah, I'll
all
sub
good.
to you after
Yeah,
this.
got to get Bruce on here one of these days, man. Great boxing knowledge. I mean, he was in there around the sport doing his thing back in the day. Bruce, great stories on this channel, without a doubt. I was there last night. Was that last night or the night before? I can't even remember. Sometimes some things blend, but we're watching Danny Lopez versus Mike Ayala. Hey, that was a firefight. I hadn't seen it.
Yeah, Bruce was celebrating Danny Red Lopez. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, hell of a fight right there. Firefight. They were going at it, and I hadn't seen it, so that was a good time stuff. That makes me. I told him I had to see more of Lopez, man, because he was a fireball of a fighter for sure. Non-stop. It's crazy.
Yeah, at first I only knew him because of course, Salvador Sanchez. But once you go deep in his career, yeah, he's pretty decent.
Oh, yeah. Had a pretty solid run for sure. Yeah, so that's good stuff.
How about you got
Peter Maher's a unit. My God.
Yeah.
Dude, I was looking, I really wish we had more descriptions of his fights, man. Such an interesting resume.
Well, there's a book out there. I don't know if you read it. I haven't, but I've seen it referenced a lot, especially on BoxRec. It's by Matt Donaldson or something like that. I was talking to someone about this. I think Random Acoustic Thoughts. Let me see. Matt.
Peter Maher?
Yeah. Matt Donaldson. But I've seen this. I've seen this reference for a lot of fighters during that era who fought in the same time frame. And like for instance, I'm saying on BoxRec, I've seen it referenced a lot to accounts of some of the fights that took place and some of the wins, I guess losses. They probably use that to account for it as well. I'm going to tell you what it's called. It's the Irish champion Peter Maher, the untold story of Ireland's only world heavyweight champion, and the records of men he fought. So it came out, I guess, in 2008. I'm looking here. It looks like July 16, 2008 by Matt.
Ireland only has one world champion. He's the only world champion in its history.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ireland's only world heavyweight champion. But here's the thing.
Well,
but I was
Jimmy
talking about it
McLaren,
with
who came from Belfast.
Yeah, I was talking about it with Random Acoustic Thoughts. As a matter of fact, we were chatting yesterday, and I think it's more so a claim. I don't think it was ever substantiated.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the lineage, he's on listed as a lineal world heavyweight champion. This was in a brief period while James Corbett
yeah,
was supposedly retired,
uh-huh.
and so Maher apparently fought. Who did he fight? He fought someone, and he ultimately beat this person. Then he ended up fighting Bob Fitzsimmons, lost to him. So both of them were claiming, hey, world heavyweight champion or whatnot. And then eventually Corbett came back out of retirement, and he fought. I forget who he fought, but I know he ultimately went on and fight Fitzsimmons. I don't know if he fought anyone before Fitzsimmons, but he ultimately went on to fight Fitzsimmons, and Fitzsimmons became, of course, the lineal champion when he defeated him. So Peter Maher is more so a claim as opposed to actually being the world heavyweight champion.
Yeah. The thing about him, that whole situation with him being like having like a claim to the lineal, even though it was just James J. Corbett just, being inactive. Well, that reminds me of what happened actually recently with Tyson Fury, where the ring heavyweight championship, they put it up for grabs for Joshua and Usyk. And I told you like that kind of pissed me off because the ring heavyweight championship, it basically got like the lineage got like it's not 100% accurate anymore. It doesn't follow the lineal. It kind of made me mad because Fury, remember Fury? Like, I mean, there's like a bunch of times where he says he retired, but there's like one time where he said, "Oh, this time I'm actually retiring." Ring Magazine contacted him, and they actually believed him, and that's why they made it up for grabs.
Yeah. So there's a separation of the two. I think that's you would think they would go hand in hand in line. In the Ring Magazine, they do a good job of tracking it, and they don't just issue it to anyone. So generally, if you have someone who is the lineal champion of whatever division, then in most cases they end up getting the ring belt as well, but
Yeah.
it doesn't go 100% hand for hand. And in this period, of course, in that period of Corbett, of course, they weren't rated then. Ring Magazine wasn't around at that particular time.
Yeah.
So you have that lineage that goes on. And then the Ring Magazine comes, and there is some alignment for certain periods and all of that stuff, but not one for one overall. But certainly, that's the next closest thing as far as the way they operate and kind of just dating it back to the lineage, because it'll predate a number of the other belts that we know to be tied to the sanctioning bodies and such. So because
The thing about the Ring Magazine too is that I don't know if I told you remember this, but they went digital fully because like.
Oh yeah, you did mention that.
Yeah, it's been. I feel like they're on their last legs, to be honest. Ring Magazine, it's kind of sad.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I used to be subscribed. Are you still subscribed to them?
Bro, that's the thing. Like, I got an email that said, "Ring Magazine does not do print issues anymore." I'm sorry, because I was like subscribed to them, and I was like, "Damn, what happened?"
It's different. It's different when you're it's different digital magazine versus
Yeah,
the actual print. Yeah, I was subscribed to them. I guess it was about 3 years now because it was prior to me moving in this home. But I was subscribed to them. I enjoy getting the physical print, and I have a few of them left. I didn't think it was gonna go away, at least at this point. But I guess you can understand to a certain degree with so many things moving to the digital space. I know they probably relied on some of the ads that were being sold for placement in the magazines. I wonder if that factored in, less companies offering up, or at least paying for ad space or whatever it may be. So very interesting there.
I think Boxing News, the UK publication, it still is going strong with the print. But Ring Magazine, yeah. But also, I think how I realized too, I was like kind of suspicious because it was like 2 months that I haven't gotten an issue. I'm like, what's going on? And the last one that came out, the last ever one was like one where they have like Jack Dempsey on the cover. It was actually pretty cool. It was like how they used to draw their covers back then, like in the 40s and 50s. But it was like
that's dope. Dempsey. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is dope.
Yeah.
That is dope.
It's like the last one they ever created. It was, I guess. So
were they saying that on the magazine? Was they saying like this is the last print issue or anything of that nature?
I think they've been like they're kind of like, I feel like they're kind of embarrassed to admit that they're going like out of business, kind of, because I followed them on Twitter. I never got any, like, they never said anything of, oh, we're going. So they're kind of, I feel like they're kind of keeping it on the down low because they're kind of embarrassed or something. I don't know.
Need to see what's up. Need to see what's up. Dougie Fisher. I know. Yeah, I follow him on Twitter and Ring. I'm not on there all the time, but I need to see what's up. I know he's the editor in chief over there. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought they had some good stuff they had going on there. But man, yeah, it's tough for physical print media these days in terms of competing with the digital age, especially with everyone using their phones and all of that stuff. I'll still get some books. It is different reading a book or something on your phone or whatever, but I read articles on my phone all the time, not necessarily books, but I listen to an audio book on my phone. But something about having a physical book is pretty cool. It's almost like a collector's item in some sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also the short physical media is because the price, it's like way cheaper for the digital. It's way cheaper.
Yeah, I mean that's like right there. People, you can get it out to your base or whatever instantly, and you don't have any shipping or distribution required outside of just you having direct contact with your base. Oh yeah, it makes sense. It certainly makes sense. I mean, we've seen a bunch of the big newspapers go that route as well. So I guess
when did this happen?
It was like, when was their last? I think it was like 2 months ago. It's been going for like 3 issues now.
I didn't even know that. But I knew when I had subscribed to it, and like I was saying, this was probably like 3 years ago. Been 3 years since I was getting some issues, and I remember they were giving you a physical, and they had a little digital version they would provide to you as well. At least if I recall correctly, because there was, and I think when you could sign up, they had an option for getting digital only, or you can get the print, and then the print came with the digital. Now I
That's
never did look at the digital version, but I was just getting the physical books.
Mhm.
So-
Also, another thing about I noticed that the last few ring magazines that came out were like low quality, like the paper and everything was like you can tell the quality was like the paper wasn't as high quality. And yeah, and the boxing news, it's crazy. They do weekly magazines, like they like
Oh,
every
yeah.
week they get it's crazy. They're doing
They're in
hella
the
good.
UK, right?
Yeah, they're doing hella good.
But they have a heavy following. Boxing is respected at a high level over there compared to here. We have so much other stuff going on with freaking football. Football is king here right now.
And basketball, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, basketball.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. 86. You watch basketball? Are you like
Yeah,
like versed in the basketball right now?
yeah, I'm versed in it. I had on my phone while we were doing this. I was watching that San Antonio
Did you see
Victor Wembanyama and
Oh, that tall dude.
He did he put up 9 points, 8 boards, and 5 blocks. Dude, he got fucking killed. He got put on a poster so bad by
Damn.
what's his name? Not Herb Jones, but something Jones.
this is Charlotte. It's so
Yeah.
no, I'm not thinking of what's the name. So it's not
It's
Jones
one of their
Jr.
younger guys. Nah,
Let me see
what's
where
his name,
Jones
bro? Maybe it's not Jones. Maybe it's
Derrick Jones Jr., but I think he's on Chicago.
Oh,
No,
Derrick
no,
Jones Jr. Yeah.
No, not Derrick
Yeah.
Jr. I don't know. It's one of Charlotte's younger. Their whole team is fucking young. So
Yeah, right.
But-
And I haven't seen Charlotte play in years. Well, I saw
But-
a little bit of LaMelo when he was first joined the league, but Charlotte's not one of those teams you can just sit and watch like that.
But the fourth pick, Amen Thompson,
Okay,
he went down badly. He got hurt
Damn.
first summer league game.
which team was he?
I meant
Who had
Rockets. Yeah, Rockets, and his brother Asar went 5th to the Pistons. He
Oh,
went
okay.
down
I was
badly.
gonna say because I was thinking Pistons.
Were they twins? They're twins.
That's
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
that's
they're
crazy.
identical twins.
Yeah, that sucks.
I was watching that. I don't know what the fuck we were talking about, but I saw that, and then I saw the video. I'm like, oh no, man,
One of those
that's
season-ending
rough.
type things.
I don't know, but he went down. It was just awkward, and then he got took out, and hopefully he's doing
Yeah, it's
better.
crazy. Yeah, I saw that
It would
last year.
suck to be another Chet. Yeah, what happened with Chet Holmgren?
That's what I was thinking about. Man, it didn't even look like it was really much contact, and the dude torn something, trying to rock with LeBron.
The shit that makes me mad is every single one of these guys has in the skinny ones. They have it in their mind that if I put on muscle, everything's gonna get ruined. My jumper is gonna get ruined. My agility is gonna get ruined.
Yeah.
It's like if MJ thought the same thing when he got into the league in '84, but then he put on muscle and his jumper was fine. Everything was fine. Well, all that happened was he got stronger.
Yeah,
right?
that is true.
So when you watch Chet get a mini heart attack when he saw LeBron and get injured, it's like, bro, you are 7'3" with 190 pounds. Put on some weight, bro. Eat some cheeseburgers.
Right, yeah, and Wembanyama, he's super skinny too, man. It's
Yeah, I
crazy.
know, dude. It's like, but that game was.
He's 7'5", no? I don't think he's 7'3".
He's 7'3". He's
Yeah,
7'3".
You've been hearing 7'4", but I guess he probably measured out really 7'3".
Yeah, no, they did. His official measurement was 7'3" barefoot.
Okay, cool. So I guess 7'4" with some shoes on, you can give him an inch. But yeah, he looks crazy out there. Yeah, I had my phone, like I have it here. I had it on this little stand, so I caught a little bit, but yeah, it didn't look like.
Oh, you gotta watch that. Listen, you have to see this, bro. You gotta see him get put on a poster. It's crazy.
I wanted to see how he handles individuals, getting bodied or something. But then again, a lot of teams do play small ball with it. I guess he's gonna be out on the perimeter. I don't know where they had him.
Kai Jones, that's who it is. It's Kai Jones.
Okay, Kai Jones. But yeah, I had to check that out then. But yeah, I was wondering how he would look against, NBA bodies or whatever. But that being said, of course, I guess he plays like a guard. So it'd be interesting what position he ultimately, or what they run him at,
Oh, but he got 5 blocks. So he's 7'3". He's gonna get blocks, but
yeah.
oh my, It's so bad what's happened to him. Dude, that he wasn't he it was one of those where in midair he's facing the opposite direction and he has a dude's nuts on the back of his head. It was just like, geez.
Oh, I'm about to see this. Kai Jones, he's about to dunk on her. Oh, look. Let me see what happened. Matter of fact, I gotta share this. We're gonna see it together.
Oh, the posterizer.
Yeah, he's getting posterized over
Oh, this is
here.
gonna
We're
be
about to
good.
see what's up. It's gonna happen real quick.
Let me get my glasses to see this.
Oh, you need your glasses on. Hold up, Rodolfo. Hold up.
All right, I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Support him, how to best support this team, and this whole experience, all of it's been great. Great for him, great for us, and
Well, I just got a welcome to the
I saw that
NBA
cat.
moment right
I
there.
didn't
Your
know who it
timing was
but
not
I saw his hair.
impeccable.
I've been seeing him in the game.
But I'm curious about something. We'll watch the replay. This is a spectacular finish by Kai Jones. I don't know if Victor has ever asked about your welcome to the NBA moment, but he's going to give as good as he gets.
Goodness. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. Hey, yeah, he was just in a bad situation right there, but that was nice.
Yeah, that's crazy. His first ever game too.
Yeah, that's funny right there. But no, that's good stuff right there. So yeah, he's gonna be. It's gonna be interesting to see him. I couldn't tell from what I was watching where they were playing him at, whether he was at the 4 or 5 spot or what. But it'll be interesting. I just want to see how he does with it because it's always interesting with those tall guys. Maybe he'll be more like Porzingis, who is tall.
Porzingis, yeah.
He's about the same height or somewhere close to
He said,
that.
"Welcome to the NBA, rookie." Oh, that's tough.
Welcome to the NBA,
rookie. Whatever happened to Porzingis? Is he good?
He got traded to. He just got traded to Boston. He was here with the Washington Wizards, but I didn't.
Is he putting up numbers?
He was doing pretty good. He got hurt really badly like 2 years ago, and it just hasn't been.
Yeah, so he's bounced back. So he puts up numbers offensively. Yeah, he's an offensive guy.
Okay.
More so, I would say.
The
not as much on the defensive side, but of course he's tall too, like Wembanyama long. But certainly,
he's 7'3" as well.
Yeah, he didn't. But when he first came in, it was kind of like, oh yeah, this dude, like, look at this combination and all that stuff. So some of that hype died down. So he's kind of been out of sight, out of mind in Washington because they haven't been good for a good minute. And
so your team is the Wizards?
Yeah, I like him, but I don't really watch him. To be honest with you, I haven't been to a game. I haven't been to a game in a minute since they had
John
Wall.
It
was more when they had Gilbert Arenas. Well, no, John Wall.
Wow.
John Wall. The last time I went, John Wall was still the guy or whatever. It was during Lynn Sanity. You remember Lynn Sanity?
Oh Lord, this is like 2005. Oh, Lynn Sanity.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Lynn Sanity, not Vince
that's,
Sanity. Jeremy
that's
Lin
like
when he had it run. So whatever year that was the last time I went to a Wizards game where Lynn went on that streak. I know I was out there. I remember I went to a game with them in New York, but I had this little partial plan. It was like 5 or 6 games or something like that. That just so happened to be one of them. Lynn Sanity was on fire, did his thing, gave him the best. But I haven't really checked him out. I was gonna check him out when Russell Westbrook was here, but that was around the time of COVID as well. So that didn't happen. And now I just haven't really been out there. I'm usually doing boxing stuff. So I go to the majority of the boxing stuff for the most part. But I'll go to soccer games, like I go check out DC United. I like soccer.
I hate soccer.
Yeah, so I rock with that. I don't go to any football games anymore. I used to go fairly often, but it's been a number of years for that. Same with basketball. But DC United, I have a ticket to DC United tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to go, though. I thought they were going to have Messi playing. Miami FC. That would have been crazy. Messi, I guess, doesn't appear until like the 21st or 22nd, something crazy like that. So just missed out, but I had the ticket for a minute. But I might go to this comedy show See, one of my favorite
Who's the comedian? Who's the comedian?
His name's Rod Man. I don't know if y'all heard of him. Check him out if you haven't. Rod Man. He's on YouTube, but he's funny. But he's here in DC, so I might pass up the game to go to that, as a matter of fact.
Peace out, Beagle. He's surrendering for the night.
Oh, Beagle. Hey, salute to you, Beagle.
Those-
Hey, thanks, Beagle. Appreciate you. Thanks for the super sticker, all that good stuff. Always love to have you here, Beagle. Yeah, it's about that time. What? This is 5 going on 6 hours. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Yeah,
I was
we're
just
all
gonna
about
say,
that.
like,
I heard Flack over there yawning. It's past your bedtime.
bro,
Need to be
I
tucked
yawned
in.
like 15 times. I was just muting myself. Like, dude, I'm fucking tired. But I was just gonna say, like, the problem with Wemby is you can't put him at the 5. You just can't, because guys like Clint Capella, guys like AD, he's gonna get bullied hard. He's gonna get pushed around. He's gonna get beat into. You can't put him there, and you can't put him at the 4 because almost every power forward today is explosive as shit, and he's gonna get blown by a lot, and it happened a lot in that game I seen.
Yeah,
So you gotta kind of figure out what's best for him.
yeah. It will be interesting. Yeah, maybe the 3 spot point forward.
No, that'd be
I don't know.
rough. That I'd try. I guess it's the best of the worst situations until he packs on some muscle and some strength, and I'd put him at the 4. Yeah, you just can't put him at the 5.
I couldn't tell. I wonder if they let him bring the ball up the court. You know, I couldn't tell from
He
what
can
I was
handle
watching.
well. He can handle pretty well, actually, for a big dude especially.
Yeah. I've only seen. You know, I haven't actually seen him play outside of seeing some clips of him, highlight clips where you're pretty much just only showing him. So yeah, I'm gonna be tuning in. You know, I usually don't watch. I haven't watched a summer league game since Zion was in the mix when he first came. You know,
Oh yeah, big deal about him.
beasted.
And I don't know if you guys know the drama, but yeah, it's not appropriate for
Bro,
YouTube.
that shit's.
Oh yeah, it is pretty crazy. I know about it. That damn
Crazy.
Zion. Zion,
Bro.
hey, you gotta take a chill pill, man.
Baby mama drama.
Yeah, baby
Yeah.
mama drama.
For me, all of my sports teams are in Atlanta, and we suck, all of us. I don't watch baseball, but like for football,
Oh
basketball.
yeah, the Braves. I think they're pretty solid.
I
Yeah.
think the last time Atlanta was good was it when they went to the Eastern Conference Finals against LeBron, when they had Al Horford and stuff like that.
No.
I don't remember.
No, they
that.
were good. Was it the bubble? I don't know if it was a bubble or it might have been the year after they. Oh well, yeah, I guess it is what you're talking about. So Horford was on the team then. I don't think Horford was on there, but I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. I think
We've had Capella for a while.
Yeah. I don't think Horford was still there, but
This was like 2016, I think. 2016,
oh
2017.
no. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals a couple of years ago. But Trae Young, you know, of course, John Collins, and I know
Oh, we
those are
just
the
got
2
rid of
main
his
guys.
ass.
You know what I'm
Thank
talking
Jesus,
about, though,
didn't-
right?
Yeah.
I don't know. No, I don't. That's like new guys that.
Yeah, Horford wasn't on there. I think he was already in Boston at this particular point.
Yeah.
Or he might have been in Philly, actually. One of the two. But they you know, they haven't been. It was like one of these, like, kind of, I don't know, you could say lucky, I guess you can say. They just caught a run and they made it to the dang Eastern Conference Finals. I don't think they were expected to. And Trae Young, he was going off. But, of course, they're a far cry from that now. They couldn't keep that up. So, yeah, I feel where you're coming from, Flag. Yeah, the
Even-
Atlanta teams, all of them in the funk right now. Except
Hey,
for the Braves, I guess.
shout out to Falcons though, because our core right now is fire, man. We
Oh,
got
yeah.
we got the best player in the draft in Bijan Robinson, but
Oh, yeah,
we caught
yeah.
a lot of shit for it because he's a running back and we picked him up at 8.
Yeah. Hey, no, you know, they devalued the running back position like crazy. But yeah, it'd be interesting. The offense should be high powered, you know.
Every year it is, even if we suck. Even when we made it to the Super Bowl and fucking let's not
Should have
talk about
won.
it, but
Should have won.
hey, let's not talk about it. But when we made it there, we had a top 10 offense of all time that year.
Oh yeah, Matt Ryan was the best, one of the
MVP
best
Matty
of
Ice.
Matt Ryan you could have seen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
But,
man, they should have won that, man. That's hard to live down right there. Hard to
bro,
live down. It would have meant so much for the city too.
I ain't even gonna lie to you, like when we picked up Kyle Pitts, I think 21,
Oh yeah, yeah.
2021, his rookie season, he set all types of records for rookie tight ends. And then the very next season, this past season, he did nothing. We didn't give him the ball.
Yeah,
It's just like
yeah, I feel
so
like it's been
unfortunate.
quiet considering he was considered probably the best player in the draft when he came out, but it's been a very quiet first 2 years. And the
No, no, no,
first,
no, no. The first year was fire. He
but
set all
they
types
they
of
suck
records.
though,
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But yeah, I think because of that. But no, he was putting in a lot of work, but it's been quiet in terms of because they haven't been good. So of course that hasn't so he's just unlikely to be on that squad, but that's typically how it is if you're one of the high draft picks. But yeah, it's quiet in that sense, I would say that they yeah, it's just like you haven't seen them on the main stage like that just really going off because Atlanta needs to get back in the mix. But hey, you're right. They should have a pretty solid offense. What is it? Arthur
Arthur
Smith.
Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he should be able to work some stuff. They're at least going to be high powered on offense this year.
Mhm.
Like you
I
said.
mean, last year, like we're trying to rotate between Mariota and Ritter, and it was like Jesus
Oh yeah,
fuck, that
yeah,
was rough to watch.
yeah. Oh, Marcus Mariota. Yeah. And I had Cordero Patterson on my fantasy football team.
Good for you, bro, because he was
He was
God.
cooking.
That was the best. That was the best year he's ever had, man. He's like 30
Yeah, no,
years
it's
old.
crazy.
He was
They
70% of our offense. 70%.
Yeah, they opened him up. They really found out how to work Cordero Patterson. It's crazy to see him being able to, shine as a running back mainly. It's dope
Yep.
though.
And he set the record for the most kickoff touchdowns.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and he was tied and then he broke it. I think it was Devin Hester's record who he broke.
Oh, okay, Devin Hester. Yeah, beast right there. But yeah, I don't really like the Washington Commanders like that, but I do like the Ravens. I think Lamar Jackson's the most exciting player in the NFL. We can see him on his game. Man,
Yeah.
dope to watch. I've seen him live once. Went to a playoff game for him and the Ravens and the Titans the year that they lost there at home. So it wasn't a good game for him.
Washington's gonna be nasty though, man.
I mean, they got the defense should be 100% on point, and we'll see how they do on offense.
Yeah.
And Taylor McLaurin, he seems to be the real deal.
Scary Terry. Woo, he
Or
good, man.
yeah, Terry McLaurin. I said Taylor, but yeah, he's a real deal from all indications, and
Oh yeah.
we'll see how the quarterback play is. I know they had picked
Who
up
y'all
Jacoby
got?
Brissett, but the one dude won the starting job. It seems right.
Carson Wentz.
Yeah, so this should be pretty interesting. But yeah,
And y'all got that one dude on. Who's that edge you guys got? He's mean as hell. What's his name?
so Chase
I got his
Young.
face. Yeah, Chase Young.
Chase Young, yeah. He
Oh,
just
he
came
good
back
too.
last year after injury, and yeah, he's looking to get back in the mix. I feel like they didn't pick up his option or something crazy like that, or maybe it was or they didn't give him an extension. One of the
My
two,
bad. Can't hear you.
something like that. But he had got hurt. I guess it was a little bit more serious than what they initially thought. But Chase Young's a beast. If he's this year like he was, that
Yeah.
defense is going to be insane. And
Oh, you know who you guys need? You guys need what's that?
quarterback.
Oh yeah, you guys need a quarterback. There's that one cat on defense. I think he became Shaq Leonard. I think his name is, or he's one of the Shaqs.
Oh,
It's either Thompson or Leonard. The one that plays for the Colts.
play for the Colts. Oh, Leonard.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, it is Leonard.
But he's still on them though, right? He's still with the Colts, right?
Yeah, I think he signed I think he just
Yeah, he was
re-signed
legit.
there.
I think it's Darius
Ooh.
Leonard or something like that. But
Oh
Darius-
yeah, Darius. Yeah. He don't go by Shaq.
yeah. But there are some Shaqs. I know you, but
Yeah, that he's
oh no,
good,
maybe
man.
no. You're right, Shaquille. Oh, so Darius Shaquille. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess. Well, they look like they're calling him Shaq Leonard. I only knew him as Darius. But yeah, we're talking about the same guy. But man, beast ever since he came in.
Yeah.
When he was a rookie, I had him on my fantasy team because in the league that I have, you can play defense or you can pick defensive players as well. And I had him. This dude was putting up offensive numbers on defense as a rookie. Insane.
Dude, he's a beast, man. Same with Shaquille Barrett on the Bucks, man. Shaquille Barrett's a monster too.
Yeah. He was. Yeah. Both of them. Yeah, top notch. But man, yeah, Leonard. Yeah, putting up crazy numbers. His rookie year, I don't know. That might have been his best year, I think, so far. Then as you get in there, football's a tough game, get injuries and all that stuff. But he's
Yeah.
unstoppable when he's on point. When he's on his game, not hurt, man, that dude is hard to stop.
Bro, I miss Julio Jones, man. That's when
Yeah,
I
it's
really got into
crazy.
football was when he was tearing shit up, bro. I think he's probably he's for sure a top 10 wide receiver ever. But I don't know
You
where
know,
to rank him,
I
but
had to think about it, but man, he was like, yeah, crazy
unstoppable.
combination, speed, size, all that explosiveness.
Strength. Yeah,
Yeah.
you remember when Matty Ice threw a pick and he talking the dude down?
Oh yeah,
That was crazy.
yeah. Didn't he run like
Yeah.
a 4.3 or something in the
Bro,
combine?
he was
So
yeah,
four,
bro.
yeah, he like a 4.3 type. Man, that's insane at his size.
6'3", 225 pounds.
Yeah, because I
Just
remember
a
they were talking about he
bull,
was the
man.
steal of the he outshined at the combine, which that could mean one thing for some, but
Yeah.
he turned out to
And
be
he
the real deal. But yeah, him, Roddy White, they were doing their thing.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I ain't heard Roddy White's name in a minute. Yeah, Roddy
yeah.
White was
I
nasty,
rock with
bro.
Roddy. Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
he was able to mentor Julio in the
Hmm.
first few years of his career, and it's
Yeah,
like when you got a lot of the receivers who come out of Alabama are usually for some reason like really well developed by the time they hit the
yeah.
league. And then on top of that, he had Roddy White, who was a monster.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah,
That was a
man.
beast. Hey, that were a deadly combo right there.
But
Yeah, I remember them. Rock with them. Yeah, that was tough offense right there for sure.
yeah,
Uh,
that 2016 year was wild, bro. That was a crazy year to watch football. Julio, that was the year he dropped his 300 game on the Panthers.
mm,
Like, God, can
yeah, I
you
remember.
imagine
Yeah,
that? Can you
crazy.
imagine
Yeah.
getting someone putting up 300 yards on you? Like, oh
That's
my God.
insane. That is
And then
insane.
even in the Super Bowl, he had those crazy catches. You remember when Matt Ryan throws the pick and Julio Jones catch like the he threw it was an interception, but in
Mm,
midair Julio Jones like grabbed the ball and ripped it from him. It was just this
mm.
pure strength.
I
Like,
don't remember. I
oh,
don't remember that one, but I bet it
you
was
got
dope.
oh
I
man.
remember watching the game for sure. That's
Oh shit, where did Dolfo go?
Rodolfo fell out the mix here. Rodolfo, you bounced out on us. But
He'll be
damn,
back.
that's crazy. No, that's good stuff right there though. But yeah, yeah, Atlanta, they've had a man. The offense has always been pretty nice. The
Yep.
defense was pretty solid at
Oh
one point too.
no, our defense for as long as I can remember has just always been horrible, and we never invest in defense. We always invest in offense. We made
Rodolfo,
it to the. What do you say?
Rodolfo said his phone died.
But we made it to the Super Bowl in '72, I think, '72 or '74,
Hmm.
and this is when we had Neon Dion.
Well, yeah, prime time. Yeah,
Hmm.
beast. It's crazy. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, I remember the Dirty Birds version when they had Jamal Anderson, all that good stuff.
Hmm.
Dirty.
I don't like how he be acting though.
Oh yeah.
Deion Sanders. You're seeing the video where the reporter calls him Dion and he like freaked out and he's like, "You're calling me Mr. Sanders" or something like that.
oh, oh. You talking about Dion? Yeah. Hey, he got an
Yeah.
ego. He got an ego, man.
Oh yeah, I don't like that shit, but
Oh yeah, yeah. He's got an ego, for sure. But yeah, I seen him throw the water on the guy too, McCarver.
hey, I love that. I love that era and the little era, a little bit more modern to that. Like guys like shit, what's his name? It just left me. Who's that? Ed Reed. Ed Reed. Like,
Oh yeah,
oh
Ed
man,
Reed, beast.
giving out, bro. He's just giving out free concussions. You can get yours today, type shit. Like, god damn.
Blow cats up coming across the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ed Reed, beast. Yeah, Baltimore, man, that defense. Yeah, their defense has always been pretty
Oh
solid.
yeah,
Even now,
forever too.
it's solid, but
Yep. You guys have I don't know if you still have him. You guys had Jonathan Pierce. The Ravens did.
oh yeah. I remember
He
Pierce.
was. Yep. Dude, that man is like 6'4", 280 pounds, and it's like when he can sprint, like his ass can run too. Like imagine him giving pressure to a quarterback, like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, insane. I mean,
And
yeah,
you had Calais Campbell, who was
oh
old but
yeah,
still performing at a super high level.
yeah. I don't think he's on the squad as of this year.
Nope. I
Yeah,
think we got
Calais.
him. Someone got him. It might be the
Yeah,
Falcons. It might not be.
Calais Campbell. Yeah, I remember seeing something about him being let go or whatever, or they didn't. Yeah, maybe they did release him. Let me see.
86. Did you hear Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury is close to being made?
Yeah, I did.
Oh
Yeah, a buddy of
Lord.
mine sent something saying it, and I was telling him, yeah, I hope Ngannou wins
Yeah.
via
No
Yeah.
knockout.
chance. Zero chance. I
Yeah, right.
promise you. If you did you watch his fight with Cyril Gane?
No, I didn't, but I know
Bro,
what you're
Cyril
talking about.
Gane danced circles around Ngannou, man. Had him looking so like an amateur. Yeah, yes, it's MMA, but still, man, it's like you can't deal with Cyril Gane. Yeah, he's probably the best kickboxer in that division, but
Yeah,
still, you think you're gonna be able to deal with Tyson Fury? Come on,
no, I don't think he can. And I've
his
said
ass gonna get
before.
paid though. His ass gonna get paid, but that's
Yeah,
about it.
yeah, I've said before. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, he's not that striking is different as far as the level of striker he is compared to striking in boxing. And yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah, it's not going to go well for him in that regard. I saw some saying some hybrid type thing, the potential
Oh yeah,
hybrid
yeah,
type
yeah. I heard
fight,
that too. I seen that too.
whatever that means in terms of whether you can take
Oh,
it down
dude,
or what.
you should have seen the Demetrius Johnson fight with who's that Muay Thai guy who's a monster, one of the best in the world right now. Rod
Talking about
Taylor.
at one FC.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
I've
And he
watched his
won.
last two. Yeah, Demetrius Johnson,
Oh,
beast.
I love ONE FC.
Hey,
When they
you
do
see that
shit
first
like
one?
that,
Yeah,
what first one?
the first one, Demetrius
What
Johnson
you talking
against
about?
the one I'm thinking about, Demetrius Johnson against the guy he just beat. He beat him twice in a row, but where he landed this knee while dude was stumbling back.
Oh, Adrian Moraes. He did that to Adrian Moraes.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
God, that he's such a good striker. He's one of the best on the planet.
yeah,
He
that knee
is,
was insane. That was
bro.
insane.
He rocked him with the right hand and stumbled him, and
Yeah,
then
it was like
came in with the knee.
just caught him with that. That's
Ooh,
crazy. I don't know if you saw that,
dude.
Rodolfo, but you need to check that out if you haven't seen it.
I don't
Demetrius
watch MMA.
Johnson. Oh, you don't watch MMA?
No, I don't watch it.
Listen, I'm gonna make a highlight clip of Alex Pereira just sending out brain damage for free, and you're
Oh,
gonna get
okay.
into it,
Yeah, I
bro.
haven't. I
Because
haven't seen him outside of those two fights with Iggy.
oh, easy. Listen, you gotta watch a KO reel,
Itchy.
but make sure it's like in the past like 8 months.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, he looked like he's pretty tough beast to deal with.
Yeah, I think he's got one of the best left hooks of all time.
Yeah, I think he's matched up against
Jan Blachowicz.
yeah, the dude that beat Adesanya
Yeah,
the
that
first.
fight, man.
So did he move
Uh,
up? Did he move
yeah,
up?
yeah. Because the thing is, yeah, he's making 185, but when he's in the ring, fighting at 220, 225.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So when you cut weight like that, it really affects your chin. And Robert Whitaker, who
Yeah,
I
I
think
know
he
you
walks
talking.
around he walks around at 215, and
Oh
he cuts
wow.
down to and he used to cut down to 170 off of 215.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. That's crazy.
Yep, and just recently he said when he'd cut down to 170, he said that he'd get rocked like left and right, and he had to be really careful with how he got hit because if he got hit cleanly, he would get stumbled and
Yeah, that's not
I think
good too. Dropping all that weight.
yeah. But man, like making 185 when you're walking around when you're walking around at 225, it's like Jesus, man.
Yeah, that is pretty darn insane. Pretty dang insane. I know in boxing, one of the recent ones, Zerto Ramirez, he He missed weight in his last fight, but in his fight prior to that, he freaking he weighed in at 175.
Shout out Random,
Shout out
man.
Random.
We could
Shout
talk
out
some
Random.
MMA.
Yes, sir. But
Yo,
yeah,
what's
he's a
up,
valid-
guys? I can't
I
believe
know.
you're still going, Josh. You're a beast. 6 hours.
oh no,
6 hours.
I was about to get off. Or at least I've been saying that to myself for the past 3 hours, I would say.
Yeah, I had to go
I
on a
know.
meeting. I came out. I can't believe I'm taking my lunch right now. I went in at 8. You're still going. You're a beast. It's 1:12 here.
It's Fridays. Fridays are unlimited. They say this is as long as I've been on here.
Yo, big up Flack and Rodolfo.
What's up?
Big respect, Rodolfo. Hey, brother, it's nice to see you on a live, man. I gotta have you on my channel, both you guys. And that was cool. I forget his exact name, Poland Ball or something. That was cool hearing him, man.
Oh yeah.
Talking about the old school. I love this, guys. I just had to jump on just to say that and to congratulate you for going this long.
Appreciate you hopping in the mix, without a doubt. There, Random. Yeah. This thing is going on 6 hours. Holy crap, 6 hour mark. So yeah, I appreciate everybody here showing love. The majority I think have dropped off, but who would have thought? But yeah, we had even dove into MMA at this point, Random. We were just talking about Pereira.
Yeah.
That crazy stuff. But what I was mentioning was Zurdo Ramirez. I know in his last fight he actually fought because he missed weight in his last one and it got canceled, but he weighed in at 175, and then by fight night he weighed 201 pounds, which is or was it 201? Let me see, 175 or 204, maybe something like that. I think it was 29 pounds that he had put on in between that.
Pereira, the UFC middleweight.
No, this was a boxer. I'm talking about his name, Zurdo Ramirez.
I see.
He's always
that's epic weight cut.
Yeah, he put it on 29 pounds between the weigh-in and then the other thing. But no, Flat was talking about Pereira, how he walks around at like 220,
225
in that range, and was getting down to 185. Is that what it is, or 170?
Yeah, he's a big guy. There are some guys in MMA who make an enormous cut, but a lot of times they can't keep doing it. Like Conor McGregor famously, stopped Jose Aldo to win the featherweight championship, but he couldn't keep making he looked like a skeleton at the weigh-in. So he was doing it when the reward was highest. But once he had that thing, he was coming up to lightweight because that extra 10 pounds, he needed that. He might have died if he kept trying to. He was so sucked out, he didn't look like the same person. And now he's been doing his how do I put it? Bodybuilding phase. So now he again doesn't look like the same person.
Yeah, right.
He's on the rocket fuel.
Juice.
Yeah, that's a lot of guys do that. They can still be great though. It's it's just that depending on how big someone's fan base is, how big of a deal. Like Roy Jones Jr., he got caught on some stuff, right? People still acknowledge him as a great fighter, but not necessarily, you wouldn't go to bat for him as a clean fighter if they literally caught stuff in his system. You could buy the excuses sometimes. Didn't Canelo have a thing about it was the meat he was eating? But guys can still be great. Guys take liberties, they'll still be great. Because I know that studying like Harry Greb and some of these greats of the past, they took different kinds of liberties. Or even like Marciano, like overthrowing those punches and then the elbow comes into play. Tyson used to do it too, People take their different version of liberties. They can still be great. And I think that's something in boxing talk where people say this one narrow thing means this guy can't be great. And it's not really like that, man. Fighting is tough. Fighting at the highest levels is really tough. And to be great in fight sports is nearly impossible statistically. So respect to all the guys, even if we pick and choose our favorites amongst.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Rodolfo, I know you don't want to hear about that clenbuterol.
It's in the meat everywhere. So my parents, when I was talking about them, they're not. Yeah. I talk about like boxing news with them. They don't really care though. They know. Oh yeah, they put in the cows and stuff like that. Because even my dad, his family owns a ranch and stuff. He's all in ranch like all his life. So yeah, he's like,
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have picked on Canelo. There are much more blatant examples. It's just one I could think of that I'd heard about. But lots of guys get assistance. Sam Langford, he used to smoke cigars sometimes in between the rounds. He'd have a little drink, Lots of guys would have a little drink back then. They weren't like clean until not everyone was like completely clean and sober while they were fighting. You know, it's just one of those things. There's some famous examples in mixed rules where guys would be high on different kinds of substances during the fights. They'll admit years later. You know, it's not new. There's nothing new, right? Except the level of technology involved. Like Sam Langford didn't have the option to literally have his like blood swapped out or whatever the hell Lance Armstrong was doing with the cycling team. Like that's some high level stuff that compared to like a cigar and a shot of whiskey or something. But hey, you know, to each their own.
Oh man. Yeah, Lance was on another level with it. For sure. But no,
and he wasn't the only one. That's a really, really PD influenced sport. Like it wasn't just him. It was like most of his contemporaries at the highest level.
Oh yeah.
He was just it's just that the US team had the very sophisticated version of that. So but you know, they had the technology advantage, but like he wasn't the only guy cheating. I you know, unlike a lot of those other guys, he raised hundreds of millions for charity. So sports greatness and overall greatness as a human being, you know, sometimes it's different. You know, I still give him a lot of respect though.
Yeah, live strong. Lance Armstrong, live strong. Hey, Redden, we were talking about early. Flat Cat brought it up, I believe, but him and Rodolfo. Archie Moore versus Sam Langford. What do you think?
I think if we're talking about like the young old Archie Moore, like his best moment between his experience and his still having his physicality, I think that's one of the toughest fights for Langford because Moore had an incredible intelligence of his own. Langford wasn't particularly big, but Moore was like a combination of speed and size and combination attack and his understanding of angles. And I think I might favor Langford, but if they fought a series, I'm not sure because Moore is one of those special guys too, and he knew how to push a guy off a cliff when he had him hurt, just like Langford. So I don't think that's an easy fight for Sam. I think actually that's a tougher fight than say Langford fighting Marciano, who actually beat Moore. But I don't like Marciano's chances because the way he comes in and the length of Langford's arms, and he's also low set. He's actually shorter than Rocky. Mm-hmm. So you're trying to duck down and come underneath the guy with longer arms than you, who's got short power as well as long power. And but I think Moore would give him a tough go. That's a tough fight. I love that fight. That's one of the ones I would pick if I could only pick like 3 dream fights. Langford Moore, baby. What do you guys think about that?
That was the matchup I gave to them, because it's one where like I feel like I don't know, it's hard to say, but Langford, I think Langford's power could really become the difference. I mean, he was a guy who started out lightweight, who eventually throughout his career is overwhelming 230-pound heavyweights with his power. Mm-hmm. It's like unnatural. It's just something that you throw into any fantasy matchup and it becomes instantly like like what happens if he hurts Archie Moore just one time? I feel like you're gonna see the same outcome in the Langford Jeanette fight that we have on film.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's a good point. Like Langford's power was unusual, so if he's fighting a guy of a similar size, if we're talking about prime Langford, like 1910, 1911 Langford, like where he's like 175, 180 in that range, against Moore before he was struggling to make light heavy, so when he could still make 175 pretty decently without killing himself. Tough fight, but the power of Langford. Moore was a combination finisher. Langford had one punch kill, including to the body or to the head. So maybe he would have an edge. It's hard for me to write off Ancient Archie, right? Because he's one of the great finishers of all time, and his understanding of angles was almost like supernatural. So I feel like specific things about Archie Moore, maybe also Ezra Charles, like the understanding of angles and distance and timing is on another level with those guys. So they're fighting Langford, obviously an all-time great, but they are also, to me, they're both also top 10 all-timers. Ezra Charles and Archie Moore in my book.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And about the same size. So if they're all about the same size and in their prime, that's a tough go right there. But I would sort of lean, I suppose, Langford because he was the hardest hitter of the 3 by far.
Yeah.
So maybe that makes a difference. Like like Moore's cross guard, Langford knew how to land, and he could exploit. Like if your hands are like that, he knew to throw an uppercut to precede the left hook to draw the guy's arms down. So if your arms are already down, all you're going to do is just brace against the one shot and then eat the other in the side of the dome. So yeah, maybe it would be not Langford's toughest fight, but I think Joe Jeanette was probably Langford's toughest opponent
Oh yeah,
in context.
Jeanette
Like
fought
Jeanette,
very well.
Iron
endless
Man.
gas tank, and he could do everything. He wasn't as hard a hitter as, he wasn't like as strong as a McVeigh or as crafty maybe as Johnson, but Jeanette had like the balance, and then he had like the endless gas tank in recovery. Just what do you guys think if Archie Moore fought Joe Jeanette? What do you think of that fight?
Interesting one. Very interesting right there.
I don't know. It's tough. I think Jeanette was smart. You know, you see his fight with Langford. That what year was that? 11 or 1910, 1911. And a lot of it is, you know, he'll jab and he'll instantly back up and move his head out of range. It's like he was very intelligent. He knew what he had to do. You know, every time he got the opportunity, he was clinching to avoid return fire. He knew that he didn't want to get hit by Langford. So I think that if he was going into a fight with Archie, I feel that he would know where he needs to be careful. He would know what he needs to do.
yeah, yeah. You
That's
know,
a really good point.
yeah, I probably would say yeah. I think he would be able to take Moore's power for sure. Just thinking about some of the stuff he went through, and he showed that he had an elite level chin in that sense. So yeah, it would come down to the fundamentals, of course, and Archie, great fighter as well. Just thinking about it, yeah, heavyweight version, assuming it's that, yeah, I would lean Jeanette in that regard. Jeanette, I think he would win points over the course of how many ever rounds it is. I think Archie would hang in there, but I would favor Jeanette.
Well, what if we switch it up? What if we put two of the great cardio machines of all time? What if you have Jeanette fight Marciano?
Oh,
That's a tough one, right? 'Cause in a finish fight, we swap
call it-
Marciano in for Sam McVeigh. That's 1909. They're going to fight in 4-ounce gloves, I believe. Finish
call
fight
it
in
20
Paris.
rounds.
Who wins that?
Call it 20 rounds. I think 20 rounds is perfect. I don't think either guy is going to completely gas in 20 rounds, and I think it's enough rounds to where two guys who are very durable, I think they could just bang it out. Although obviously I don't think Jeanette's going to want to, you know, like bang on the inside with him. But Jeanette was big too, man. He was a unit. And
Yeah.
Yeah, that man never skipped leg day in his life. Jeanette's like, his thighs are like epic. You'd be like, whoa, those aren't even in proportion to the rest of his body. But yeah, he was a tough fella, and you know, he fought guys who were bigger than him and made them look awkward and soft by the end of it, because he just had, you know, a lot of people, even if they'd fight him, they wouldn't do a 20 rounder against Jeanette. It was too, and let alone a finish fight. You know, he wanted to fight Johnson in a finish fight, you know, because obviously he could weaponize his cardio and his recovery. So even if you hurt him, that was just the beginning of the fight. Doesn't mean anything. And stopping him was extremely rare.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Some of these cross-generational fights, like I'd like to see like Dempsey fight Jeanette, prime versus prime.
Interesting one right there. Very interesting.
Dempsey at his best was furious, but he's fighting a guy who can take it. I don't know how that goes.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting right there. That would be very interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure with that one either.
Oh, do you think he'd be able to keep that ferocity up for multiple rounds without gassing?
Yeah, that would be a question. That would certainly
against
be
Jeanette. No, I don't personally.
Yeah,
I don't personally think Dempsey would beat Jeanette if it was a long fight. Now, if it was like a 4-rounder, like when Dempsey was really good coming up, and if he was fighting a shorter fight, I might favor him just because he was such a furious attack. But I think the longer the fight is, the more it favors someone like Jeanette, just because he could take it.
Yeah.
And you can be great and still not dish it out for 20 rounds in a row. But Joe could take it and then come back strong. And he just had an unusual level of recovery that was just abnormal almost.
Yeah.
But it would be a hell of a fight, you know. And if you did a 10-round fight, that might make a close decision. A close decision between the two. What do you think, Rodolfo?
I think, for a 4-rounder, I think Dempsey would do some devious things to Jeanette for sure. But 10-rounder, I think, it'll be close. It'll be pretty close, obviously, like you said. But like, I would favor Jeanette if it went like in those classic like longer rounds. I would favor Jeanette. I think you can handle him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a interesting one with Dempsey, of course, because we know generally about his rise, and then seeing him, when he won the title and some of the fights thereafter. And then, of course, the version of him against Tunney, which wasn't him at his best, certainly. So you'd have to think that somewhere in between that, you have just a overall just kind of solid version of Dempsey that ferocious, can punch, and he usually, if he was really gunning for it in the early part of a fight, he could get guys out of there. So it would be interesting, just thinking about it, say in a 10 rounder or whatnot, with Jeanette being considered the Iron Man, being in there with big punchers, having a very solid jab and all. You can just picture it going several ways. Dempsey kind of using that little crouch Dempsey roll or whatever, trying to get in, but Jeanette using that jab to keep him off and maybe tying him up when he tried to get inside. So it was
That's
very
a good
interesting,
point.
intriguing.
Yeah, and also there's some still shots in the book on Jeanette that I just got.
Cool.
Where he's pulling back. He's like he's pulling back his upper body like Ali and other guys would do to avoid some crosses from Carpanche. And like you said, like you can see in the Langford fight, like he can land that jab to the head of body and then get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's tough. That's tough for someone like Dempsey, who had a certain approach that worked for him, and he absolutely destroyed like Fulton and Willard. I feel like Fulton might be Dempsey's best win if you look at who Fulton was at the time, what he'd been doing, and what he did after that fight. He went on a big long streak after that fight until losing to the great Harry Wills. Like Fulton was legit.
Yeah.
People don't talk about him, but I think 86. Am I right thinking you did a video on Fulton? Yeah, that's where that's a good video too, man. Give him his props.
Fulton was on a crazy run at that time too when he lost to Dempsey. Then he went on another crazy run and lost to Harry Wills. So Fulton was legit, without a doubt, 6'5", knockout puncher. And, somebody had sent me a video, and it's out there on YouTube, of them at an older age. You see Fulton and Dempsey there talking. It was at some kind of award show or some show or benefit for Dempsey. But that video is out there. It's pretty crazy to see. You'll see just how big of a man Fulton was. These two were older in age at that particular time. So just think about Dempsey blasting him out of there in like 18 seconds or something of that nature. Man, that was a hell of a win right there, just given the run that Fulton was on.
Yeah, and Fulton was a big frame. He made Dempsey look like he made a lot of guys look small, but Dempsey wasn't small and wasn't tiny, but Fulton was a big fella.
Yeah,
he really could jab too. Like that's how he took Langford's eye. He kept him on the end of the jab. And you'd be like, oh well, Langford's short and getting past his prime, but there were lots of guys big as hell who couldn't keep Langford on the end of their jab long enough to win a fight and not get stopped or not get beaten on points. So Fulton was legit. I love that video you did I love those videos, especially like Tommy Ryan and Fulton and the McVeigh, like, guys that aren't like the main premier stars, but you find out about them, their story. I just think that's powerful work you're doing there, Josh.
Oh, no, appreciate it without a doubt. But yeah, I think Fulton, had he got to Jess Willard first, I think he would have won the World Heavyweight Championship. We'd hear his name more for sure. But just so happened he had to run into Dempsey, but he should have gotten to Willard. They should have fought prior to Fulton fighting Dempsey. It would have been Fulton we saw on video there in Toledo going up against Jack Dempsey, and maybe it's a 18-second knockout. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, Willard didn't. I think his only title defense was like a 10-round decision against Frank Moran, right? So Moran was good. He was a stablemate of Jeanette. He was someone who'd been trained by Jeanette. And actually, when Moran got the fight, part of the reason Jeanette agreed to help train him and stuff was because if Moran won, supposedly Jeanette would get the first crack at that title.
That would have been.
Of course, Moran didn't. But that's like part of the greatness of Joe Jeanette. A lot of guys. Carl Morris, I think, was another heavyweight that Jeanette trained. He stayed around. He was in the biz. But I think the biggest myth. Tell me if you guys agree with this. The biggest myth about the early era is like how everyone was starved in this. And you can go back, and Jeanette wasn't the only one. Langford, Johnson, Jeanette. These guys are driving cars at a time when, and had multiple cars. Some of them at a time when that wasn't the normal lot in life, right? If you're out driving cars, Ketchel, Johnson, Langford actually had his car shipped to Australia, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
So like these guys weren't starving. In fact, Langford ate a little bit too much at times. You know, he came in heavy. That's how he got that loss. Well, partly why he lost to Gunboat Smith. And I think it was 13 or 14. It might have been in 13 when he came back from Australia, or early sometime in 14. But he got his revenge in the rematch. But he didn't come in good shape because these guys have money, and it's hard to be disciplined with the food. You can ask Tyson Fury, because if you look at him when he was young in his physical prime, not his skill prime, but his physical prime, you look at him now, you'd be like, are you your own granddad already? 10 years later? I mean, not to be mean to him, he's a great fighter, but he's not slim trim. And it's not because he's a big guy, because we used to see him as a big guy. Dillian White too, younger Dillian White, super ripped, even though he's big. These guys get soft around the middle. That happened to Langford. It happens to a lot of fighters. It gets harder to stay trim as you get older, especially if you're living the good life. Johnson got heavy too, you know. By the time he lost to Willard, he was, I think, what 220 something.
Yeah,
he was in the 180s when he was, for a lot of the lead up to fighting Tommy Burns. He was 180 something, 190 something. You know, then later he got in his 30s. He got a little heavier. Still great though. I mean, James Toney looked like a soccer ball, you know, but he could still fight. Langford was like that, except he had more power. But like the looks can be deceiving. James Toney, I love watching his fights, especially late career fights.
Crafty.
He knew everything was going on. He knew what was up. I like that. I like cheering underdogs. And even though he was great, you know, like when you're really old and out of shape, you can't talk right anymore, but you can still go. That's incredible to me.
Yeah,
I like celebrating that too. Hey, just so you know, my phone's on 2%. It's plugged in, but it's a crappy cord. So if I just cut out, that's all that happened.
All good.
I remember there's a story of Langford that, though he had money, he like used to like floss as well too. He used to buy like suits, of course. You see those pictures like that. But I remember there's like a story where he met JP Morgan on the train, and he's like, that's where he realized where he's like, oh, just because you're rich doesn't mean you have to like floss. Like people are like actually like rich. They don't floss their wealth. Like they don't have like all those watches and stuff like that. You know, that's where he realized that you don't have to buy all that stuff.
JP Morgan, JP Morgan, huh?
That man was rich.
Yeah,
he was ridiculously wealthy. Yeah, not everyone flashes what they got. You know, I saw someone, who was it? Oh man, I can't remember who it was, but I saw someone was in like some like cocky, you know, some like fatigue shorts and stuff. Maybe it was Jordan or someone. And people on Twitter were trying to give him a hard time. Why are you dressed like that? I'm like, they can dress however they want. What are you talking about? Right. They don't have to impress you. These legends don't have to impress any single person in this planet. Unless they think they do, you know. It's like not everyone, like Floyd takes it the other way. He's like, oh, I got a custom Rolex for every day of the month. That's cool, you know. He earned that money. He's a businessman, fighter. He's one of the probably the greatest businessman fighter ever.
Yeah.
I mean, Dempsey put a squeeze, but no, Floyd perfected it. And he was in the right time and place to do so, but he also actually did so. But he can do whatever. But there are other guys where you just see them, you wouldn't even know they got it like that.
Yeah. No, you're right.
You know, and then all versions in between. That's cool. You know, these guys earn their money. This is a ridiculously dangerous thing to be doing, whether it's mixed rules or boxing or kickboxing. And nobody escapes without paying a price, because even the training takes a toll. I have training injuries. You know, I never even fight. I just got training injuries. I didn't even get any money for it.
Yeah.
So
that's a good point. You understand why some of these guys, you know, they go for the money. I mean, you have that short window, really realistically, for some, just getting to your prime. You know, you might have just a short time where you're there and able to be on top, because there's always somebody looking over your head. As they said it, or I heard it said, it's easier to win the title than it is to keep it, you know, just thinking about it from that standpoint. Because
especially now in the film era where everyone can study your shit in HD from multiple angles, you know, a little different then, but a lot of guys would see each other fight in person back in the day, even if they weren't in the corner. Like the Jeffries Johnson fight, it was a who's who there. In the crowd, like in attendance. But other fights too, you know, like I love reading about that, whether it's in the book on Langford or one of these other books I've bought or in the archives, just who's around either in the camp or in attendance, or the MC, like Jimmy Britt MC'd Langford's fight with Bill Lang in London in 1911. and he was like the master of ceremonies, like resplendent in the tux. He was wrong about who was going to win, but he was there. He was the MC, you know, and Hugh McIntosh, huge deal. McIntosh, he put on that fight, and also Langford series with McVeigh and other guys in Australia. Like, I just love the periphery of these great fighters. Like, who's around, who's training them, who's their manager, who's getting them lining up all these fights. Like Harry Greb must have had a great manager, right?
Mhm.
Look at all the fight as far as scheduling, dude.
yeah.
He had so many fights. How do you? That's totally crazy. Oh, I'm gonna have
Insane.
45 fights this year.
Yeah, that is actually insane. 45-0, going
Wow.
45-0 in 1919, and then really going 52-0 leading into 1920.
Yep.
It's just insane stat line right there.
Who was it that broke his winning streak?
Gibbons, I believe it was Gibbons.
Which
Maybe I wonder if it was that first fight with Gibbons, but I think it was actually Mike Gibbons.
I believe so. And he got it back, didn't he? Later that year?
Yeah,
Oh,
he did.
He did? Yeah, I can't quite remember. I haven't looked at those graphics in a minute. Yo, guys, I'm gonna jump off. My lunchtime is over. My midnight lunchtime. It's cool, man. I'm gonna go back and listen. This is awesome. I got more than enough to listen the rest of the night. Holy cow.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, fellas, I appreciate it.
Maybe we can all call it a night. You know what I'm saying? Because what's going on? And Rodolfo's
All right,
getting
peace,
sleepy,
y'all.
Flack's getting sleepy. They can't handle staying up this late. So, you know, it is what it is. We'll be back on this thing. Appreciate y'all being here, of course. Talking boxing. And, you know, we'll chat.
What's going to be next one? Your cruiserweight interview? The guy in cruiserweight?
Yeah, on Monday. So I'll do the boxing shit. Monday cruiserweight interview with Sonny McEwen. Shout out to Skywalker Boxing. Link that up. I hit up my man Hollywood Hollis. I gotta get him to get back at me, and gonna get him on here. Gonna reach out to some other folks. Probably get some others on, but certainly gonna be back in the mix here. I'm trying to keep it going all next week as well. Thinking of some others to talk about. So
when's the ice punch taking place?
When is it what?
The ice punch. When you talk to the.
Oh, you know what? I gotta hit him up. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get him on. See if he'll come on next week or something like that. As a matter of fact, yeah, good point right there. I need to reply back to his message. We're gonna try to make that one happen as well. Ice Punch, of course, folks. If you listen, Ice Punch, worthy of checking out. It's a great book. And
this is $3 right now.
Yeah, you can get it right now on Amazon. Go look it up. Ice Punch by Brian Duncan. And I think you'll enjoy it. Very interesting story, especially if you're a fan of the history and a fan of the Titanic.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you see behind me, the poster?
How was that? Looking at that. Who was that right there? That's
Marciano. You see that? The jersey.
That Walcott and Marciano?
Yep, when he landed that big right hand.
Okay, Susie Q right over there by the ropes.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy. His face was super distorted.
Up there, it's like Canelo versus Triple G.
Okay, yeah. I had a Canelo versus Triple G shirt from that first fight.
Oh, nice.
I don't know what happened to it, but it was like one that someone made. I got it online, but I used to rock it. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, I rock with Canelo for sure. Triple G as well. Yep.
How did you score the first and second Triple G fights with Canelo?
Well, you know, honestly, when I looked at the first Canelo Triple G fight twice, I scored it twice. That is, and I had it a draw both times. I scored it.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't get past it. Now I had Triple G up in the second fight, which is interesting, and I didn't score the last fight.
Yeah, Triple G winning the second?
I did. I had him winning the second fight. Maybe I need to watch it again, see how things look. But that first one I had it a draw twice. Both times I actually scored it. I had it a draw. Man, it was close. I know Benny saw Triple G winning it. But yeah.
Did Finance Scores ever do a thing on Triple G versus Canelo or no?
Did we do one on here? You know, I know it's up there. I think we did do. I feel like we did one of them. I can't remember which one it was. Well, one of either the first or second one. I didn't score the third one, of course.
Yeah, the third one, you didn't need to score that one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But I feel like we might have done it. Yeah. And I think it went off in the midst of us streaming because of the YouTube policy. They kicked us out of there.
Wow.
But I can't remember if it's the first or the second one. I need to check for sure. But yeah, those were good fights though. Those were good fights.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'm about to head out.
Cool.
Talk to you
Cool.
tomorrow.
Hey, we'll be back in the mix, man. Appreciate y'all coming on, without a doubt.
All right.
As I say,
right.
have a good one.
Yep. Thanks. Oh, thanks for having us on too. By the way, I didn't think to say that.
Oh yeah. Anytime. And thanks for everyone